equitable and sustainable Southeast Asia, we believe in the power of grassroots solidarity and collaboration to create change.
We look forward to connecting with you, civil society groups and like-minded people from across Southeast Asia.
Hope to see you there!
Kami adalah Blue Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia. Dengan platform media yang lengkap, kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Blue Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Blue Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Sabadi and warm greeting from Laos. I am Lieutenant Pun Palusit. I serve as a project officer at the Association for Development of Women and Legal Education, or ADWLE. I'm very honored to express my support for the upcoming ASEAN for the People conference. This conference is truly a meaningful initiative that will bring together civil society organizations across Southeast Asia and provide an important platform where emerging and experienced leaders can raise the voices of the vulnerable groups that they represent and ensuring that their concerns are heard not only by the ASEAN citizens but also by the decision makers. I believe that people-centered approach and cross-border collaborations are essential to addressing the challenges that we share as the region. This space will also strengthen the grassroots participation and create opportunities for enhancing the CSO collective effort in building a more inclusive ASEAN community. Thank you so much. Kapjai.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Agus Haryanto. I'm the Associate Professor in the Department of International Relations, Universitas Jenderal Sudirman, and also the Chairman of Indonesian Association for International Relations, or KIHIA. I support the ASEAN for the People Conference. I believe that this event will enhance the people-to-people connectivity and also boost the collaboration among the civil society organization in the ASEAN. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Temani waktu di sore hari, tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini hanya di Metro TV.
Hello! G'day, my name is Anastasia. I am the National President of the Australia-Indonesia Youth Association, and I'm thrilled to be providing support for the ASEAN for Peace Conference, or AFPC. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups across Southeast Asia. This is important because people-to-people connections and volunteer organizations are at the heart of cross-cultural and cross-country collaborations. Thank you and terima kasih.
I'm the Chief of New Venture and Partnership Officer from Akademi Kaderbahasa Indonesia. I'm pleased to extend my support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference, or AFPC. This is a great and meaningful initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because as a region, we, Southeast Asia, need to collaborate on providing inclusive, high-quality education. Especially for a big country like Indonesia, we may benefit from learning the best practices from other nations such as Singapore that has already extensive experiences in providing high-quality education. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Kalau nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget kalau nggak nambah. Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget. Apaan? Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Baca tirto.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Hey everyone, my name is Rory. I'm the CEO of Timor Network Foundation. I'm honored to support the ASEAN for the People Conference, which will take place on 6 until 7 September in Jakarta. I think this is meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. And I believe ASEAN need more grassroots participation, and this is the perfect time for it. Thank you, terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sejahtera. My name is Muslim Imran. I'm the director of the Asia Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue, AMIC. I'm very glad to express my full support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This new program is a great initiative by FPCI to connect civil society groups from across the region. This is an opportunity for all of us to come together, to have a better understanding of the concerns of the region and the globe, and to provide better insights to decision makers in order to tackle regional and global challenges. I'm very glad to be part of this program and looking forward to see you all in Jakarta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Hi everyone, my name is Maria Guterres and I am the CEO of the Alola Foundation of Timor-Leste. I'm honored to be part of ASEAN for the People's Conference. This initiative is both meaningful and important as it will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe it's crucial for people to be at the heart of ASEAN. Our community is at a voice in shaping the future of our region, and the AFPC provides that space for dialogue, solidarity, and action. Thank you, Obligada Barat, and let's build a nation that works for the people.
Shava, serving as Project Management Officer at Underfront. It is my great pleasure to express my support for the ASEAN for the People Conference, this significant initiative to unite civil society organizations from across Southeast Asia. I believe this matters because ASEAN's progress should be driven by its people, and regional cooperation is essential to address the challenges we share. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Hello everyone, my name is Suphawan Butharong, Deputy Director of the Association for Rural Mobilization and Improvement, ARMY. I am delighted to express my support for the ASEAN for the People Conference. This is just an important initiative because it brings together civil society organizations to come from all over Southeast Asia. It's a chance for us to share ideas, learn from each other, and work for the common good. I truly believe that the collaboration across borders is the key to addressing the challenges we all face. By coming together, we can make the real difference. Thank you for having me. ขอบใจหลายๆ
Good day from AFPC. My name is Abdul Rahman. I'm the management head of AFPC. I'm pleased to extend our delighted to support the ASEAN for the People Conference, which takes place on. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because in a region as vibrant and diverse as Southeast Asia, safeguarding public health is a shared responsibility. The Asian Biological Threat Surveillance Center, or ABTC, stands at the forefront of this mission, leveraging big data, predictive analytics, and regional collaboration to detect and respond to biological threats before they escalate. At the ASEAN for the People Conference 2025, AFPC joins civil society voices to champion a people-centered ASEAN, where health security is not just a government priority, but a community-driven commitment. Together, we build resilience, foster trust, and ensure that every Asian citizen is protected, informed, and empowered. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Piro.
I'm Yokpin. We are from Action for Change in Southeast Asia.
AXI is excited to participate in the ASEAN for the People's Conference in Jakarta.
As a regional organization committed to an equitable and sustainable Southeast Asia, we believe in the power of grassroots solidarity and collaboration to create change.
We look forward to connecting with you, civil society groups and like-minded people from across Southeast Asia.
Hope to see you there.
Kami adalah Blue Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan platform media yang lengkap. Kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Blue Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Blue Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Sabadi and warm greeting from Laos. I am Lieutenant Pun Palusit. I serve as a project officer at the Association for Development of Women and Legal Education, or ADWE. I'm very honored to express my support for the upcoming ASEAN for the People conference. This conference is truly a meaningful initiative that will bring together civil society organizations across Southeast Asia and provide an important platform where emerging and experienced leaders can raise the voices of the vulnerable groups that they represent, and ensuring that their concerns are heard not only by the ASEAN citizens but also by the decision makers. I believe that people-centered approach and cross-border collaborations are essential to addressing the challenges that we share as a region. This space will also strengthen the grassroots participation and create opportunities for enhancing the CSO collective effort in building a more inclusive ASEAN community. Thank you so much. Kapjai.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Agus Haryanto. I'm the Associate Professor in the Department of International Relations, Universitas Jenderal Sudirman, and also the Chairman of Indonesian Association for International Relations, or KIHIE. I support the ASEAN for the People Conference. I believe that this event will enhance the people-to-people connectivity and also push the collaboration among the civil society organization in the ASEAN. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Temani waktu di sore hari. Tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini, hanya di Metro TV.
Hello! G'day, my name is Anastasia. I am the National President of the Australia-Indonesia Youth Association, and I'm thrilled to be providing support for the ASEAN for Peace Conference, or AFPC. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups across Southeast Asia. This is important because people-to-people connections and volunteer organisations are at the heart of cross-cultural and cross-country collaborations. Thank you, and terima kasih.
through the QR code displayed or visiting bit.ly/AFPC feedback. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have more than 100 amazing CSOs from all across ASEAN. Can I have a big round of applause for the amazing CSOs? And today and tomorrow, they are showcasing the inspiring work that they are doing for their communities. So, ladies and gentlemen, today and tomorrow is your chance to walk around the various exhibitions available, meet them, and of course, have real conversations. And who knows, you might even find opportunities to collaborate. And to see the full list of the exhibitors and of course the venue map, simply visit our website, or once again, you may scan the QR code which will be displayed on our screen. So during the breaks, make sure to wander around and connect, because of course, AFPC is all about people and connection. And for a quick note on meals and refreshments, while food and beverages will not be provided inside the conference, you may find plenty of options available nearby. Food stalls are open at the CSO's Lounge in Kudus Hall, and there's also a food court located just across the street from the Lagoon lobby. And as a gentle reminder that eating and drinking is not allowed inside of the ballroom, but you are most than welcome to enjoy your meals and of course drinks outside of the ballroom, either before or after the sessions. Dan bagi peserta yang memerlukan alat penerjemah dari bahasa Inggris ke bahasa Indonesia, kami persilakan untuk bisa langsung menghubungi panitia, dan panitia kami akan membawakan alatnya untuk Anda. Dan kami mohon kerjasamanya untuk tidak membawa alat interpretasi keluar dari ruangan ballroom ini. And once again, we would like to give a warm welcome to all of our speakers and of course distinguished guests today. Please give an applause as well for our speakers and of course distinguished guests. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome you, and we will begin our event shortly. Thank you.
I'm Jody Hardy. I'm the Chief of New Venture and Partnership Officer from Akademi Kader Bangsa Indonesia. I'm pleased to extend my support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference, or AFPC. This is a great and meaningful initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because as a region, we, Southeast Asia, need to collaborate on providing inclusive, high-quality education. Especially for a big country like Indonesia, we may benefit from learning the best practices from other nations such as Singapore that has already extensive experiences in providing high-quality education. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Kalau nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget kalau nggak nambah. Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget. Apaan? Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Baca tirto.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Hey everyone, my name is Rory. I'm the CEO of Timor Network Foundation. I'm honored to support the ASEAN for the People Conference, which will take place on 6 until 7 September in Jakarta. I think this is meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. And I believe ASEAN need more grassroots participation, and this is the perfect time for it. Thank you, terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sejahtera. My name is Muslim Imran. I'm the director of the Asia Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue, AMIC. I'm very glad to express my full support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This new program is a great initiative by FPCI to connect civil society groups from across the region. This is an opportunity for all of us to come together, to have a better understanding of the concerns of the region and the globe, and to provide better insights to decision makers in order to tackle regional and global challenges. I'm very glad to be part of this program and looking forward to see you all in Jakarta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
terwujudlah. Terbayang yang terindah, yang terhampar berlalulah. Sadarku semuanya perasaan, rasa cinta. Kau yang diinginkan aku dari mimpiku, dari mimpiku. Coba terbangkan hayalku dari sadarku. Semuanya perasaan, rasa cinta. Kaulah yang diinginkan aku dari mimpiku, dari mimpiku. Coba terbangkan hayalku dari sadarku.
Selamat pagi, magandang umaga, sawadika, ciao buiseng, sabay tonsao, minggalaba, arun swasde, bom dia, good morning and welcome to Jakarta. Give a big round of applause. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in all the languages of ASEAN, I am Sarah Wayne, and we warmly welcome you to the ASEAN for the People's Conference AFPC 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, the idea of AFPC was born from a simple but urgent reality. Despite ASEAN's vision of a people-centered, people-oriented community, too many of our citizens still feel that ASEAN is distant from our daily lives. And for this very reason, Foreign Policy Committee of Indonesia, together with CSOs from all over Southeast Asia, have taken the initiative to organize the AFPC with the aim of advancing a truly people-centered ASEAN community. And of course, as you can see, this conference is open and free to the public. And today, we are joined by over 8,000 participants. Can I have a big round of applause for each and every one of you here? And on this very pleasant morning, allow us to extend our warmest welcome to our guest of honor on behalf of the Indonesian Foreign Minister, Sugiono, Director General for ASEAN Cooperation, Sidarto Suryodipuro. Welcome, sir. Please give a round of applause. And we'd like to also extend our warmest welcome to all ambassadors, diplomats, FPCI senior fellows, politicians, corporate leaders, but most importantly, the people of ASEAN, representatives of think tanks and CSOs, journalists, academicians, students of all layers of society. Can I have another big round of applause for everyone from all layers of society here this morning. And of course, AFPC would not be possible without the support of our sponsors. From Global Citizen, Golden Horse Digital Investment Bank, Australia Mission to ASEAN, ASEAN Australia Center, World, Pusat Studi Asia Tenggara Prof. Hashim Jalal Center for Southeast Asia Studies, Yayasan Tahia, SCG. Our in-kind sponsors, Huawei Indonesia, Grab Indonesia, Prima, and Teh Botol Sosro. And our 116 civil society organization partners from all 11 countries of Southeast Asia who have flown all the way to Jakarta to be with us here today. Thank you to our CSO partners. And of course, we'd like to also thank our media partners, katadata.co.id, Rakyat Merdeka, rm.id, Text from IR, The Conversations Indonesia, Unexplained, BTV, Berita Satu, InvestorDaily.id, JakartaGlobe.id, Metro TV, MetroTVNews.com, Business Indonesia, Business.com, Data Indonesia, Liputan6.com, Merdeka.com, CNN Indonesia, Kompas.com, Kompas TV, Tribunnews.com, Republika, Tirto.id, Kok Bisa, Si Paling HI Media, and the Southeast Asia Desk. Once again, we thank you to our media partners. But Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our main event this morning, let us take a moment to honor the memory of the late Bapak Jamil Maidan Flores, a Philippine national who spent his life here in Indonesia, working behind the scenes, pushing for a closer ASEAN. Bapak Jamil, who was a senior fellow at FPCI, passed away last June, and his final legacy was creating the name of ASEAN for the People's Conference. And it has finally come to fruition today. And ladies and gentlemen, we also take this moment to acknowledge the recent earthquake in Cebu, which has caused the great loss of life and of course hardship. And we extend our deepest sympathies and condolences and of course solidarity to all victims, their families, and the people of the Philippines during this difficult time. And ladies and gentlemen, to officially open AFPC, we kindly invite you to please rise for the ASEAN anthem. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, we will listen to the opening remarks to be delivered by the founder and chairman of FPCI, Dr. Dino Patijalal. But before that, we'd like to take a moment to go behind the curtain. What you see here today at AFPC are the lights, the sessions, and of course, the exhibitions and the energy of thousands of people. And this is the result of months of dedication, late nights, and of course, endless teamwork. This is a story of passion, creativity, and commitment from the team at FPCI who made the ASEAN for the People's Conference possible. So without further ado, please do enjoy this special behind-the-scenes video showcasing the people who work to bring AFPC to life.
Kalau generasi saya itu obses mengenai apa yang kita bisa capai, bukan apa yang kita bisa dapat. Anything I need to do, I will do.
Lagi handle banyak banget CSO, 100 lebih, 100 plus CSOs dari seluruh ASEAN basically. Lumayan, udah nangis sekali kayaknya gara-gara itu. Bukan karena CSO-nya ya, cuman maksudnya karena the workload gitu.
I work very hard on preparing for this ASEAN for the People's Conference or AFPC like almost 24/7.
This is really the most important thing I ever done in my life. So I'm looking forward to it.
AFPC ini pertama buat FPCI sendiri dan buat tim kita juga, jadi semuanya serba baru dan persiapannya jadi lebih hektik gitu ya. Yang pasti aku dibantu sama dengan teman-teman aku lainnya, ada Tika, ada Kak Wahyu, ada Fajrul, dan teman-teman.
Acaranya emang menarik untuk didatengin. This is a big chance for me as well untuk benar-benar connect with other CSOs dan jadinya memperluas koneksi juga kan.
Yang aku harapkan ya pastinya semua yang telah kita kerjain bisa lancar segala urusan pekerjaan kita.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Dino Patijalal.
Di belakang saya juga. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ambassadors, Ambassador Arto Suryo Dipuro, my good friend, and congratulations on your new post. Members of ASEAN family, friends of ASEAN, peoples of ASEAN, and all the CSOs who are here today. Welcome to the largest civil society gathering in ASEAN's history. Let's give a big hand for that. I think it is, but I stand corrected, yeah? So if there's anything in the past that was bigger, please let us know. But this is certainly a unique gathering because the stars in this conference is not leaders, officials, ministers, or diplomats, although they are all extremely important, of course. The stars in this conference are the people. People like ALMA from Timor-Leste is an organization who care for orphans. My daughter actually worked for them for almost a month. People like Ustad Ozi from Jaga Arsi Pesantren, who teach about Abrahamic peace at a time when Islamophobia and anti-Semitism is rising in many parts of the world. People like Catalyst for Change from Vietnam, who help marginalized communities. Korma from Philippines, who look after turtle conservation. Youth Lead in Thailand, who are in the business of empowering the youth. Gamlang Chai from Laos, who work on mental health awareness, and so on and so on. You can all go outside to see the booth where they display what they're doing. There's about 120 CSOs taking part in today's conference, and each of them have done incredible things for their society. And we could invite even more, but there's not enough space. The hotel says you can only have as many as 120 booths in this facility. And interestingly, when we asked them, who are your peers in Southeast Asia, right? A lot of them say, we don't have any. We work in our own silos. We don't know our peer group across the national border. They don't connect or collaborate with fellow NGOs in other ASEAN countries, and a lot of them don't really have a feel for the region and what it has to offer them. And I think this is the reality which is common in most regions of the world. And this is why we are convening this ASEAN for the People's Conference. It is an independent effort by the people, for the people. And it is an effort to connect, engage, and synergize the peoples of ASEAN. And as you just saw from the video right now, hundreds of young people work day and night with a great spirit to find out on their own who is out there in terms of ASEAN NGOs and how they can connect with them. And a lot of these young people are unpaid volunteers, right? They do this out of the benefit of their love for ASEAN. And believe it or not, through their work, they reach out to 1,300. Think about it, 1,300, 1,300 NGOs and civil society organizations throughout Southeast Asia. And the majority of these NGOs are small, underfunded, they don't even have means to travel, and they are struggling to do their work properly. Most of them do not get the validation they deserve, and in fact, most of them are not asking for validation. But what impressed me is that each of them are brimming with the fire of idealism to do good for their society. So let's give all these NGOs a big hand. You know, which is why we've come up with a theory about regionalism, right? What is that theory? In order to fix the region, yes, you have to get the politics right, the geopolitics right, and yes, you have to get the geoeconomics right, but you also have to get the geocivics right. Peace has many layers. Indonesia and Timor-Leste had a very painful separation after the referendum in 1999. But within a short time, the two sides reconciled And now Indonesia and Timor-Leste are the best of neighbors, and there's a high degree of trust between them. But what made this peace possible and durable is the reconciliation between the opposing groups at the grassroots level. So it's not enough for governments to get along. The peoples also have to get along. Governments like me and Pak Marty always stress the importance of strategic trust and the danger of trust deficit. Well, strategic trust at the top cannot be sustainable if there are mistrust among the peoples. And indeed, civil societies have a very strategic place in the world order. You know, the UN Charter, imagine a world order where all nation states work together in peace and engage in cooperation. But the UN Charter also states it's not just nation states, but civil societies and citizens must live in freedom, social progress, and dignity. And indeed, the UN Charter, as well as the ASEAN Charter, all begin with the words, "We the peoples." So as we see today the world order unraveling and heading in the wrong direction, where rules and international law are being trampled, guess what? It is civil societies that are keeping the world sane by being conscientious and actively reminding us about what is right and what is wrong. I mean, we can see this in the crisis in Gaza, where despite the government position, it is the civil societies in the United States, in Europe, in Canada, in Africa, in Latin America, in Japan, many other places, including in Southeast Asia, civil societies have risen loudly to defend human rights, uphold humanity, and provide the necessary moral compass to respond to the horrific genocide that, according to the UN Commission, is being committed by Israel. So here too, in Indonesia, in 1998, we had a political crisis, right? And we had instability to the degree that there were 4 presidents in 3 years between 1997 and 2000. We had President Suharto, President Habibie, President Gus Dur, and then President Megawati. Things were very unstable, right? But what kept Indonesia from self-destruction, from breaking apart, from implosion, and from becoming a failed state? You know what it is? Civil society. Good, solid civil society who kept their faith in democracy and kept insisting on reform and provided the necessary leadership, grassroots leadership, when called for. So civil society, the people in any country, any political system, any region is the key to peace, progress, and prosperity. And you know, in the last decade or so, ASEAN has been seized with the notion of ASEAN centrality and ASEAN unity. And of course, these two things will always be critical to ASEAN's future in a transitioning world order. But make no mistake, the next milestone for ASEAN is about how to become a genuine, solid, and resilient ASEAN community anchored on the people. It is about grassrooting ASEAN. In Southeast Asia, peoples are like a vast, deep ocean yet to be discovered. It's so diverse, so full of potentials, so much goodwill, and yet so delicate with a lot of sensitivities. You know, Indonesia alone has 600,000 CSOs, yeah, according to a government figure. Vietnam is said to have 70,000 issue-based organizations. They don't call it civil society organizations. The Philippines has 310 CSOs per 100,000 people, the highest per capita in Southeast Asia. And Malaysia is next with 270 CSOs per 100,000 people. So celebrating ASEAN is not just about celebrating diversity. It is about celebrating creativity and encouraging connectivity. The people, as the theme of this conference suggests, the people is ASEAN's greatest resource. You know, in the course of preparing for this conference, we have made some discoveries, interesting discoveries. One, while people may know about ASEAN, very few know about ASEAN community. Knowing about ASEAN and believing in ASEAN community are two different things. And there's a long way to go before we can reach a point where most citizens of 600 million people in Southeast Asia believe in the notion of ASEAN community. And that is by far our biggest homework today and for the future. We also found that different governments in Southeast Asia have nuanced understanding about people-centered community. We also found that different governments in Southeast Asia relate to civil societies differently. They have their own ways and they have their own terms. So achieving people-centered community is a lot more complex task than we would think. Getting our citizens to believe in ASEAN will not happen naturally, organically. It will not happen by itself. It will require political will, it will require plan, it will require strategy, it will require resources, it will require efforts, and it will require consistency. And most of all, it will require both top-down as well as ground-up approach, just like we're doing here at the ASEAN for the People's Conference. So what lies ahead? We envision this conference, ASEAN for the People's Conference, to become a routine flagship event for people-centered ASEAN community. Inshallah, bisa. And to become a constructive partner for ASEAN governments and dialogue partners. We envision that civil society organizations can be independent drivers of ASEAN community. So not just governments in a top-bottom approach, but civil societies themselves in a ground-up approach. We envision creating a large, independent database of ASEAN CSOs that would allow them to connect with one another and possibly work together based on mutual benefit and goodwill for the benefit of our region. And we envision having people-driven ASEAN Week at the location of every summit annually. And don't tell us it can't be done, because as you can see, this is all done by the people with their own efforts. And most of all, we envision a region where the peoples have full ownership of ASEAN community, where they know, respect, and love ASEAN because ASEAN work for them. You know, the ASEAN community that we're building is by far our best asset for a peaceful and vibrant Southeast Asia. And we all have to be grateful that in a turbulent world where there is war in Europe, where there's war in Africa, where there's war in the Middle East, ASEAN is largely at peace. And it is a hard-earned peace and the result of a robust regionalism long in the making. You know, political scientists point out that the idea of nations, of regionalism, you know, these are called imagined communities. These are abstract political and psychological expressions. They exist in the minds of men and women. And, you know, I'm a political scientist, so I get that. But knowing that, that means that we have to make sure that ASEAN exists in the minds of the peoples who live in Southeast Asia. We must make sure that our respective nationalism, and we're all nationalists, we all love our countries, we must make sure that our nationalism and our regionalism go together, because this is the best pathway for the future. I see a future when citizens of Southeast Asia hear the word ASEAN, they will automatically, oh, that's our market, that's our consumer, that's our customer, that's our investor, that's our business partner. I see a future when citizens of Southeast Asia hear the words ASEAN, they will say, that's my home, that's my neighborhood, that's my safe place in a crazy world. And I see a future when citizens of Southeast Asia hear the word ASEAN, they all will say, that's my family. So let us build the ASEAN community, a genuine people-centered ASEAN community from the top down, but most importantly for us, from the ground up. I thank you.
Once again, give your applause to Dr. Dino Patijalal, founder and chairman of FPCI. Once again, we thank you, Pak Dino, for the welcoming and opening remarks for today's conference. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, for our next agenda, we have the honor to listen to an address by the Secretary General of ASEAN, Dr. Kao Kim Horn. Please give a round of applause.
I see Dr. Dino Patijalal, founder of the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all. Somewhere in ASEAN right now, a young coder in Manila is building the next big app. A farmer in the Mekong Delta is using digital tools to increase yields. A teacher in Jakarta is preparing students for jobs that don't yet exist. Across our region, in cities, villages, and communities, people are shaping the future. This is ASEAN's greatest resource, its people. From the Bangkok Declaration of 1967, through the ASEAN Community Vision 2025, and now toward ASEAN 2045, our shared future, one principle, one conviction has remained constant. Our peoples must be the foundation of our cooperation and everything we do. At the outset, I wish to commend the foreign policy community of Indonesia, FPCI, under the able leadership of Dr. Dino Patijalal, for convening this valuable conference. It is a privilege to be in the presence of leaders and representatives of civil society from across the region, because your voices, your ideas, your aspirations, your critiques make ASEAN real. This conference is not only timely, it is essential and relevant. We live in a period of profound transition and transformation. Great power rivalry has resurfaced. The global economy faces headwinds, and climate change is reshaping our societies. Yet even amid these uncertainties, ASEAN has endured, and it has endured because of its peoples. Almost 700 million strong, diverse in culture, language, and belief, yet bound by creativity, resilience, and energy. To harness this resource fully is both our greatest opportunity as well as our greatest responsibility. For almost 6 decades, ASEAN has been about keeping and promoting the peace, sustained economic growth, and building shared identity and prosperity. But today, more than ever, it must also be about empowering our citizens to shape their own future dynamically. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, why are our peoples ASEAN's most valuable resource? First, because they are the foundation of everything we do. No matter how ambitious our roadmaps or how lofty our declarations, ASEAN succeeds only if our peoples feel secure, prosper, and see their lives improving. Second, because they are the drivers of innovation. From bustling capitals to rural villages, it is farmers, workers, teachers, entrepreneurs, activists, and especially our youth who fuels ASEAN's dynamism. Third, because they embody ASEAN's diversity, hundreds of ethnicities, belief systems, and traditions, woven into a fabric of unity in diversity. That capacity to thrive together, despite differences, is what makes ASEAN resilient in an uncertain world. In short, our people are both the means and the end of ASEAN's project. ASEAN exists for them and with them. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the heart of ASEAN is its peoples. And to see this more clearly, let us look at ASEAN's 3 community pillars: political security, economic, and social cultural, and ASEAN connectivity as living commitments to improve lives. These are sometimes described in policy language, but let us look at them through the eyes of our peoples. Peace is the most fundamental requirement. Without it, there can be no opportunity, no prosperity, no future. Since 1967, ASEAN has prevented major conflict in our region. This is not a small achievement in a world where geopolitical fault lines are deepening. ASEAN has done so by upholding dialogue, diplomacy, consensus, and nonviolence as guiding principles. Because of ASEAN, generations have grown up without war among member states. The Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia, TSC, the ASEAN Regional Forum, AOF, the East Asia Summit, EAS. These mechanisms may seem technical, but they safeguard the lived reality of stability that millions depend on. But today, security is more than the absence of conflict. Our peoples face new threats: cyber attacks that endanger businesses and privacy, violent extremism that preys on the vulnerable, trafficking and piracy that undermine safety, and climate-related disasters that displace people and communities. This is why the ASEAN political security community is so important. It expands our definition of security to include disaster resilience, counterterrorism, and cooperation on cyber and maritime safety. It recognizes that the measure of peace is not just stability among states, but safety in the lives of ordinary citizens throughout the region. Peace is not abstract. Peace, a parent sending children to school without fear. Peace is a shopkeeping opening for business knowing the streets are safe. Peace is digital space where young people can innovate without threat. This is what our people expect and deserve from ASEAN. The ASEAN Economic Community. ASEAN today is the 3rd largest trading bloc and the 5th largest economy in the world, and is projected to be the 4th largest by 2030. But growth alone is not enough. The real question is, do our peoples feel it in their daily lives. The AAC was built to create a single market and production base to open doors for trade and investment. However, economic integration is not about trade, tariffs, or treaties alone. It is about livelihoods. It is about the micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, that make up 97% of businesses in ASEAN, many of them family-run. Their success translates directly into household prosperity. The AEC, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, and our digital economy agreements are not ends in themselves. They are tools to ensure that our people, workers, entrepreneurs, teachers, and innovators can access opportunities and thrive. The ASEAN social cultural community. This is where ASEAN's heart beats most visibly and lives in the daily rhythms of our people. When the Filipino band plays in Bangkok or a Thai movie screens in Hanoi, ASEAN lives in culture. When a Cambodian student studies in Singapore or allow entrepreneurial partners with a Malaysian counterpart, ASEAN grows in empathy and solidarity. This is why the ASEAN social cultural community matters. It strengthens civil society, promotes cultural exchange, champions sustainable development, builds bonds of friendship, and bridges the communities across borders within ASEAN. It recognizes that integration is not just about markets and institutions, but about identity, solidarity, and pride in belonging to ASEAN. The social cultural pillar is the human face and the heart of ASEAN. It is where policy meets people and where the motto, one vision, one identity, one community, becomes a reality. Or as in the disaster management sector, it is known as one ASEAN, one response. Connectivity is often spoken of in terms of infrastructure, roads, railroads, ports, and cables. But behind every road is a trader who can now bring her goods to market. Behind every undersea cable is a student accessing online learning. Behind every new airport link is a family reuniting across borders. Connectivity is about people. The Master Plan on ASEAN Connectivity 2025 and its successor are not just technical roadmaps. They are human stories of aspirations and connections. Our peoples are not passive beneficiaries of ASEAN's work. They are active participants, contributors, and partners. From the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, AICHA, to the ASEAN Commission on the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Women and Children, ACWC, to initiatives like the ASEAN Center for Public Health Emergencies and Emerging Diseases, ACFE. These institutions matter because they speak to our people's needs, rights, interests, and priorities. Civil society, too, has been essential in expanding ASEAN's people-centered focus. ASEAN has long supported people-centric platforms, conferences, fora, research networks, youth competitions, and today's conference adds another vibrant space for bottom-up engagement. Our people's voices, from farmers and fish folks to climate activists, academics, and youth, must continue to participate, contribute, and guide us toward ASEAN 2045. As we gather here, we are reminded of a fundamental truth. ASEAN is for the peoples, and ASEAN belongs to the peoples. Our community will thrive only if it is also built up from the ground through active participation in those it serves. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if ASEAN's peoples are its greatest resource and asset, then its use are the most dynamic expression of that resource, not liability. 1 in 3 ASEAN citizens is under 35, over 220 million young people. By 2038, ASEAN's youth population will peak, offering a real demographic dividend and strength. But this dividend is not automatic. It depends on whether we invest in education, digital skills, real capacities, and meaningful participation. Youth are already driving change. Across the region, they are building startups, pioneering technologies, running social enterprises, and leading campaigns for climate action for the present and future generations. They are innovators in cities and change makers in rural communities. This is why initiatives such as the ASEAN Work Plan on Youth 2021-2025 and ASEAN Youth Development Index are critical. They give voice to youth aspirations, measure progress, and create platforms for their leadership. Digital literacy is essential, is especially crucial. In a world shaped by artificial intelligence, robotics, and green technologies, our youth must be equipped with future-ready skills with positive and constructive mindsets. If not, the digital divide could become a new line of exclusion. Our youth are not just beneficiaries of development. They are shapers of it. They are not only tomorrow's leaders, they are leaders of today. Our duty is to give them the necessary tools, the essential platforms, the real opportunities, and the reservoir trust to lead boldly and responsibly. We must ask ourselves, what world will today's 15 years old inherit in 2045? When ASEAN turns 78, will she inherit megacities connected with thriving green jobs? Or will she inherit a world ravaged by climate change, fractured by rivalry, and defined by inequality? The answer depends entirely on what we do today, with clarity, with courage, and with strong commitment. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead, the question is this: how do we ensure that ASEAN's greatest resource, its people, will continue to thrive sustainably? At the 46th ASEAN Summit, our leaders adopted ASEAN 2045, our shared future, and its strategic plans. This is not just another vision statement. It's a long-term roadmap for the next 2 decades, charting a path towards a resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN. And let us remember, by 2045, today's youth will be tomorrow's leaders. The students in our classrooms today will be the innovators, policymakers, thought leaders, and change makers of ASEAN tomorrow. ASEAN 2045 was shaped not by governments alone, but through broad consultation with many stakeholders, including civil society, youth groups, business leaders, and academics. This participatory process ensures that the roadmap reflects the aspirations of Southeast Asians at all levels. Its vision is enduring peace and inclusive prosperity. It imagines a Southeast Asia where citizens feel peaceful, secure, skilled, connected, and proud to belong. But let us picture it more vividly. Imagine ASEAN in 2045, children in rural Myanmar receiving world-class education online. Farmers in Lapedia are selling produce through digital marketplace to consumers across the region. Renewable energy powering our cities with ASEAN a leader in green technologies. And the use of today, the coders, farmers, teachers I spoke of earlier, sitting as the region's leaders, innovators, thought leaders, and change makers. This is not fantasy. It is within reach. It is possible. It is real. But only if we anchor ASEAN's journey in the living experiences, needs, priorities, and dreams of its peoples. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN story has always been about its people. In 1967, 5 countries came together with a simple belief that cooperation was better than conflict. Collaboration was better than confrontation. That belief has now united 10 nations, soon 11. It has built a culture of dialogue, habit of consultation, mechanism of cooperation, and the spirit of consensus. But its true achievement is that it has allowed our people to live, to learn, to work, to cooperate, and to dream in peace. Now, as we look ahead, our challenge is not only to preserve what has been built, but to deepen it, to make ASEAN not just a region of governments, but a true community of its peoples, to move from policy dialogue to live reality. So let us remember, if we nurture and invest in our peoples, ASEAN will thrive and be peaceful and prosperous. If we empower our youth, ASEAN will endure and be strong. If we unite our diversity, ASEAN will shine. Because ASEAN's greatest resource, its peoples, are the heart of our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sekjen Kao, for the remarks and, of course, the address. And now, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a very special part of the ASEAN for the People's Conference, which is the ASEAN People's Aspirations Session. And this is the heart of AFPC, a session where we bring together and we bring forward the voices, the hopes, and of course the dreams of the people of all 11 countries of Southeast Asia. So without further ado, allow me to invite the first presenter of the ASEAN People's Aspirations. Please give a round of applause.
Good morning. I'm Moon. I lead Asia Pacific Public Policy for Tools for Humanity, a Silicon Valley company founded by the 2 of the world's top 100 AI leaders, Sam Altman and Alex Blania. So why are we here at this conference today? To talk about society, to talk about technology, to talk about the future. But I come just with one message, only one message. The future of ASEAN is us. The future of ASEAN is the real people, real humans. My aspiration for ASEAN is a region that is digitally smart, where technology strengthens trust, protects privacy, and empowers people. As technology grows more powerful with artificial intelligence, our contribution in Tools for Humanity is developing technology that reflects this belief. Proof of human, privacy protected, and people first. More than half of ASEAN's 680 million citizens are under 35. The youngest digital population on Earth, and I can see a lot of faces here today. This is not just an advantage. This is our greatest strength in ASEAN. But strength without voice is fragile, and a future without people's voices is no future at all. So when trust is strong, innovation soars. When people are empowered, nations rise. And when ASEAN leads, the world takes notice. Let's now listen to the voices of ASEAN's own peoples, their hopes, their concerns, and their dreams for our region. 11 voices from 11 nations, sharing the aspirations of the peoples of ASEAN.
We, the people of Asian, as representative of Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, and the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and Timor-Leste. We come together here, believing our voices will guide the future of our region.
We want ASEAN to be an open and caring society where it places its peoples at the heart of its commitment, ensuring policy truly serve the needs of its people and engage in a meaningful people participation in the process.
We implore ASEAN to promote good governance, protect human security, and uphold justice as well as rule of law.
We hope ASEAN remain a region of peace, stability, and shared security. We count on ASEAN to ensure affordable, accessible healthcare and to strengthen regional cooperation in responding to health challenges and future pandemics.
We urge ASEAN to take bold actions to confront climate change and safeguard our environment.
We desire ASEAN to pursue inclusive and sustainable development that leaves no one behind.
We wish ASEAN to advance equality and empower women, youth, and marginalized communities.
We expect ASEAN to protect migrant workers' rights and ensure fair labor practices.
We envision the ASEAN will expand the access to quality of education and bridge the digital divide.
We believe that the ASEAN identity, both inherently and constructively, is not far from reality. And we entrust ASEAN to strengthen its community through deeper people-to-people connectivity.
And lastly, we dream of ASEAN to stand with its people, for its people, and by its people.
Once again, let's give a big round of applause to our presenters representing all Southeast Asian countries. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN People's Aspirations. Please give another round of applause. And of course, we have heard the voices of the youth of ASEAN. And I would like to also hear who are with us today, representing all 11 nations of Southeast Asia. Can I hear the voices or the claps from those of you traveling to Jakarta from Brunei? There you go. And what about from Cambodia? Louder, please. There are people out there from Cambodia. And of course, Indonesia. I'm reading this in alphabetical order, ladies and gentlemen. And then from Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Timor-Leste, All right, and now give a big round of applause for ASEAN for Southeast Asia. What a wonderful, of course, experience for us to gather here today to hear the voices and, of course, to voice our aspirations and hope for a better Southeast Asia. But nevertheless, once again, we'd like to invite each and every one of you to share your moments to everyone who is not able to come here, but to be able to voice it on our platforms on social media, from the ASEAN for the People's Conference events, and of course, the activities that we'll be joining in for these next 2 days. You can upload them on our social media on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and of course, Facebook, using the hashtag AFPC 2025. And also don't forget to tag at FPC Indo, and of course, at ASEAN for the Peoples. So who is ready here to join in for all the conference and of course the plenary session? Can I hear a round of applause? Yes, and of course we'll be joining in for our first discussion or plenary session this morning. But not only that, we have a wide range of activities and of course agenda. So don't forget to check our website for the whole and of course the complete guide as well. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on and begin our first plenary session of the conference titled Past, Present, and Future, Building ASEAN from the Ground Up. Please give a round of applause, yes? As we are to begin our first session, of course, a wonderful and of course insightful discussion. So without further ado, to begin and of course to lead the discussion, I would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Renata Komovadin, News Director at The Standard, to come up onto the stage. Please give a round of applause.
Selamat datang. สวัสดีค่ะ Very good morning to distinguished guests and everyone joining us. I'm so pleased to be in very upbeat atmosphere today at this conference. And before I begin, I'd like to just introduce, because today is about ASEAN and it's all about ASEAN people. We are 667 million citizens of this region. And today's conference is the ASEAN for People Conference, the first of its kind to amplify the voices of ASEAN. But through many decades, the diplomacy has begun and it's all about ASEAN. But the real promise of ASEAN and people identity, it's still in the question because the vast majority of ASEAN hasn't embraced through ASEAN identity. And the promise made in 2015 of people-centered community is still the reality that it's in question. And nowadays, we are facing so many tough situations like geopolitics, rivalry of superpower, economic uncertainty. And internally, ASEAN is also facing crises like Myanmar and the South China Sea. And how we would deal with all the situation. And that's the center of our discussion today, in which how could we tackle all the situation, but to remain the true sense of ASEAN identity, having people at the center of the community. So today, our panel discussion, I would like to invite our panelists to be joining me on the stage. The first one, Your Excellency Dr. Marty Natalegawa, author of Does ASEAN Matter? A View from Within. He was former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. Please have a seat. And today we will hear his evaluation of honest assessment of people-centered ASEAN. Next, Datuk Professor Dr. Mohit Faiz Abdullah, Chairman of the Institute of Strategic International Studies, ISIS, Malaysia. Next, I'd like to invite Kun Pitha Limjaran-Rat, visiting fellow of Harvard Kennedy School, member of the Parliament. He will be representative of Young Voice today and to show how the power of youth can empower ASEAN. Last but not least, I'd like to invite Dr. William Sabanda, Special Envoy of the Secretary General of ASEAN. He was very active in helping Myanmar during 2009 to 2011. Hi, Dr. Sabanda. Thank you very much. It's very honored for me to guide this, moderate and to guide this discussion. Let me begin with Dr. Natalegawa, because you were a renowned career diplomat. You were Foreign Minister of Indonesia. You have so abundant experience. And from the journey of ASEAN, ASEAN has been praised in terms of contribution to peace and stability in the region. But on the other hand, what's your assessment of big wins of ASEAN? Is that for diplomats or for the people? And to what extent people really take part in that journey of ASEAN?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed for having me in this forum. And of course to Padino, we are always in awe with all your initiatives and your important contributions. I'm fortunate in a way in speaking after listening to Padino's remarks as well as that of the Secretary General, because much of what I had wanted to say had been said. Suffice perhaps to say that the first point is that indeed ASEAN has made tremendous contribution without doubt in terms of creating peace among the Southeast Asian countries, in terms of securing for Southeast Asia a better place within the wider geopolitical context, and not least of all in terms of the economic transformation that ASEAN has enabled our region to enjoy. You need only to look and compare the fate of Southeast Asia with ASEAN, for instance, to other sub-regions in the world. Northeast Asia, for instance, despite its tremendous wealth and growth, at the same time, because it lacks any regional process, we are still seeing trust deficit and tensions and real prospect of open conflict in contrast to Southeast Asia. The question, I think, is what of the people? Because the Secretary General has been very consistent and Padino has been very eloquent in underscoring is the people dimension that we need to try to secure and ensure. And I must say that in terms of rhetorics, in terms of official statements, there's certainly been no lack of acknowledgement of the importance of the people dimension in ASEAN. And as Secretary General has said, all the goals and achievements that ASEAN has made have been of tremendous impact to its people. But I do feel that there is still room for more enhanced sense of ownership and participation of the peoples of ASEAN in the ASEAN project. I mean, how do you, normally when we talk about ASEAN centrality, we speak of centrality as being a geopolitical issue. How ASEAN can maintain its relevance or navigate geopolitical push and pull. But in my view, that ultimately, centrality is about ASEAN's relevance to its own peoples in terms of impact. To what extent the existence of ASEAN has made an impact on the daily lives of its ordinary citizens. But not least of all, I think, in terms of participation. To what extent the modalities, the institutions, and the working methods of ASEAN has been sufficiently open and democratic to allow for the participation of the people. And I think this conference will be extremely important in informing us where the areas of enhanced engagement with the people can take place. In other words, therefore, yes, we have made great strides, made important achievements, but I think the time has come for a bit more focus, a bit more purposeful engagement of the people in the process. And this is something that cannot be legislated. It can't simply occur because of the adoption of some documents, visions, or declarations. It is a process of nurturing and engagement to ensure that we are fit for purpose, an ASEAN that is truly people-centered. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Natalie Gawa. Datuk Abdullah, you have been familiar, like top strategists of ASEAN, you've been familiar with the structure of ASEAN in terms of having meetings, forums, declarations. I myself, as a journalist, have to cover meetings of ASEAN, a series of it, like hundreds in each year. But is that truly a real channel of communications between ASEAN and people, especially civil society? What should be to improve communication between ASEAN governments and the civil society?
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I have really prepared a set answer. But the moment I stepped into the hall and I could feel the vibes of the youth, I realized that the answers that I prepared would not be suitable for the kind of samangat and the spirit that we have here. So I'd like to thank Pak Dino, really Shabas, Tanya, fantastic job you have done. I want to specifically mention, Pak Dino mentioned about what at the end of the day, when we are traveling from one place to another within ASEAN, do we identify as Malaysia, Singapore, Myanmar, Indonesian, or we identify as ASEAN? I think when that comes, your dream, our dream will be realized. I'm pretty sure about that. So that partly answers your question about, we have all the institutions, we have the entities. I think all of us who are familiar in the game know that the entities are there. But what is really lacking is the spirit. If the spirit is there, then the rest will fill in. The logistics is there, we are capable. Within ASEAN, you know, we are already number 5, going to be number 4 very soon, the biggest, very soon number 3 even, economic bloc. The GDP is there collectively. So there is no reason why, as an entity, as a group, ASEAN should be at the main table with the rest of the superpowers. And this is where our test is. I believe that if this goes on, and I think your message should be carried right, not just here. Of course, Indonesia has what we call the critical mass. You've got exponential growth, you've got the numbers. When you hit the right button, it spreads. So I think this is the kind of formula that we need to multiply back in the Philippines, back in Malaysia, back in other places. So my simple answer to that question is this. We have the East Asia Summit, huge. We have, in fact, so many CSOs. We have, of course, I myself am a so-called, quote-unquote, eminent member of the ASEAN Regional Forum. But that's not good enough, because we are going there and speaking a very bureaucratic, formal language. That should not be the language of ASEAN. And I'm not talking about linguistic issue. I'm talking about the tone and the spirit of what we say. So I think I won't be doing justice if I were to go on naming the particular areas. But my answer to you is this. If we have this kind of spirit with the existing logistics and the entities we have, we will be able to get this communication that you're referring to right across. And that is a message I would like to convey following from an event like this. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Datuk Abdullah. Kun Pitha, you are representative of Young Voice of ASEAN. You are a member of the Parliament of Thailand. And I can see here that young people in Indonesia know you a lot. They come to ask to take photo with you. But for ASEAN, especially young people, probably ASEAN appear as old-fashioned club still. So what would you reckon as a young voice? What should be one or two simple steps of ASEAN to be, hey, for young people that ASEAN is finally okay for us?
2 steps. One is relevancy. Second is credibility. To build up on Pak Dino's presentation on centrality and unity. That's our past achievement. But going forward, relevancy and credibility of ASEAN is the most important thing that you can connect with the disconnected youth and the perception of elite-driven ASEAN. When I won the election, when I won the election back in 2023, 2023 was the year that a lot of ASEAN leaders started to become young. Lee Hsien Loong becomes Lawrence Wong, Duterte becomes Marcos, and things like that. So we became young in 2023. I was sitting in a room with a foreign policy advocate, Fuwadi Pitsuwan, which is the son of the late section of ASEAN. I was asking him, what's the ASEAN quick wins? If I were the prime minister, and if I were to meet Lawrence Wong and Marcos and President Prabowo and things like that, the 5 founding members of ASEAN, let's come up with ASEAN quick wins that are highly relevant to the youth and comparatively low resistance. I came up with 3. What keeps ASEAN youth awake at night? That is common throughout the 10 countries. 1, Clean Air Accord. The transboundary haze that affects majority of the countries in ASEAN. Yes, some relatively resistance from agricultural companies, but if we work with them, the quality of the air in Jakarta, in Bangkok, and things like that. In Singapore, they have their own Clean Air Act. In Thailand, we're about to pass a Clean Air Act. But if it's from our neighboring countries burning agricultural crops, there's no boundary for clean air, right? Second, cybersecurity, how to combat scam operation. It affects you in Singapore, in Brunei, in Bangkok, in Jakarta, and that's something that it's an institutional quick win, an ASEAN quick win for us. And third is task force on Coast Guard maritime, something that we stick together in times of when the hedging space is shrinking, but the rising friction in maritime is happening in various countries. These are the quick wins that you turn communique into concrete actions, and then you become relevant again. Credibility, the second thing. Maybe it's time that we turn the 5-point consensus into a 5-year roadmap on the situation in Myanmar, showing that we understand humanitarian without interfering in sovereignty of another country. Time to reform the secretariat with the budget, with the mandate that is more than what it has been in the past. Because we want to be able to see ASEAN in the next 60 years as centrality, unity, relevancy, and credibility. And that's when ASEAN matters to the youth.
Thank you, Khun Pitha. That's 5 points of relevancy of ASEAN to the youth. Let me move on to Dr. Sabanda. Dr. Sabanda, you worked quite hard, especially during Cyclone Nargis, the aftermath of it in 2009 to 2011 for 2 years. And you must be very involved with how civil society contribution to disaster or to the problem of ASEAN. But from your observation, what is the key missing link between ASEAN and people? And how should ASEAN do more in order to reach out to frontline people?
Thank you. The key missing link is actually the people of ASEAN. the people is still the narrative in the ASEAN dialogue today. ASEAN is still very much intergovernmental institution. It's a state-first institution. And number one, what is need to be done is actually the transformation of ASEAN. If ASEAN wants to be a truly people center, the first things needs to be done is a transformation of ASEAN. And I appreciate Pak Dino because this is the beginning, but I think this is just the start of the long process of accommodating the institution of people in the institution of ASEAN. So ASEAN really need a transformations. There should be a permanent mechanism in ASEAN to accommodate the people voices. So what needs to be done is actually if in every ASEAN meeting, ASEAN summit, there is a mechanisms to accommodate the voices of ASEAN people, and then that is actually the beginning of bringing ASEAN close to the people. The second one, and this is I traveled from Singapore yesterday. I changed my I need the local currency, and I buy Singaporean dollars, and I realized I lose 100,000 rupiahs by transactions through the ATM in Singapore. It's 8 Singaporean dollar. The transaction cost in ASEAN is very high. And this is actually, if you want to bring ASEAN close to the people, you really needs to reduce the transaction cost among the people of ASEAN. We transaction between ASEAN and the United States. It's cheaper than we transact between among ASEAN countries. And this is I think the breakthrough that ASEAN can do. If the currency system, the digital payment systems, this is 90% of people of ASEAN are actually using internet. How many of you in the building now is using smartphone? I think all of us using smartphone. And the very simple thing is actually with the QR code here, now is ASEAN is facilitating. If I can use my rupiah, do the payment system in Thailand, in baht, and then you can actually reduce the transaction cost. And this is for me is a quick win. If ASEAN want to do real ASEAN people, do the transaction cost very simple, very easy by do interoperability in the digital payment system. Number 3, you can only do this if you have a strong ASEAN secretariat. We pay with our tax. It's very expensive things, ASEAN secretariat, but they are doing administrative work. ASEAN Secretary General needs to be the CEO of ASEAN. They operate ASEAN. They control the program of ASEAN and make ASEAN effective. How ASEAN can really translate the program to make ASEAN people is reality. So this is the transformation, institutional transformation, organizational transformation, and economy people transformation. Those 3 things.
Thank you, Dr. Sabanda. Oh, I just see the note that I have to start Q&A session, but I just have a series of questions that I like to ask you. But we can begin with our Q&A session now. If anyone would like to ask question, please introduce your name and affiliation. Who would like to go first? I see the hands up. Yeah. Can the staff take the microphone? Okay, I'll open up this floor for this question, and then I'll get back to the second round of discussion. Who would like to ask a question, please come to the microphone. Yes. See a long queue of questions here. Yes, one person, one panelist for one question, please, because our time is limited.
Thank you very much. I am Andreas from Manado, North Sulawesi. My question is regarding, I want to ask the panelists, what are their views of a shared currency in ASEAN to improve economy, like euro in Europe? So what do you think about the shared currency in ASEAN? Thank you.
This question is for any panelist?
Any panelist?
Every panelist?
Maybe Mr. Sabandar, because he mentioned about digital payments. So I want to ask about what you think about a shared currency in ASEAN, similar to the euro in Europe. Thank you.
Okay, one question for Mr. Sabandar. And the next 3 questions have to be for other panelists.
Okay, good morning, Excellencies. My question will be for Mr. Natalagawa. Okay, so let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Farhan Patomo, and I'm a final year student of International Relations in Universitas Airlangga. And I'm also now a research assistant for the Center for Strategic and Global Studies, a think tank for our department, IR department at Surabaya. And my questions will be about the future of ASEAN. So you know that the ASEAN is having a rough time right now. Like example, we see the current Trump tariffs on a lot of countries in Southeast Asia, and then the internal issues in Southeast Asia, like example, the Myanmar conflict and the recent Cambodian and Thailand border clash, and a lot of it. And even we want to mention the South China Sea is one of the problem. Do you still believe that the future of ASEAN will be bright, or would it be a kind of dark in the future? Because we saw a lot of great power rivals and others. Maybe that's it. That's it all. Thank you.
Thank you. The question for Dr. Natalagawa on the future of ASEAN. Third one, please.
It's my turn. I'm so sorry. I thought nobody was at the microphone, so I thought I'd ask a question. I want to ask a question of Kunpita. The question is whether we need an ASEAN parliament or a young person's parliament, say below 35. There is, of course, an ASEAN interparliamentary organization, but there's no direct election for parliaments of ASEAN compared to, say, Europe. And the young voice, there's no permanent forum for it, except, of course, this wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tay. And one last question for Datuk Abdullah, please. Yes.
Hello, my name is Joel Christoph. I'm a fellow at Area and Harvard Kennedy School. My question is your advice. So for young people that want to measure the success in building ASEAN from the ground up, what should young people be paying attention to? How do we measure success?
Okay, thank you for this round of questions. So let's begin with Dr. Sabandar in terms of shared currency of ASEAN.
I disagree with ASEAN having a single currency like euro. And it's a problem in Euro at the moment. ASEAN, and this is the way ASEAN is doing right now, it's a correct one, by recognizing the dignity of every country, of every single currency. And the QR system mechanism that's being introduced is actually, it's a very simple cross-border transactions that can be developed. If, in my case, like I mentioned, I pull the money from the ATM, the transaction cost is 8%. By QR, you can actually bring down the transaction cost to 0.5%. And that's make the transaction across people. In Indonesia, for example, you use the QR code, it's actually empowering 66 million MSMEs. They use it, and this is a very simple transaction used by the people. Now you see the the Singaporean tourists go to the Thailand, they can use the QR transaction easily to transact the economy. And this is the way how the ASEAN currency ecosystem needs to be paid, using the QR system, using the digital payment ecosystem, And this is really empower all sectors economy. You can actually bring tourism up, you can bring SMEC up, and this is the way I see, through people economy, you can bring down ASEAN to the people. So this is the way ASEAN needs to develop. I will advocate ASEAN economy through the digital ecosystem payment system across ASEAN.
Thank you, Dr. Sabandra. Dr. Natalegawa, how do you see the future of ASEAN amidst so many conflicts, many internal situations?
Well, it is quite easy for one to become somewhat pessimistic at this time, because when we look at our region within Southeast Asia, we can quite readily identify so many challenges, whether it be intra-strait between Southeast Asian countries, or whether it be within Southeast Asian countries. And then, of course, we have beyond Southeast Asia problems, the South China Sea, the geopolitical push and pull. In other words, it's quite, one can readily identify problems. But at the same time, I am of sufficient vintage in terms of ASEAN to recall that obituary on ASEAN has been written many, many times before. There have been many occasions in the past when analysts and even ourselves, we question whether ASEAN can continue, and voices and expression of pessimism predominate. But almost on each of those occasions, ASEAN proven the doubters wrong. We managed to transform and reinvent ourselves. And I believe the current juncture is equally the case. It is not impossible for ASEAN to overcome and to emerge stronger from the current issues, challenges. Because some of the most productive and transformative period of ASEAN's development has been precisely when we encounter problems. ASEAN financial crisis, 1998, the political implosions in many of our countries, for instance, they were the propellant for ASEAN transformation. But it requires, first and foremost, I think, a recognition by ourselves that we are at a key juncture, that we cannot be business as usual, that we are not in denial, as if everything is rosy, and then we just go on in our regular routine fashion. We need to be brutally honest in identifying our shortcomings and identifying solutions for the future. And in this room full of young people, it is for them, most of all, to be able to assert their voice and to claim their relevance. But again, as I said, we have had such moments before in the past, and I'm not pessimistic that we can once again emerge stronger as a result of the current, in the face of the current situation. And perhaps just very quickly, because it relates very much to the last question, how we measure success, looking from the ground up. I think basically process and outcome. I think success, people-centered ASEAN, one measurement of success would be participation. To what extent are the modalities of ASEAN enabling young people and the people of ASEAN to take part in the decision making? And the second is in terms of impact. To what extent ASEAN policies make a difference to the ordinary citizens in ASEAN countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Datuk Kunpita, your question about what's the possibility of having ASEAN Parliament?
I think I can take two questions at the same time that is related to youth. To your question, sir, yes and no. And I'm not being a politician here, I'm being Singaporean, I'm being pragmatic. Yes, if substance over form. no form over substance. So when I was inside the parliament, there's 3 forms, 3 assemblies that you can participate. One is called IPU, International Parliamentarian Union in Geneva. Second is IPA, is Asia-Pacific related. ASEAN Parliamentarian for Human Rights. That's on top of my head. 3 forms, 3 assemblies that you can actually, relate or talk to people from PAP or Workers' Party or from any other ASEAN countries. But I feel like if you want it to matter and deliver results with some KPI as per the gentleman's question, it has to be substance over form, meaning you really have to think about concrete steps of what you are trying to accomplish for your meeting as young parliamentarians. If it's really about being the big goal of being a responsible middle power amid the great power rivalry coming October 26 to 28, President Trump is coming to ASEAN Summit. And if you think about connectivity, if you think about environment and climate change, then quantify it. I mean, if you're talking about connectivity, and we talk about rail all the time, rail transportation as a mode of transportation for logistics and stuff like that. Per 100,000 kilometers in Europe, there's a rail coverage of 40 kilometers. That's how you measure connectivity and also the coverage. In ASEAN, it's 11. So Europe 40, ASEAN 11. So if you are parliamentarians passing laws trying to improve connectivity and transportation, make it half of Europe, make it 20 within 2045 or something like that. So if it's concrete, it's relevant, that's something that the youth will realize that being part of ASEAN has more benefit rather than the cost of being one.
Thank you. Datuk Abdullah, the question to you is how to build ASEAN from the ground up. What do you reckon?
Yes, I got it. I'm just waiting to answer that question. Just give me a moment. This is very stuffy, yeah? Yeah, it's a fantastic question. I've just been waiting for like 50 years to answer that question. I'll tell you what. I'll begin with a quote from a great song, from a great movie. Some of you might not remember. It's Romeo and Juliet. And in the song, the question is, what is a youth? Impetuous fire. What is a maid? Eyes and desire that the world has on. A rose will bloom, it then will fade. So does the youth and even the fairest maid. So I'm telling you guys, keep your youth and don't grow up. That is the first question. Of course, there are some 3 serious issues here. Having kept the youth, the second part, I think the most important is that for ASEAN, you can't and nobody else can do it better than you guys, is to talk to each other, reach out to your friends in Malaysia, in Singapore, from Indonesia, to Thailand, to Myanmar, everywhere within ASEAN. You continue this reaching out, I seriously believe that half the battle is won through all the stuff that we have. We don't have it right. Once you have it, that will be. I remember back in the 70s, I'm giving you my age now, when I was the way you are, sitting here, I would always be the first to say, you are talking too much. Let's hear what we have to say. And I think this is what you need to do. Do you agree? Yes or no? Number 3, and I think this is the most important. It is the youth that you must make sure and you keep your leaders in check. It's not just for the elections that you have to vote for them. Every month, every part of the year, every quarter, you tell your leaders, we don't think you're doing the right thing. You should do it this way, that way. We don't want to listen to your explanations. We want you to follow what we do, because youth is the prime time where you chart the course ahead of you. And that you will determine your own very future. Thank you very much.
That's quite a tall order. Don't grow up and stay as being youth. So the whole audience has to listen to you. I do apologize for my misunderstanding of the flow of the conversation. So I'd like to get back to the panelists to amplify your point in terms of solving the problems of ASEAN, especially ASEAN mechanism. So I'd like to get back to Dr. Natalegawa and Datuk Abdullah. Because talking about ASEAN, there is certain mechanism, but the problem or the situation about real engaging with civil society organization is still in question. And the registered CSOs in ASEAN, probably the number is still very tiny. So what would you reckon in terms of institutional reform of ASEAN to address and to engage more with CSOs of ASEAN? Dr. Natalegawa.
Well, I do believe that the current setup is a little bit ad hoc in nature, in the sense that occasionally on an annual basis probably there is so-called consultation, engagement with the representative of the youth, of the social CSOs, or parliamentary members as well. But I feel that the engagement, people-centered engagement, must be made more mainstream and in a way even more formal in the way that ASEAN conducts itself, so that it's not simply an afterthought or an addition to some summit gathering where there is an interaction with the youth and the peoples of ASEAN, CSOs, but all throughout the decision-making process, there must be a consistent and continuous process of engagement so that there is not a gap between what the officialdom are carrying out in relation to the expectations and the aspiration of the people. Of course, ASEAN is not a supranational organization. It is intergovernmental one. Having said that, the ASEAN Charter speaks, when the leaders sign on to the ASEAN Charter, they use the term, we the peoples, admittedly of ASEAN member states. But still, it is clear that it must be a people-centered endeavor. And institution-wise, there is plenty of room and space for further enhancement. But I do feel in a way, this is a space that the people of ASEAN themselves must try to assert. They cannot simply be passive and await the allowance by the leaders and official processes for them to engage. Because in some instances, in the case of the digital economy, for instance, or even when we have had some social internal tensions in our regions, the peoples of ASEAN have actually outpaced the official processes. They have interacted with or without any official channels or official frameworks or agreements, because nowadays the digital economy and connectivity enable them to be connected. So I think, yes, on the one hand, we can tinker and we can enhance the modality, the institutions, but at the same time, I think the peoples of ASEAN must not be remiss of the power that they have in their own hands to earn and to occupy that space. Because if we start defining people-centered processes as anything that the officials can simply bequeath or offer, then you have already an unequal type of relationship between the two. But yes, the institutional decision-making must be enhanced.
You also mentioned mainstreaming civil society. What's the mechanism, or what should be the new mechanism of ASEAN to pave the way for more engagement with civil society?
First and foremost, I would assume, if we assume nearer to a perfect world than is at the present, where the government themselves represent the peoples of their respective countries, then obviously we need to empower that process. As Pafai said earlier, the people of ASEAN, through their own respective governments, must voice their concerns and their views. And I think nothing motivates a politician in an open elected democracy than the recognition that the people expect them, expect certain standards and certain policies. So working through their respective national modalities is obviously key. And at the same time, working purposefully between the CSOs themselves to inform themselves. The point that Pa Dino earlier said, when he said about how many of these CSOs are not even aware of one another's existence, of the work that they are already undertaking. Just to connect between them will give them a sense that they are not on their own, and they can make the case. And nowadays, when I see, again, internal social, political upheavals in one of our countries, it amazes me how the citizens of the other ASEAN member states, with or without fancy declarations, they connect, they express solidarity through all the modalities that they have. This is true people power in a regional sense. That's why sometimes I'm a little bit, when I was still in office, when people talk about how we can engage the civil society, etc., I feel a little bit, there's some reticence. On the one hand, wanting to create that space, but on the other hand, wanting to avoid the impression that civil society can only be empowered with the liberty and with the agreement of governments. I think there is enough capacity amidst yourself to connect in the way that this conference is enabling. Thank you.
Thank you. Datuk Abdullah, what do you reckon in terms of institutional reform? Should it happen naturally, or should it be paved the way by government of ASEAN?
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, I wholeheartedly agree with my colleague, Pak Mati. We have had several sessions together, and I think our views are very consistent. But in addition to that, in addition to that, I think there are a few things that we should look into. I think number one, I think the key word I would like to use is, quote unquote, number one, centralize, number two, rationalize, number three, institutionalize. By centralize, I do not mean centralization of power. By centralize, I mean cohesiveness. Doing things together. Saying things together. You don't have to be uniform. You say things to reach a common objective. That is very important. That is why there's been a lot of problem, a lot of criticism about the problem with this so-called consensus. Consensus could be a bane, it could be a boon. It could be a real pain. It could be really holding things up. But at the same time, you need consensus to make sure that everyone, or at least most of the people, are happy with the decision taken and the words that are said. So that's why there's some suggestion, maybe consensus plus or minus one, or minus X, as they say. Not 100% must agree to it. Or at least more, or a super majority agrees to it, then you go by it. I think it's one of the serious problems if you were to attend ASEAN meetings. You can't come up with a clear statement because there's no 100% consensus on the statement. That holds things back. At the same time, it helps to, keep things from getting out of control. So this is number one. Cohesion in what you do, in what you say, with the view of getting the common objective. Number two, I was talking about rationalization. Seriously, I just had a meeting about 3 weeks ago with a former Secretary General, and he was telling me that those days they had like hundreds of meetings. And guess what do they have now? They're in the thousands. Something is seriously wrong there. If you cannot fix your meeting and you have to have 10, 20, you're not doing the right thing. So rationalize on that, get that act together. That is a process-driven reform. People say, you don't be too obsessed. Why are you so process-driven and not output-driven? My answer, to get your proper output, you need to get the proper process. Not an obsession, get it properly done. So that's number 2. Number 3, finally, we need great institutionalization of the things that we have. Do away with things which are not functioning. ASEAN-led mechanisms must function. We have always been saying that ASEAN is a great convener, can catch on to all the major ones in the world. But if your own mechanisms are not fulfilling the objectives they're supposed to fulfill, then you have to cut it down. Cut it down in a way that it becomes easier to manage and greater objectives will be reached. So to answer that basic question, third one requires innovation, and innovation requires youth. Basically, that's what it is. Thank you very much. Yes.
Another order from Datuk Abdullah to the youth of ASEAN. Dr. Sabanda, you involved very much in helping the situation of Myanmar after Cyclone Nargis, and you must have seen the power of people on the ground, power of civil society. But for ASEAN mechanism, how should they engage and think of civil society for the first hand rather than being afterthought after the crisis happened? What do you reckon?
There might be one model of ASEAN-led mechanisms. That time, 140,000 people died, 7.5 million people lost the opportunity. The scale of disasters is like the tsunami, the Indian Ocean tsunami. And ASEAN was pushed out of their comfort zone. There was a foreign minister meeting in Singapore and decided ASEAN to push Myanmar government to accept the openness. And this mechanism actually gives three benefits. One, open access of Myanmar to the international support coming in to help the people. The second one is facilitating the coordination among government, international community. But the third one is the most important, building trust of ASEAN across the people of ASEAN. You are in the ground. I was actually, at that time, building the office in Myanmar, the first office of ASEAN out of Jakarta. We built the 4 different local office, and ASEAN is on the ground, helping people, talk to the people. And this is, for me, is when ASEAN wants to be the people center, ASEAN needs to be on the ground. So ASEAN-led mechanism for me is ASEAN is on the ground. ASEAN needs to be creating a system, mechanism, talking directly with the people. The diplomat needs to talk directly with the people. You need to create an ASEAN center, an ASEAN people center in your own country and talk to the people, like this. I imagine if this kind of network be built in every ASEAN nations, and then allow ASEAN, allow Secretary General, allow diplomats to talk to the people, that would be a good mechanism. And that would be the good way to build trust between ASEAN, intergovernmental society, and the people. And this is, I think, the benefit that ASEAN can meet. People will know, people will put ASEAN flags. How many of you can sing ASEAN anthem? I don't think very few people in the room can sing ASEAN anthem. But if you bring flag of ASEAN in the people, then everybody can sing ASEAN anthem. So for me, it's very easy for me. If everybody in ASEAN can sing ASEAN anthem, that is ASEAN people is being created. Thank you.
That's one crucial measure to test ASEAN identity. Kun Pitha, the money is really crucial to sustain the work of civil organization. But as of now, we can see how big donors cut the budget, like the example of US aid in Thailand. What's your recommendation for the youth in working to be more having access, or for organization to provide more funding to civil society? Or how should they work to be more self-reliant, to be sustainable?
Two things I've seen, the micro and macro. Micro is that I've seen a lot of CSO in Thailand have become more efficient through technology, through a lot of use of artificial intelligence, through a lot of comparative best practices from one another. Second, macro, I'm starting to see the Asian way, the Asian human rights definition. We started to see that democracy and human rights is not just a foreign import, you know, it's a lived experience. So we are starting to see a lot coming from East Asia, Japan, South Korea, you know, Taiwan also, and also from ASEAN neighbors like Indonesia coming to Thailand and things like that, to fill up that vacuum. Because you have to understand this is Asia in the world with no rules. When other parts of the world are too divided or too distracted, Asia must step up. And that's how you manage to survive these important times. 2,700 kilometers along the border of Myanmar, 700 along with the Cambodians. So without any Western leadership during this tough time, it's a vacuum. So definitely people have to work smarter, and Asia within our own collective effort must also step up.
So it means CSO in ASEAN have to attract funding from other organizations or from funders in the region.
And also become lean themselves. You know, they also have to be a lean management of CSO. So you might have to work with half of the fund that you get. But because of the new technology that is coming up, the ability to partner with one another, so you could synergize and survive this tough time. But I understand for the fact that there are some assistance coming within the Asia, not just from the outside, because you mentioned USAID, for example. So
Okay.
a lot of people are stepping up.
Yes. Thank you very much. Our honored four speakers today, they have given us their thought, their wisdom, their experience for ASEAN mechanism to really reach out and engage more with civil society. Of course, it's the promising that we all need to work together to reach that promise of ASEAN identity. Thank you very much, Dr. Natalegawa, Datuk Abdullah, Kun Pitha, and Dr. Sabanda. Thank you very much. I'd like to return the stage to the MC.
Thank you very much, and give a round of applause as well to our moderator for moderating such a wonderful session, and of course to our panelists as well. And I kindly invite to the moderator and of course the panelists to please take a position on the center stage. For next, we will hand out a token of appreciation. Therefore, we'd like to invite onto the stage Dr. Dinopati Jalal to please present a token of appreciation for all the moderators and of course the panelists for our first session of the conference, Past, Present, and Future, Building ASEAN from the Ground Up. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists for our first session. Thank you, Dr. Marty Natalegawa, Dr. Prof. Muhammad Faiz Abdullah, Mr. Pita Limranurrat, and Dr. William Sabandar. And of course, thank you to our moderator, Dr. Nata Komovaldin, for moderating and leading such an insightful discussion. And we invite to take please a photo session, a photo opportunity first on stage. And you may hold the FPCI jacket for our first photo session. And documentation team, media, ready? 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. All right, give a round of applause once again. Thank you. And you may now return to your seats. And yes, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with the end of our first panel discussion of past, present, future, building ASEAN from the ground up, our opening plenary has come to an end. And I'd like to also inform you that, of course, the conference will not end here. We will have 17 parallel sessions in 6 different rooms throughout the whole day, with the first session starting at 1:15 p.m. And once again, for the whole our complete agenda, you may see the screen up on stage. You may take a picture for the agenda. But for the complete AFPC agenda, you may also visit ASEANforthepeoples.org. And I'd like to also inform you that aside from parallel sessions, we have more than 100 amazing CSOs from all across ASEAN showcasing the inspiring work that they are doing for their communities. So please do feel free to walk around and visit the various exhibitions, meet them, and of course have various conversations. Because of course, as mentioned before, this is all about people and of course collaboration and connection. To see the few lists of exhibitors, venue map, you may visit our website or scan the QR code once again, presented on the screen on the stage. So make sure, take this moment to wander around because AFPC once again is all about people. And not only will there be panel discussions, but there will also be a film screening by Southeast Asian filmmakers located in the Semeru room, where we'll also be handing out grab vouchers. So don't miss it. It is your chance to enjoy great films and of course win some prizes at the same time. And don't forget to share your moments, your highlights here at the ASEAN for the People's Conference on your social media, on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, or Facebook. And don't forget to use the hashtag AFPC2025 and do tag at FPC Indo and ASEAN for the Peoples. And if you have any suggestions or feedback for AFPC, please scan the QR code displayed or access bit.ly/AFPC feedback. Dan sekali lagi kepada peserta yang menggunakan alat penerjemah atau interpretation device, kami harapkan bisa dikembalikan langsung kepada tim panitia sebelum meninggalkan ruangan ballroom. And ladies and gentlemen, as we are approaching lunchtime, a quick note on meals and of course refreshments. While food and beverages will not be provided here inside the conference, but you can have plenty of options available nearby. Once again, food stalls are open at the CSO's Lounge in Kudus Hall, and there's also a food court located just across the street from Lagoon Lobby. And we'd like to also kindly remind you once again that eating and drinking are not allowed inside the ballroom, but you are most welcome to enjoy your meals and drinks outside of the ballroom, either before or after the sessions. Having that, we thank you for your attendance and of course your attention. Have a great day ahead and of course great discussions ahead at AFPC 2025.
Good day everyone, my name is Marian Kevin and I'm a project leader from ASEAN Youth Forum. And I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People Conference, AFPC. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this conference is important because in this difficult situation, in recent situation in ASEAN, in these difficult times, I believe that cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenges. And ASEAN needs their young people to be involved in the decision making, for they are the future of the ASEAN. Thank you and see you in Jakarta.
Hello everyone, my name is Olinda Cardozo. I am the Program Manager of Assistência Legal Bafeto Nolabari Organization, ALFELA, with English is Legal Assistance for Women and Children. I am pleased to representing my organization, ALFELA, to support the ASEAN People Conference that will take place in Jakarta, Indonesia during 2 days, on 6 until 7 September 2025 this year. This is the meaningful conference because civil society organizations from ASEAN countries are going to meet each other in this important conference. I believe that this ASEAN for People conference will bring us together to discussing and sharing the best practice, sharing our experience, and to find the new strategy on solving the problem, solving the challenge when we implementing program in our own country. And the most important is also to build our connection and make it a strong connection for future connection. I believe that hearing the voice from the rural area is very important. Let's meet together soon, and obrigada Barat. Thank you.
Kami adalah Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan platform media yang lengkap. Kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Universe diantaranya adalah PTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Di Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Good day, I am Assistant Professor Giancarlo M. Ramos, the Executive Director of the Association of Southeast Asia Teacher Education Network, or ASTEN, an entity associated with ASEAN. I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference, which will be held on September 6 to 7 in Jakarta, Indonesia. I believe that this conference is an important avenue as it brings together different civil society groups across Southeast Asia. I also believe that this activity will help us achieve a more people-centered ASEAN. Mabuhay and maraming salamat.
morning, Ibu Dea. My name is Bendita de Jesus Amaral, Executive Director of Association Unite Human Development, UFD, in Bocau, Timor-Leste. I am pleased to express my support to the ASEAN for the People Conference, AFPC, in Jakarta, Indonesia. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect the civil society group from across to its ASEAN region. I believe this conference will be an inspiring moment for us to continue push for the unity and diversity in our region. People must be at the head of ASEAN. Cross-border collaboration is the key to solving our shared challenge. ASEAN needs more grassroots participation. Thank you. Congratulations.
Temani waktu di sore hari. Tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini, hanya di Metro TV.
My name is Ashraf. I'm the Deputy Country Director of ASEAN Youth Advocates Network, Brunei. I'm really excited to join the AFPC, ASEAN for the People's Conference, an important initiative. I believe this is really important. Collaboration is the key to solving our shared problems. When people come together, when they share their problems, when they share their solutions, when they share their strategies, we come out feeling more invigorated, more inspired, seeing all the different ways that people overcoming their obstacles. It is really important on building a strong community and also building a resilient region. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Kalau nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget kalau nggak nambah. Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Apaan?
Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Baca tirto.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Hello, my name is Cynthia from the Public Relations Department of Bali Animal Welfare Association.
We are pleased to support the first ASEAN for the People's Conference, which will take place in Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative, bringing civil groups and societies from Southeast Asia. We believe this event will unite stakeholders and also organizations from a lot of countries, fostering shared values and bringing together solutions for the greater good. We would like to thank you everyone and Rahayu Matur Suksema.
Greetings, my name is Luis Jimenez, Director of NGO Ballroom in Timor-Leste. I'm delighted to support the ASEAN for People Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important even because to strengthen among CSO, government and development partners network. Obrigado.
Shmyutsu and greeting everyone. My name is Bun Heng. I am a representative of the Cambodian Institute for Democracy. I am very delighted and I would like to express my strong support for the ASEAN for the People Conference that will take place in Jakarta on the first week of September. I think this is the crucial platform where it connects civil society organizations across the region. So I think it's more than just a meeting. It's because it creates a chance or a platform where civil society organizations have the space to share their experience, share their common challenge, and to have a chance to express their joint solidarity and building the network so that we can work together in the future to advocate for human rights, for democracy, and other regional concern that we share together as a ASEAN. Thank you. See you in Jakarta.
Hi everyone, my name is Destia and I am the representative of the Baha'i International Community Jakarta Office, Regional Southeast Asia. I am very delighted to be part of the ASEAN for the People's Conference. It is because we could deepen our understanding of a people-centric ASEAN community to harness Southeast Asia's greatest resource. Through AFPC, I really hope we'll build and strengthen people-to-people connections, exchange ideas and experiences on what really matters to our progress as a country and regional community. And of course, to explore avenues for mutual support and collaboration. Through this space, I hope we could also disseminate lived experiences from grassroots initiatives to the relevant stakeholders. And moving on, as we strive towards the ASEAN 2045 vision, I express my excitement and hope for a future where our community prospers and thrives. We recognize the challenges ahead, and with humility, we recommit to working together, nurturing shared aspirations, and strengthening concerted actions. Let's foster the spirit of unity and cooperation in our work towards a brighter future for all. No power can exist except through unity. No welfare and no well-being can be attained except through consultation. Thank you, and I am looking forward to continuing this learning journey together with you all.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everyone, my name is Izzat. I'm a campaign officer at Transparency International Indonesia. I'm delighted to support the ASEAN for the People Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative to connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. And I think this is important because in the face today of political, economic, and environmental challenges, cross-border solidarity and grassroots participation are essential to ensure that the voice of the people remain the heart of ASEAN. AFPC provides us to strengthen collaboration, share best practices, and also build collective power for more just democratic and people-centered region. See you, thank you, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hi, xin chào from Vietnam. My name is Thảo Võ. I'm a program manager at Catalyst for Change Vietnam, a non-for-profit organization working in education, community development, and women empowerment. Our beneficiaries are mainly children and disadvantaged women. I'm very delighted to be here at the Asian for the People conference. I think that this is such a great opportunity because it's bringing together civil society groups from across Southeast Asia, and it's important that people are truly at the heart of Asia. Only when we connect and collaborate cross borders, we can really attract challenges we all share. And personally, it's also a great chance for us to learn more about our achievement and ongoing efforts for the development of our region, and especially to build stronger connections with all of you. Thank you very much, and see ya!
Good day everyone, my name is Marian Kevin and I'm a project leader from ASEAN Youth Forum. And I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People Conference, AFPC. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this conference is important because in this difficult situation, in recent situation in ASEAN, in these difficult times, I believe that cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenges, and ASEAN needs their young people to be involved in the decision making, for they are the future of the ASEAN. Thank you, and see you in Jakarta.
Hello everyone, my name is Olinda Cardozo. I am the Program Manager of Asistencia Legal Bafeto Nolabari Organization, ALFELA, with English is Legal Assistant for Women and Children. I am pleased to representing my organization, ALFELA, to support the ASEAN People Conference that will take place in Jakarta, Indonesia during 2 days on 6 until 7 September 2025 this year. This is the meaningful conference because civil society organizations from ASEAN countries are going to meet each other in this important conference. I believe that this ASEAN for People conference will bring us together to discussing and sharing the best practice, sharing our experience, and to find the new strategy on solving the problem, solving the challenge when we implementing program in our own country. And the most important is also to build our connection and make it a strong connection for future connection. I believe that hearing the voice from the rural area is very important. Let's meet together soon, and obrigada Barat. Thank you.
Kami adalah Blue Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan platform media yang lengkap. Kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Blue Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Blue Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Good day, I am Assistant Professor Giancarlo M. Ramos, the Executive Director of the Association of Southeast Asian Teacher Education Network, or ASTEN, an entity associated with ASEAN. I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference, which will be held on September 6 to 7 in Jakarta, Indonesia. I believe that this conference is an important avenue as it brings together different civil society groups across Southeast Asia. I also believe that this activity will help us achieve a more people-centered ASEAN. Mabuhay and maraming salamat.
Hello, good morning, Ibu Dia. My name is Bendita de Jesus Amara, Executive Director of Association Unite Human Development, UFD, in Bocau, Timor-Leste. I am pleased to express my support to the ASEAN for the People Conference, AFPC, in Jakarta, Indonesia. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect the civil society group from across to its ASEAN region. I believe this conference will be an inspiring moment for us to continue push for the unity and diversity in our region. People must be at the head of ASEAN. Cross-border collaboration is the key to solving our shared challenge. ASEAN needs more grassroots participation. Thank you. Congratulations.
Temani waktu di sore hari. Tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini, hanya di Metro TV.
Hi, my name is Ashraf. I'm the Deputy Country Director of ASEAN Youth Advocates Network, Brunei. I'm really excited to join the AFPC, ASEAN for the People's Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative. I believe this is really important. Collaboration is the key to solving our shared problems. When people come together, when they share their problems, when they share their solutions, when they share their strategies, we come out feeling more invigorated, more inspired, seeing all the different ways that people overcoming their obstacles. It is really important on building a strong community and also building a resilient region. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Kalau nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget kalau nggak nambah. Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Apaan?
Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Baca tirto.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Hello, my name is Cynthia from the Public Relations Department of Bali Animal Welfare Association. We are pleased to support the first ASEAN for the People's Conference, which will take place in Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative, bringing civil groups and societies from Southeast Asia. We believe this event will unite stakeholders and also organizations from a lot of countries, fostering shared values and bringing together solutions for the greater good. We would like to thank you everyone and Rahayu Matur Suksema.
Greetings. My name is Luis Jimenez, Director of NGO Ballroom in Timor-Leste. I'm delighted to support the ASEAN for People Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important even because to strengthen among CSO, government and development partners network. Obrigado.
And greeting everyone. My name is Bonhei. I am a representative of the Cambodian Institute for Democracy. I am very delighted and I would like to express my strong support for the ASEAN for the People Conference that will take place in Jakarta on the first week of September. I think this is the crucial platform where it connects civil society organizations across the region. So I think it's more than just a meeting. It's because it creates a chance or a platform where civil society organizations have the space to share their experience, share their common challenge, and to have a chance to express their joint solidarity and building the network so that we can work together in the future to advocate for human rights, for democracy, and other regional concerns that we share together as a ASEAN. Thank you. See you in Jakarta.
Hi everyone, my name is Destia and I am the representative of the Baha'i International Community Jakarta office, Regional Southeast Asia. I am very delighted to be part of the ASEAN for the People's Conference. It is because we could deepen our understanding of a people-centric ASEAN community to harness Southeast Asia's greatest resource. Through AFPC, I really hope we'll build and strengthen people-to-people connections, exchange ideas and experiences on what really matters to our progress as a country and regional community. And of course, to explore avenues for mutual support and collaboration. Through this space, I hope we could also disseminate lived experiences from grassroots initiatives to the relevant stakeholders. And moving on, As we strive towards the ASEAN 2045 vision, I express my excitement and hope for a future where our community prospers and thrives. We recognize the challenges ahead, and with humility, we recommit to working together, nurturing shared aspirations, and strengthening concerted actions. Let's foster the spirit of unity and cooperation in our work towards a brighter future for all. No power can exist except through unity. No welfare and no well-being can be attained except through consultation. Thank you, and I am looking forward to continuing this learning journey together with you all.
Good afternoon, ladies
Assalamualaikum
and
warahmatullahi
gentlemen,
wabarakatuh.
and
Hi
welcome you
everyone,
once
my name
again
is Izzat. I'm
to
a
the
campaign
Golden
officer at
Ball.
Transparency International Indonesia. I'm delighted to support the ASEAN for the People Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative to connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. And I think this is important because in the face today of political, economic, and environmental challenges, cross-border solidarity and grassroots participation are essential to ensure that the voice of the people remain the heart of ASEAN. AFPC provides us to strengthen collaboration, share best practices, and also build collective power for more just democratic and people-centered region. See you, thank you, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hi, Xin Xiao from Vietnam. My name is Thảo Võ. I'm a program manager at Catalyst for Change Vietnam, a non-for-profit organization working in education, community development, and women empowerment. Our beneficiaries are mainly children and disadvantaged women. I'm very delighted to be here at the Asian for the People Conference. I think that this is such a great opportunity because it's bringing together civil society groups from across Southeast Asia, and it's important that people are truly at the heart of Asia. Only when we connect and collaborate cross borders, we can really address challenges we all share. And personally, this is also a great chance for us to learn more about our achievement and ongoing efforts for the development of our region and especially to build stronger connections with all of you. Thank you very much and see ya!
Good day everyone, my name is Marian Kevin and I'm a project leader from ASEAN Youth Forum. And I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People Conference, AFPC. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this conference is important because in this difficult situation, in recent situation in ASEAN, in these difficult times, I believe that cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenges, and ASEAN needs their young people to be involved in the decision making, for they are the future of the ASEAN. Thank you and see you in Jakarta.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please have another round of applause once again for ASEAN for the People's Conference 2025. Yes, and now we'd like to welcome you once again in the Golden Ballroom, and we are ready to begin to the first session, or the second session in this ballroom, session A1, titled It Never Gets Old, How to Preserve Interfaith and Ethnic Tolerance as the Basis of a Peaceful and Stable ASEAN Community. And to begin this session, without further ado, we'd like to invite onto the stage to lead the discussion our moderator, Audric Rizky, Program Director of 1000 Abrahamic Circles Project, to take the stage.
Thank you very much. Selamat siang, selamat tengah hari, magandang hapon, sawadee tambay. I'm trying to greet everyone with the languages of our panelists for today. My name is Audric, and I'll be your moderator for today. Welcome to our discussion on how to preserve interfaith and ethnic tolerance as the basis of a peaceful and stable ASEAN community. Before we begin, I'd like to welcome Ambassador Yuli Mumpuni to give a remark. She is the advisor at Muhammadiyah Central Board, and I'm inviting you on stage, Ambassador Yuli.
So, may I start? I'm
Yes,
Yuli
please.
Mumpuni Widarso. Well, thank you, Audric, to invite me. Is it now my time also to comment these sessions? It is very important topic. It never gets old. Yeah, it continuing how to preserve interfaith and inter-ethnic tolerance as the basis of a peaceful and stable ASEAN community. So now the challenge before us to discuss this topic is, if ASEAN aims to be seen as a community of peace, stable, tolerance, and we are like Indonesia, larger than Indonesia, we are Bhinneka Tunggal Ika in Indonesia, composed of various ethnics, various backgrounds of religions, economic, educations, but we are one. We are ASEAN family, sharing and caring community of ASEAN. I'm here representing Muhammadiyah, Central Board of Muhammadiyah. As I understand that the participants representing not only from Indonesia, maybe I need about 1 minute to introduce. Muhammadiyah is one of the biggest civil society organization based on Islam. So our members that holds member cards, like Pak Dino Patijala also holding member cards of Muhammadiyah, is about 80 millions. And our strength is also because we promote based on tolerance, humanity, and modernity. So that's why up to now, as our pillars is on humanity, so we have also to transmit our values of Muhammadiyah as religions that associates with modernity. We have more than 166 higher education institutions, colleges and universities, and more than 5,000 madrasah or boarding schools. And for hospitals, more than 200 hospitals and more than 300 clinics, all are serving for our people. And we also even now, with our new mission, internationalization of Muhammadiyah, that also welcomed by our sister organization around the world. Muhammadiyah has already our branches in 30 countries. In ASEAN, we have 2 special branches of Muhammadiyah in Malaysia and in Thailand. And Muhammadiyah was established by Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan. And his grandson is Professor Wanai Dahlan, now is professor in Chulalongkorn University, president of Halal Center in Thailand. So this spirit of Muhammadiyah, internationalization of Muhammadiyah values working well, as we also have a ancestor like Professor Wanai Dahlan in Thailand, and he also encouraged us to enlarge our activities in southern part of Thailand where Muslim community exists. Besides that, we have also schools in Cairo and in Melbourne. This is also to spreading the universal value of Islam, which is, we call it Rahmatan lil Alamin, that Islam is spreading mercy to the world, to the universe. And Muhammadiyah principle is wasatiyah. Wasatiyah is balance. So our principle in dealing with any issue, we try to be always approached in balanced manner, including in interfaith dialogue. I just informed Audric that Muhammadiyah firstly involved in the interfaith dialogue when we face terrorism issue. So we encourage our ministry and our government to organize interfaith dialogue around the world. And now the issue is not only Gaza, but also Islamophobia. So Muhammadiyah also in front runner to inform, to reduce this misunderstanding about Islamophobia. Now we need on how to promote understanding and tolerance among us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Yuli. You may now go back to your seat, please. Yes. Thank you for the inspiring and warm speech. Now I would like to welcome our distinguished speakers. Anyone can guess? We have Professor Franz Magnus Suseno. He is, usually we call him by the name Romo Magnus. He is a professor at Driyarkara School of Philosophy in Jakarta. Romo Magnus, I welcome you on stage. From Thailand, we have Dr. Supatmet Yunyasit. She is the Thailand's representative at the ASEAN Women for Peace Registry, flying all the way from Bangkok. And from the Philippines, Ariza Nocum, she's the co-founder and president for Cris for Peace, an organization working for peace through education. Last but not least, from Malaysia, Aizat Shamsuddin. I'm inviting you on stage. Aizat is the director of Initiate Malaysia. And Initiate Malaysia is opening a booth outside, so make sure to pay a visit to learn more about what they do. All right. Please give our panelists a round of applause one more time. Before I start, I would like to get a quick hand raise from each and every one of you here who is working on interfaith peace, social cohesion, ethnic, anything that relates to our topic for today. Can you raise your hand? Some of you there? Okay, and the rest? You guys must be working on other things. Could be what? Arts, science? But that's not the point, because the responsibility to protect and to nurture diversity and peaceful ASEAN is on us. We still have the same shared responsibility, and so thank you for being here. In 2024, ASEAN as a whole, ASEAN member states have about 685 million population. And in light of Timor-Leste becoming ASEAN member state, their population in 2024, Timor-Leste had about 1.4 million people in the country. So that means Southeast Asia as a whole is now home to 700 million people with thousands of ethnic groups and diverse faith traditions. Speaking of diversity, I'd like to start with Romo Magnis, if I may. ASEAN's diversity is always celebrated as one of its greatest strengths. So we have a strong commitment to protect this diversity in the region. But in some way, it is also fragile, because without a shared identity, those beautiful aspects of ours could lead to fault lines, which we have experienced in some ASEAN member states. There are minority tensions, unequal treatments, and discriminations among religious and ethnic groups. So my question is, Romo, how do we work together to build that shared identity as Southeast Asian with a lot of differences? The floor is yours, Romo.
Thank you very much. I came in '61 to Indonesia from Germany. At that time, we Christians had no real relations, for instance, with Muhammadiyah of Ibu Yuli or NU. Although in Indonesia, maybe the most important question for unity is the questions how to put the majority religion, Islam. 87% of all Indonesians are Muslim, with the others. And I think Indonesia has many problems now, but relation between the religions are the success stories. There have been two very important times of developments. The first was, of course, in 1945, when the Indonesian freedom was proclaimed and the state formed. For me, it is still very impressive that in the Constitution of 1944, the majority religions did not demand a special position, and that the first principle of our Pancasila, believe Ketuhanan Yang Maha Esa, cannot be really translated. Believe in God has been formulated in a form that is acceptable for all religious identities. Then there came later developments, which I think were very important too. In the time of Suharto, relations between the religions were not fostered. But during the 70s, there were Catholics, also Protestants, for instance, Protestants that said we cannot have a future if we have between the religions win-lose relationship. What is good for us is bad for you. What is good for you is bad for us. We have to come to trusting relationships. There were some very important Muslim personalities like my friend Nurholis Majid, then the absolutely impressive figure of our, I think, fourth president, Abdurrahman Wahid, who was completely open, which helped to bring mainstream Islam and Christianity, the two biggest groups, into good relationships. This showed very clearly in the at the end of last century, when we had some bloody conflicts between religions, we were able to overcome it. Now we have so good relations. I think this is one of the positive points, and it makes us open for ASEAN, which is religiously, has many religions there. I am still grateful that in Indonesia there's a kind of coalition between what I would call nationalists, between non-Muslims and mainstream Muslims, Muhammadiyah and U and others, that are in favor of Indonesia now on the basis of Pancasila. Maybe only this from me.
Thank you, Romo Magnes. It's good that we have philosophy and a little bit of history for the foundation of this conversation. But let's stick to the question, and I'm going to you, Ariza, if I may. Following the points made by Romo Magnes, on the other hand, since we're doing it for ASEAN, so I need to add the value of ASEAN in this. Despite the challenges and the gaps, ASEAN has adopted strong commitments such as the ASEAN Human Rights Declarations, which uphold the freedom of belief, and also recently in 2023, ASEAN just conducted the ASEAN IIDC, which is the Intercultural and Interreligious Dialogue Conference. It was huge. But on the ground itself, there's the experience of the people, it's not aligned with those strong commitments. And how do we explain this persistent divide between ASEAN's strong commitments and the actual experiences of its people on the ground? And we're not dismissing the value of these efforts. It's very much needed and very much appreciated. But how can we fully integrate that on the ground to the people and for the people?
Thank you so much, Audric. I think that's a very complex question, but I think I will draw from my own personal experience. So I come from an interfaith family. My mom is Muslim. She's from an ethnic tribe in the Philippines called the Tausug. She's a member of one of 6 million Filipino Muslims who form the minority of Muslims in the Philippines. While my father is a Catholic, he actually almost became a priest. That's how religious he was. And he is part of the 80+ million Filipinos who form the majority of religious Catholics in the Philippines. So my parents, despite the conflicts that have been happening, the tensions across the different faiths that has been happening in the Philippines, not just for decades, but for centuries since the colonization of the Spanish, despite those things, they chose to choose love. And they chose to build a family together based on that love. And I am the product of that family, and that's the reason why I'm here in front of you today. But that, to me, illustrates the importance of leadership. Because Audric was asking, why the disconnect? The disconnect between policy and all these nice ASEAN structures we have and what's happening on the ground. And for me, the disconnect is very big in the leadership. They say one thing, but they do another. They say they want peace, but they foster political divides. They say they want people to come together, social cohesion, but then they wage war out of their own political or economic interests. So from the example of my parents, drawing from their leadership, we have to make our leaders accountable to actually get them to do what they say. So that's one aspect for me. Another thing is shared purpose. So here in ASEAN, we are very different. Different languages, different cultures, different attires, different religions, different ethnicities. And I think something that we lack is a shared purpose. And I think listening to the speakers earlier, I'm starting to see what that shared purpose is. We face so many problems right now. Anybody who's in their teens or 20s is more likely scared of the future rather than excited for it. They're most likely suffering mental illnesses. They're most likely very scared at what's going to happen with the climate crisis, looking at the conflict and wars that are happening and increasingly happening over the past years. So it's not a very good time. It's not a very exciting time these next few years or decades. But for me, that therein is the shared purpose. We find ourselves facing a future that is so dark, and that's the solution. Coming together and bringing our individual diversities or societal diversities, leveraging them and making use of them to hopefully be able to build collective solutions together. And lastly, I think one thing I'd put forward, which is something we do in our organization, Chris for Peace in the Philippines, we use education as a pathway to peace. And I think in many ways we've forgotten that. In the Philippines, as in many parts of the world, education is in crisis. It's not just because we lost so many months during the pandemic because of this digital divide and the learning loss. And it's not just that sometimes schools, libraries, museums are getting defunded, like as you've been seeing probably in the US and other parts of the world. So education is starting to fail our young, and without education, without facilities and platforms that promote critical thinking, empathy, openness, letting us appreciate different stories and perspectives that we don't necessarily agree with, without all those things, I think we lack a very, very important ingredient for true peace and true harmony in ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariza. That's a really good point. Thank you. And shared purpose, I do agree. I need Aizat's two cents on this. So when it comes to shared purpose, Aizat, I don't know if you can see me. So shared purpose means there are two sides here. If we're talking about ASEAN, it's the regional body and it's us as the community, Southeast Asian community. However, in some commentary that I read, and one of them is published by the Rajaratnam School of International Studies, it argues that the structural limitations hollow out the promises of people-oriented ASEAN in many terms, in peace initiatives here and there, rendering civil society input largely symbolic, and some of them felt sidelined and also periphery in terms of implementing their initiatives, whether it's peace initiatives or in order to achieve interfaith harmony, anything similar to that. What are the gaps here, Aizat, and how can we fill in those gaps? Because if we were trying to achieve our title for today, we need both sides to work together, the government and its people. How can we fill this gap?
Thank you so much, Audric. So I think to respond to that, collaboration is very important, right? I think I just want to include one more perspective into why there is a case of intolerance, right? especially, how do we see digital platforms play a role in fueling hate and real-life violence? So I think, when we look at these trends where, let's take one example, anti-Rohingya, case study that's happening, where we detected and we tried to map, these trends online and also offline, and we saw these anti-Rohingya narratives, anti-refugees or anti-immigrants are not necessarily unique to Southeast Asia, but anti-immigrants narratives have always been there, and especially in the West. But in Southeast Asia, we see this anti-Rohingya narrative. It's more prevalent, and it's cross-border. How people who put up content, influencers and all that, so they put up content and then they say that they should get out of the country, they're taking resources or whatever. So these narratives are traveling across borders. So it's not just happening within Malaysia, but also these narratives are also being disseminated to Indonesia, to southern Thailand and to Singapore, who speak Bahasa, for example, because we share the same language. So, this problem of hate and intolerance, between groups, whether it's ethnic groups or religious groups, becoming more and more complex. And you require all people to work together. You cannot have only government, Ministry of Communications who only, or the police, using the law to make sure that peace or order is there. It's not effective. So we need everyone to be on board. So when I say digital platforms, so it means that more and more increasingly the role of tech companies, corporate sector, to be part of peace building. Who would have thought in many years that corporate sector should be accountable, should be hand in hand with civil society and government and faith leaders to promote peace, right? So it's very important to have this collaborative strategy, between stakeholders. And I think, here we have a lot of people with different mindsets and different agenda networks. So we need to exchange cards and we need to, be able to articulate what we want to do. And this is the time we share resources and to make sure that the collaboration happens.
Thank you. I learned a bit about Initiate Malaysia, and I noticed that you have one of your flagships. It's called the Peace Lab. Can you please share with us what kind of effort and how does the Peace Lab works?
Yes. Of course. So we have a booth outside, and yes, it's a Peace Lab where we train young emerging leaders and thinkers to be more active in the peace building arena. So basically, to put that into practical language, what I've mentioned just now, we invited people from the government and also tech companies actually to share their perspective and resources. So for example, we invited TikTok last year to share their insights on how youth leaders and also content creators can leverage algorithm, how they can effectively put up and engage with online users online. So I think that's something that we rarely talk about. We often talk about the negative side of social media, but perhaps it's a double-edged sword. Technology, games, and everything, we can use it for positive and hopefully not for negative.
All right, thank you. And if you guys are interested to learn more about the Peace Lab and Initiate Malaysia, please pay a visit to their booth outside. Moving on to Dr. Supatmet, you're the only one representing ASEAN here, so we're hoping that you can share what you do at the Women for Peace Registry. And I believe that you yourself, you're a lecturer at the Mahidol University working on human rights and peace studies. What are the best practices that you have experienced or that you have did before in achieving interfaith harmony and ethnic harmony? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Audrey. I don't think I'm here to represent ASEAN, so no. But we work closely with ASEAN, and also I'm a part of this group called the ASEAN Women for Peace Registry, which is established by the ASEAN Institute for Peace and Reconciliation. This is also another attempt by ASEAN to try to reach out to middle-level actors and also the grassroots actor. They use us as a female representative to, to connect their policies or their inspirations toward the grassroots community. So that is how I've been doing the work for them for the past year. There's representatives from 10 different ASEAN countries join hand. Like myself, I work in the deep south of Thailand. You know, right? We have conflict between the state, Buddhist state, and the Malay Muslim insurgent group that's been ongoing for 20 over years and caused more than 7,000 lives so far. So I work as a dialogue facilitator. In that kind of context, maybe very much we need the ethnic and also inter-ethnic and also inter-religious tolerance. But when you talk about best practices, if you observe around the world, right, there's a lot of organizations, a lot of entities that are trying to promote and also preserve. Actually preserve it, maybe not the right word. Maybe you need to also look at what we have and also to promote to make it better. Right, so you will see a lot of best practices around the world. But when I look at that, the one that perform very well, they will have at least 3 features. They will have the interacting and speaking features, where they allow majority, minority to come and interact and share their needs, fears, and concern, and also whether there's rising tension going on. And they will have promoting features, which is tackle the issues of policies and also implementations of policy. Like Arisa mentioned, sometimes, rhetoric commitment is quite strong, but when it comes to implementation, what we see on the ground is a totally different story, right? So that's promoting features. And the last one is about empowering features. You need to empower, but empower who? Usually we choose to empower the victim communities or the one that been marginalized, but it can also you empower the majority people to understand more about the minorities. So that in that sense, the real tolerance the genuine tolerance can really form, right? For ASEAN, maybe a little bit, they are trying, to promote inter-religious and also inter-ethnic tolerance via various way they can. They have a lot of agency under their wings, right? So, for example, they use AISHA. Now AISHA, the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commissions on Human Rights, also advanced for interfaith and also inter-ethnic harmonies. They use peace for development and also the right to development and also right to peace, which is appear in the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration since 2013, right? And then they're trying to promote more and more like inter-religious dialogues and also roundtable discussion, bring in the expert. And for example, and also ASEAN have this ASEAN Institute for Peace and Reconciliation, which does a lot of training, capacity building. They tackle the empowering features already. So I see that they're advancing quite well in terms of trying to promote understanding, social harmonies, and also ethnic tolerance, right? For Thailand, of course, there's many countries around Southeast Asia that you can pick one of the best example. Singapore as well, and also Indonesia. But in my case, you talk about Thailand. Rhetoric commitment is quite strong. The government incorporate these, securities for the people into their national security plan. 20 years strategic planning. But when it comes to on the ground, maybe I don't see much that their initiative really come into fruition, right? But we rely on, like Isaac mentioned, we need to collaborate with so many actors in order to make it, make the achievement that we want, right? So for example, my Institute of Human Rights and Peace Studies, we start with interacting feature. We develop dialogue platform for the Buddhists and also the Muslim to come and interact and also share needs, fears, and concern. And also we do at the same time the empowering feature, empowering element. We try to empower them on the knowledge about the other group and also among themselves. Sometimes you also need intra-faith dialogue, intra-ethnic dialogue as well, not only inter-ethnic dialogue, right? And then the last thing we do is trying to come up with that kind of the achievement from that platform, we come up with the policy recommendation, and then we give it to the government. So that is how we are trying to achieve all these three elements. I think I can consider to be one of the best practices. Right? Thank you. I will stop now. My time is up. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Supatmet. Well, that's very detailed. Now we know how it works. All right, just before I ask one more question to Ariza, I'd like to invite our discussants, our pre-appointed discussants, to line up. There's a standing mic, and my colleague will help you. So please line up. So after my last questions, I can go to you and invite you to deliver the questions. All right. I think we almost reached the end of our discussion. But I think from what I understand, there is a rising polarization from each and every one of you. The pre-conclusion would be a rising polarization fueled by digital echo chambers, social media, and I would like to ask Ariza, I think Aizat have mentioned it, but I need your take for this. If government, civil society, and tech platforms were to act before this divide spiral, what would be a preventive strategy look like? Maybe you can give an example from your organization or from your own experience in the Philippines.
Thank you, Audric. And maybe to clarify, the polarization is already spiraling.
It is.
And
It is,
I
yeah.
think in many ways, if you've been seeing what's happening in the US, Europe, and other parts of the world we used to praise as these great democracies, democracy is dying. So that's a sign, I think, that this polarization is up to a fever pitch. So on my end, I think very quickly, I see both societal and personal solutions for it. So it's a big picture thing, but it's also something we need to think and do for ourselves. So the societal picture for me is, number one, follow the money. If we have these policies and these nice sounding bodies and these publications, but money is actually not going to CSOs, not going to youth organizations, not going to these faith organizations that are doing good work on the ground, then not a lot of things is gonna happen. So I advocate for those of you who are in this room who have money, whether you're from the government, you're from multilateral organizations, you're from embassies, or you're from universities, or anybody with money, I hope, and even the private sector, of course, I hope that you find a way to funnel it down to these CSOs. Just to give a quick example, in the Philippines, we launched a project called Champions for Peace, where we're training young leaders from communities affected by conflict, very grassroots backgrounds, to become peace builders. But we don't stop with the training program. After the training program, we get them to apply for seed grants. And it's a very, very critical part. It's the most critical part of what we do, because I think without those seed grants, we're just doing lip service. And for me, the personal thing in trying to address polarization and building interfaith and interethnic tolerance is for us to burst our bubbles. I am happy to be in these rooms like this with you amazing people, but more often than not, these are echo chambers. These are bubbles. We're talking to people who already agree with what we're saying, and that needs to stop. We need to bring more discomfort into our lives, talk to the people who actually believe in polarization, talk to the people who disagree with us, talk to the people who might not want to listen to us in the first place, but it has to happen. And I hope that's something we can take forward, not just in our professional lives, but in our personal lives too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariza. That reminds me of my work at the 1,000 Abrahamic Circles project. I'm also opening a booth, and you can check it out. 1,000 Abrahamic Circles project is part of FPCI. It's our flagship interfaith initiative. We bring together 3 religious leaders to live together for 3 weeks in each other's home. So, like you said, to seek the discomfort, because how can you live with someone, a stranger, basically? But you get to see them live, do daily chores, do something outside of the conference room. And those experiences and discomfort turn into love and kindness and tolerance. So make sure to check the booth outside to learn more about the project. It's very aligned with today's topic. So yep, I think the discussants are ready. I'd like to welcome first, he's actually the alumni of 1000 Abrahamic Circles Project, Ustad Oji Fahruroji. Please, you can ask the questions, and to whom are you asking it to?
Okay, thank you, speakers. My name is Oji Fahruroji from Pesantren Cekat RC. It is Islamic boarding school. So I'm as a teacher and observer of young people. You know, I see that religions education has big influence for peace. As Speaker Ariza said that education as a pathway for peace. So my question is, how significant is the role of religious education's quality in shaping whether the next generations, our students, will be inclusive or exclusive in their attitude? Thank you.
Thank you, Ustad Oji. It's for Ariza, right? Yeah, Ariza, you can answer, please.
I think it's quite a heavy question, but thank you for that. Just a quick question. Have you heard of the term Nepo babies or Nepo kids? So basically, we now live in a society where we put a lot of premium on wealth and privilege, and especially material possessions. You see it every day on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube, that virtually it's like it's a whirlpool of all these images of Louis Vuitton, Balenciaga, all these other things, jewelry, mansions, sports cars. And I think religious education has a role in bringing groundedness to that, to make people realize that the end of life is not to bring all of these possessions into our grave, but actually to live rich and wealthy lives, spiritually rich, intellectually rich, emotionally rich. And I think because probably in many parts of the world, religion is receding, like a lot of young people even are starting to drift away from religious circles, religious practices, and even places of worship. That's how you can see the rise of this materialism. So I think even if it's not a discussion about religion per se, but the value of spirituality, of philosophy, and of things that have no price tag is something that's really important to continue teaching. And I hope that whether or not you worship a god or gods is something that we still go back to our own places of worship, whether it's in a prayer room, in our personal space, because it's something that I think is really critical, not just to us as a humanity, but to our own personal humanity also. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to our next discussant from Sri Kandi Lintas Iman, Ms. Ni Parjiati.
My name is Miss Ni, and I want to ask a question for Dr. Subahamen. How do you think, how can they play a role in shaping ASEAN's youth and promoting diversity, inclusion, and social cohesion? Yes, from your perspective. Thank you.
How ASEAN is doing on youth, right? About how I think that they have this ASEAN youth interface camp that ongoing, and then it's quite a kind of platform for youth around the region to come together and learn about diversities and also learn about one another religion. So I think they have done quite well in terms of that, right? Bringing people together. But I want to see more. You know, we have the WPS policy, we have the WPS, the resolution. We also have youth resolution as well. So I want to see more ASEAN bring in the platform for youth and connect it with the bigger body. I think youth had a lot to say, right? What they want to see in the future. They said they are not the future, they are here right now, so they want to voice their concern also, right? So I think that, but there's many room for them to do more, to empower youth and then make sure the youth is a part of the decision-making mechanism, right? We are trying to do projects a while ago that connect youth peace builder with the older generations of peace builder, because youth have different way to build peace or to advance for this tolerance and also harmony, right? So we want youth to learn also that the older generation have this way to promote peace, and youth also have the other style of tackling this issue. So through this way, when we learn, right, we can come up with some innovation and can promote better, better harmonies and also tolerance in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Supatmat. Moving on to our third, I think we still have a couple more minutes, so after our third discussion, I'd like to welcome some questions from the public as well. But for now, I'd like to welcome Ms. Destia Narwis from Baha'i International Community.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's really inspiring to hear the sharing from distinguished panelists. And before I share my question, please allow me to share my reflection. We all see that the world now faces its most pressing challenges that are driven by the dividing concept of us versus them. And I think Romo Magnis, you mentioned about win-lose relationship. And this unfortunately plunges humanity into one crisis after another. And in this light, we believe that religious and faith communities should play a significant role to gain an ever more profound understanding of their religious teachings and to apply them to address this urgent need. So I would like to share one story from Malaysia regarding how to preserve interfaith and ethnic tolerance, not only but to draw on the role of the local leader. So in September 2024, a group of Tok Batin, traditional chiefs from Orang Asli villages who stay across peninsular Malaysia, Central Highlands and river valleys meet together in the capital city of Kuala Lumpur for a candid and heartfelt consultations about the daunting issues facing their communities. There is land encroachment, environmental degradation, inadequate schooling, and social ills such as the substance abuse and early marriage. But despite these challenges, a spirit of shared purpose and collective responsibility permeated the gathering. And it is a spirit that stems from commitment to humanity, grounded in justice, equality, and oneness. And in this consultation, as indigenous community, they realized that they have a unique role to play as custodian of the past, but also as the designer of the future. So in light of this discussion today, I'd like to pose a question to Romo Magnis. As a faith community, religious community, how can faith be more and more relevant in today's society to promote unity and cooperation amongst different groups, including indigenous community, social classes, ages, gender, and race? Thank you so much.
Mbak Destia, can you please repeat your question because Romo Magnis couldn't hear it?
So, how can faith communities be more and more relevant in promoting unity and cooperation among different groups in the society and social classes, age, gender, and race? Thank you.
Yes. So thank you, Mbak Destia. So the question is how the religious communities, can you please repeat it again? Just a simple question, please, just one line.
How religious communities stay relevant in today's society?
So how religious,
Religious communities, of course, extremely relevant in society because many acts in daily life are connected with religion, and not only in Indonesia, conflict between religions is a serious problem. I just wanted to say that Indonesia succeeded, in my view, marvelously in getting good relations between the religions. If not, we have almost no communication. In Indonesia, the decisive point is communication. You have to speak to each other. I tell Catholic priests they should use 10% of their working time to build up communications with Muslims in their parish. It is so easy. You can silaturahmi, then you get to know each other. As I told, when I came, we had almost no relations with NU and Muhammadiyah, the Catholic. Now we have close relations. If we talk, if we have problems, we can bring it and talk about it together. And this has to be developed the whole time. A dangerous situation that, for instance, trigger intolerant actions is if the minority community, for instance, the Christian community, doesn't speak the language of the local population because they are newcomers, they are migrants, and they have no communication. This is a situation where very often something still happens. Thus, the important thing is to build this communication, and then we can have a country like Indonesia where relations between religions strongly support the national unity in the country with the greatest religious, cultural diversity.
Thank you, Romo Magnus. Please give a round of applause for our distinguished speakers. I still have one more slot for the public if you want to ask questions. I can see one right there. Can you please come up front? Yeah. Please state your name, your question, and to whom you're asking it to.
My name is Fadila Azahra. You can call me by Zahra. As a student, I'd like to ask, what role do you think young people like us can play in promoting interfaith and ethnic tolerance within the Asian community?
And you're asking it to?
Whoever can answer.
Aizat, you can take it for now.
All right, very broad questions. Actually, you can play many roles, but I think, relating it back to what I have mentioned just now, because every one of us, is activists ourselves, and we all have our own social media account, right? So something that we can do is, is, for example, where a lot of this hateful content happening on social media. So what we can do is, to do, a little bit of research to detect, and find trends, and then, find out, what's the reason, who's the perpetrator, and try to, report, this, hateful accounts, for example. But I think also in real life, right? So I think one of the things that I've jotted down here is, how youth should get organized and should mobilize. So you have your own idea and you have your own community that you want to work with, an issue that is close to your heart, then I think it's very important for you to start something and get organized. Build a community with your like-minded people who can support you throughout the years. Because I started with the youth-led organizations, and then before 10 years ago, it will be a tough few years to start an organization or initiative, for example, especially when it comes to funding and resources. So I think, especially in the current climate, resources is very scarce. So I think that resilience and support system within the organization to organize, that is very important. That makes me resilient and stay in this field. And of course, mental health and burnout is a real issue. So I think those things that we should talk about also, when we do this serious work.
Thank you, Aizat. Would you like to add?
Okay. This question, my student, my facilitation work is in the Deep South, right? But I live in Bangkok and I deliver my classes in Bangkok. And I have Thai students that never been to the Deep South before. They never know the Malay. They never know anybody that come from across that ethnic boundaries, right? So they ask me, if we engage in this kind of issue, how can we help the conflict in the Deep South? I think from the conflict transformation framework, more people, it doesn't mean more headache, it means more solution. So in your own way, if you think what kind of ways that you can contribute to the problem, that consider good enough already. So we want everybody on board, as many as possible. Like the African used to say, right? If you want to walk fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So we want youth also in our activities, and also you have a lot of ability to do so many things. Beyond your recognition, you can do so many things. So I just try to encourage you to be a part of any project that you can, right? To contribute in your own little way. You have a lot to do also for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Supatmat. All right, I think we have reached the end of our discussion for today. And one message stands out. Diversity is not enough on its own. We need to protect, to nurture, and to make sure that it will not turn into fault lines. And we need to make sure we can have a lasting foundation of peace, not just in our countries, but also in our region, Southeast Asia. Anyone agree? Yeah? So can I get a peaceful ASEAN? We can say it together, peaceful ASEAN. One more time. You had your lunch, right? Peaceful ASEAN. All right, thank you so much. On behalf of the ASEAN for the People's Conference, I would like to thank our distinguished panelists and for everyone who attended today. Please do not leave the room as we invite our speakers to take a group photo.
Yes, thank you very much, Audric, for moderating. Once again, give a round of applause. And we invite to all the panelists, and of course, Audric as the moderator, to please take a position still on stage, for we will now present a token of appreciation for sharing your insights and, of course, having a wonderful discussion this afternoon. Please give a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And to join in for our photo session, we kindly invite Ambassador Najib to please come up on stage to join in for the photo session, along with our moderator and our panelists. Please do stay on stage once again. And to the documentation team, please get your cameras ready. Welcome, Ambassador. Please do take a position on stage. Yes, please smile towards the camera. In 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much once again. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Romo Franz Magnis Suseno. And of course, thank you, Dr. Supatmet Yunyasit, Ariza Nokum, and of course, Aizat Shamsuddin for a wonderful discussion led by Audric. Once again, give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And that marks the end of session A1, It Never Gets Old, How to Preserve Interfaith and Ethnic Tolerance as the Basis of a Peaceful and Stable ASEAN Community. And our next session here in the Golden Ballroom is titled Good Governance, How Civil Societies Can Help Ensure Clean and Competent Government and Fight Corruption. And we'll be having a break, and the next session, session A2, will begin at 3 p.m. So we hope you have a wonderful break and see you again here at 3 p.m. Thank you.
people of ASEAN. My name is Melati Vita and I'm Public Relations at Collective Touring Indonesia. I'm really happy to show my support for the ASEAN for the People Conference. This conference is such a meaningful space, bring together civil society groups from all over South Asia, sharing ideas, building connection to go beyond borders, and I believe it's important because people should always be at the heart of ASEAN. And by working together, we can find better solutions to challenge we all share. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Good morning, my name is Jose De Jesus. I'm the National Coordinator for Civil Society Education Partnership in Timor-Leste. I would like to express my support to ASEAN People Conference that will take place in Jakarta, Indonesia. I think this is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect with civil society groups from across Southeast Asia region. I believe this is an important gathering because people must be at the heart of ASEAN for cross-border collaboration as the key to solving our shared challenges. ASEAN needs more grassroots participation to be more inclusive in Southeast Asia region. Obrigado.
Kami adalah Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia. Dengan platform media yang lengkap, kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Hello everybody, my name is Carlos Tamayo from Project Kurma. We are based in La Union in the Philippines and we are a sea turtle conservation effort. There is something that we share with everybody which we call sea turtle mentality. This is helping each other up. A sea turtle, when they are born, they are deep in the ground. And the way they emerge from their nest is to actually help each other rise up. We as people, we can take inspiration from them that if we come together and work with each other, we can also overcome great odds. In the world today, when we look at all the challenges that we face, this is actually the only way forward. So we are honored, to join and support the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This will bring together people, working across Southeast Asia, people from different CSOs coming together, working as one and collaborating. So from the Philippines, this is Carlos Tamayo from Project Kurma. Mabuhay! See you there.
Hi, I'm Shafina and I am the founder of Demigodis, an organization that aims to amplify voices in empowering women and end gender-based violence.
We are so honored to be taking part in the ASEAN for the People Conference.
I believe AFPC is such a meaningful platform in which CSOs all around ASEAN can meet, collaborate, and discuss on pressing issues that we don't see being addressed enough in our communities. We're so excited to meet all grassroots leaders from the region next week. See you guys in Jakarta. Bye!
Greetings everyone, my name is Fania Wilhelmina and I am part of Orange Policy Talks, a network of Orange policy enthusiasts committed to fostering thoughtful discourse on international affairs. I am pleased to express my support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference. For us, this is a meaningful and timely initiative, one that we hope will bring together voices from across Southeast Asia to deepen our regional understanding and foster constructive dialogue as we address our shared challenge. I believe this is important because cross-border collaboration is key to shaping a more connected, resilient ASEAN. Thank you, terima kasih, dan sampai jumpa di sana.
Temani waktu di sore hari. Tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini, hanya di Metro TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Yohanes Bendito Santos. I am the Advocacy Official and Digital Educator at Penunsang Hadopi Timor. I'm delighted to support the ASEAN for the People Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenges. At Penunsang Hadopi Timor, we are deeply committed to advocating digital rights and digital inclusion, and see no community is left behind in the digital landscape. This becomes even more crucial Timor-Leste prepares to join ASEAN. As a civil society, we must be strong and expand our work to be a part of this regional initiative. Conferences like the AFPC are vital platforms to strengthen our role in building people-centered ASEAN community. Obrigado, Barak.
Sawadee, this is Golake Tansiri. I am a program lead from a small community-based organization focusing on prevention and promotion of mental health and well-being among youth in Laos. I am very delighted to participate in the ASEAN for the People's Conference, which will take place in Jakarta. This is a very important event for grassroots organizations across ASEAN because we seldom have a chance or even a voice to raise our struggle and our plan to make a change in ASEAN. So with our collective effort and our participation in this conference, I believe that someday, even ultimately, we will make a lot of impact in our ASEAN region and eventually make ASEAN a better place. ขอบใจหลายๆ
Kalau nasi padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget kalau nggak nambah. Nasi padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget. Apaan? Nasi padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Baca tito.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Hello friends across ASEAN, my name is Ilham Maulana and I serve as the National Chairperson of Generasi Energi Bersih Indonesia. I'm honored to express my support for the Asian for People Conference, AFPC. This is more than just a conference, it is a platform where the civil society, grassroots communities and changemakers from across Southeast Asia come together to exchange ideas, collaborate and envision the shared future. I believe this is important because people must be the heart of the Asian journey. Because broader collaboration is essential to address our common challenge, from the climate change and environmental sustainability to building an inclusive and resilient region for all. At Generasi Energi Bersih, we work every day to empower people to take climate action, promote renewable energy, and lead sustainable change. Through AFPC, we see a chance to connect our local efforts to a large regional movement. Let's shape an ASEAN that listens, collaborates, and acts together. Thank you and see you at AFPC 2025. Terima kasih.
My name is Brian Matthew, and I'm currently a policy executive at Higher Education Youth Association Malaysia. And I am delighted to support this year's edition of the ASEAN for the People's Conference that will be taking place in Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative for collaboration from civil society groups across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because people should be at the heart of ASEAN. Thank you, and terima kasih.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dari Indonesia. My name is Dr. Leli Wahimia. I am the director of Berdaya Indonesia Foundations. I am pleased to support the ASEAN for the People Conference, or AFPC. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because people must be at the heart of Asians. Cross-border collaboration is a key to solving our shared challenges. Asia needs more grassroots participation. Terima kasih, sampai jumpa di conference.
United, we rise. ASEAN for all. Because we are related by the power of unity in diversity. ASEAN region is a dynamic blend of over 640 million people with more than 300 languages and dialects spoken across our 10 member states. A treasure trove of cultural richness and diversity. Yet, despite our differences, we are bound together by a shared vision of a peaceful, prosperous, and inclusive community.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the heart of Sultan Kudarat Province and the vibrant regional center of Region 12, South Cotabato, Philippines, I bring warmest and most heartfelt greetings to all ASEAN citizens in our joyful celebration of our unity, friendship, and shared humanity. On behalf of the Coalition of Social Development Organizations South Cotabato, I extend our sincerest appreciation and love for the spirit of ASEAN unity that brings us together in this very meaningful conference. I am Dr. Alicia L. Manundo, Board of Trustee and Provincial Coordinator, CSDO-SC. My fellow ASEAN citizens, today we turn the tide in our region's history. The ASEAN for the People's Conference is a very remarkable initiative to unite us, people in the ASEAN region. This conference is a beacon of hope that has ignited a love for unity, propelling our region towards a brighter future. This groundbreaking event is a testament to the transformative power of collective action, bridging borders and amplifying the people's voices. We are ushering in a new era of ASEAN transformation, where every individual, every community, and every nation can thrive. So together, let us celebrate our diversity, ignite our passion for unity, and co-create a more inclusive, prosperous, and a peaceful ASEAN community for all. A community that truly reflects the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of the people of Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. We love you all, and mabuhay, Philippines! Let us stand together as one family, united in our pursuit of peace, prosperity, and happiness for all. ASEAN for the People's Conference is the best thing that ever happened to our region. Ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored to express my profound admiration and respect for the visionary organizers of the ASEAN for the People's Conference 2025, led by the esteemed Dr. Dino Pati Jalal, founder and chairman of the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. And of course, with his exceptionally talented and dedicated working committee. I hope your exemplary work shall continue to ignite, inspire, and empower future generations of ASEAN leaders and citizens. Your pioneering initiative is a game-changer event, bringing together diverse stakeholders to tackle pressing regional challenges and shape a more inclusive, people-centered, and prosperous ASEAN community where every voice matters and every soul is valued. In the spirit of regional solidarity and collective progress, the Coalition of Social Development Organizations South Cotabato solemnly pledge its unwavering dedication to the ASEAN movement. We commit to driving transformative change, to advancing a brighter future, and fostering a culture of peace, prosperity, and progress for the ASEAN citizens. To the foreign policy community of Indonesia, I offer my deepest gratitude for igniting this beacon of hope and unity. As a proud Filipino representing the Coalition of Social Development Organizations South Cotabato and the resilient people of Sultan Kudarat, I am deeply honored and humbled to embark on this historic journey with fellow changemakers, united in our pursuit of a better ASEAN for all. Together, let us forge a brighter future for a more just, equitable, and a thriving region for everyone. To the organizers and fund donors of the ASEAN for the People's Conference, thank you for bringing us together. See you soon in Indonesia.
People of ASEAN, my name is Melati Vita and I'm Public Relation at Collective Touring Indonesia. I'm really happy to show my support for the ASEAN for the People Conference. This conference is such a meaningful space, bring together civil society groups from all over South Asia, sharing idea, building connection to go beyond borders, and I believe it's important because people should always be at the heart of ASEAN, and by working together, we can find better solutions to challenge we all share. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Good morning. My name is Jose De Jesus. I'm the National Coordinator for Civil Society Education Partnership in Timor-Leste. I would like to express my support to ASEAN People Conference that will take place in Jakarta, Indonesia. I think this is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect with civil society groups from across Southeast Asia region. I believe this is an important gathering because people must be at the heart of ASEAN for cross-border collaboration as the key to solving our shared challenges. ASEAN needs more grassroots participation to be more inclusive in Southeast Asia region. Obrigado.
Kami adalah Blue Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan platform media yang lengkap. Kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Blue Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Blue Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Hello everybody, my name is Carlos Tamayo from Project Kurma. We are based in La Union in the Philippines and we are a sea turtle conservation effort. There is something that we share with everybody which we call sea turtle mentality. This is helping each other up. A sea turtle, when they are born, they are deep in the ground, and the way they emerge from their nest is to actually help each other rise up. We as people, we can take inspiration from them that if we come together and work with each other, we can also overcome great odds. In the world today, when we look at all the challenges that we face, this is actually the only way forward. So we are honored, to join and support the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This will bring together people, working across Southeast Asia, people from different CSOs coming together, working as one and collaborating. So from the Philippines, this is Carlos Tamayo from Project Kurma. Mabuhay! See you there.
Hi, I'm Shafina and I am the founder of The Migadis, an organization that aims to amplify voices in empowering women and end gender-based violence.
We are so honored to be taking part in the ASEAN for the People Conference.
I believe AFPC is such a meaningful platform in which CSOs all around ASEAN can meet, collaborate, and discuss on pressing issues that we don't see being addressed enough in our communities. We're so excited to meet all grassroots leaders from the region next week. See you guys in Jakarta. Bye!
Greetings everyone, my name is Fanya Halmina and I am part of Orange Policy Talks, a network of Orange policy enthusiasts committed to fostering thoughtful discourse on international affairs. I am pleased to express my support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference. For us, this is a meaningful and timely initiative, one that we hope will bring together voices from across Southeast Asia to deepen our regional understanding and foster constructive dialogue as we address our shared challenge. I believe this is important because cross-border collaboration is key to shaping a more connected, resilient ASEAN. Thank you, terima kasih, dan sampai jumpa di sana.
Temani waktu di sore hari. Tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini, hanya di Metro TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Yohanes Bendito Santos. I am the advocacy official and digital educator at Kunasang Hadopi Timor. I'm delighted to support the ASEAN for the People Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because cross-border collaboration is key to solving our shared challenges. At Kunasang Hadopi Timor, we are deeply committed to advocating digital rights and digital equity, and see no community is left behind in the digital landscape. This becomes even more crucial Timor-Leste prepares to join ASEAN. As a civil society, we must be strong and expand our work to be a part of this regional initiative. Conferences like the AFPC are vital platforms to strengthen our role in building people-centered ASEAN community. Obrigado, Barak.
This is Kolakit Panseri. I
Take a seat as we are about to begin our A2 session, Good Governance, How Civil Societies Can Help Ensure Clean and Competent Government and Fight Corruption. And once again, kepada Bapak dan Ibu hadirin yang ingin menggunakan alat interpretasi dari bahasa Inggris ke bahasa Indonesia, kami persilakan untuk bisa menghampiri panitia kami atau bisa langsung mendatangi meja alat interpretasi yang berada di sisi sebelah kiri panggung untuk dapat dipinjam di dalam ruangan ini. Dan sekali lagi kami mohon kerjasamanya untuk bisa mengembalikan alat interpretasi saat akan keluar dari ruangan Golden Ballroom. Alright, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin this afternoon's A2 session. So without further ado, please welcome onto the stage our moderator, His Excellency Tantowi Yahya, President of United in Diversity Foundation, Chairman of Kura Kura Bali Special Economic Zone, former Indonesian ambassador to New Zealand, and former member of parliament to take the stage. So without further ado, Ambassador, you may take the stage. Please give a round of applause once again.
Selamat sore, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's not easy to moderate a session like this, where you see dignitaries like Pak Marty, Pak Najib, Pak Duben, Pak Dubes, Ben are sitting in front of you. It's never easy, you know. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have so much to say. Remember what I did in the past. I was a TV host and I was master of ceremony. So what I did to make a living is speaking. So the committee, please control me, you know, by giving me the sign, stop talking, Tantowi, stop taking. Limit your talk. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to kick off our session this afternoon, I would to kindly invite Ambassador Najib Ripat Kusuma, Senior Fellow at FPCI, to give a welcoming remarks.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Tantowi Yahya, my old friends, and saudara juga.
Old friend, I'm friend, you are old, people say, right?
Well, good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege for me, on behalf of FPCI, to welcome you to this crucial session on a subject that strikes every heart of the ASEAN for people. It's very special, good governance. And we have very important speakers and panelists today. We often speak governance in abstract terms. Policies, institutions, regulations. But in its essence, good governance is profoundly simple. It is about the relationship between the state and its citizens. It is the promise that public power will be exercised not for private gain, but for the public goods. This promise, however, is not self-executing. It must be guarded, demanded, and nurtured. And this is precisely where civil society enters. Not as a peripheral actor, but as essential partners and conscience of the states. In our ASEAN journey, the fight for good governance is not solitary national struggle. It is a shared regional imperative. Corruption is a cross-border crime that undermines our collective security, economic integration, and the very legitimacy of our democracies. The work of the individual and organization in this room is therefore not just important. It is indispensable. You are the frontline defenders of our shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for being with us today, and thank you so much, Pak Dubes Tantowi, and ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, moderating this session is a big privilege for me, not only because of the topic, but there are two reasons why I'm so proud and privileged. Second, number one is that three of the speakers are members of the parliament, just like myself. It's so nice to be back, discussing and talking with fellow parliamentarians. And the second, ASEAN has been my great interest since my time as an MP up until now. I have funny stories about ASEAN in terms of relevance, credibility, and also public awareness. When I was ambassador in Wellington 5 years ago, I, together with other head of ASEAN mission in Wellington, we held a meeting, a small gathering with senior high school students in Wellington. There were about 100 students gathered. And then we made a quiz, because it happens that during that time, I was the head of ASEAN mission in Wellington, so I was in front. So I made a quiz, and doing a quiz, reflecting my back days, because I was the host of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire here in Jakarta. So I made a little quiz. So dear students, I said, you know ASEAN? Yes, we do. Okay. Anybody would like to volunteer to mention 5 ASEAN countries that you know? Okay, there was a boy coming in front. Okay, what is number one? Number one, Indonesia. He answered that because I know, because I was the ambassador of Indonesia. Second, Malaysia. Third, Thailand. Fourth, Japan. And 5, South Korea. Everybody was dropped into big laughters, including the head of mission. And then I asked, how did you know all the ASEAN members? Easy. I know it because I know them from the restaurants here in Wellington. So ladies and gentlemen, that's the significance of having a restaurant in foreign countries. That creates awareness of your country. So they recognize Japan and South Korea because there are so many Japanese and South Korean restaurants there. Indonesia, we don't have one, the big one. They know it because I was the ambassador. Malaysia and Thailand, obviously. And then I flew to Samoa because I was also accredited to Samoa, small island countries in the Pacific. The same question I asked to the senior high school students. This time, among the 5, Indonesia was not mentioned. So number 1 is Vietnam. Number 2 is Singapore. Number 3 is Malaysia. Number 4 is China. And number 5 is Japan. And then I asked, how could you come with that answers? No, because I frequently saw the names of those countries in the shelves of supermarket. Right? So that is the significance of having products in the supermarket. Is for the awareness of your own country. Now, Pak Marty, I mentioned this because I'm talking about the public awareness of ASEAN outside our region. It still needs to be much better, developed in so many ways that we can talk with the speakers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our topic for the next 1 hour is good governance, how civil societies can help ensure clean and competent government for fight corruptions. For that, I'm so proud to have 4 speakers that representing 4 ASEAN countries. The first one is His Excellency, I should say, Pita Limjaroenrat, visiting fellow of Harvard Kennedy School, Member of Parliament 2019-2024 from Thailand. Tepuk tangan dong yang meriah. The second one, Her Excellency Nurul Izzah Anwar, Executive Chairperson of Polity, Member of Parliament 2008-2022 from Malaysia. You must know her father, right? I know her father very well. The third speaker, His Excellency Simon Tai, Chairman of the Singapore Institute of International Affairs, Law Professor at the National University of Singapore, nominated member of the Singapore Parliament 1997 and 2001, and one more thing, he's the non-resident ambassador of Singapore to Greece. Thank you. That's why I call him His Excellency. And the fourth one, our home pride, Mr. Danang Widoyoko, Secretary General of Transparency International Indonesia. Soon will become ambassador after this. Danang, thank you. All right, distinguished speakers, nice to have you on the stage. Are you ready for the questions? If you cannot answer my question, just use 50-50, ask the audience, or call a friend. Okay, that's what I did when I hosted Who Wants to Be Millionaire back then. Okay. Okay, the committee has prepared great questions. It is so great, Nurul, that I don't want to change the questions, right? Because if I do it, I'm afraid that I will omit the essence of the questions. So the first question is addressed to Simon Tai. You know, Simon or Simon? Simon. Corruption has been the biggest enemy in all countries in ASEAN except Singapore, because your corruption index, I think, is the highest in terms of eradication of the corruption. But in other countries in ASEAN, corruption has been the greatest enemy. It's the corruption that slows the development. It's corruption that kills development. It's corruption that makes the people poor. And now Singapore has been very successful for many, many decades. My question to you is that, according to the 2024 Corruption Perception Index, like I said, most ASEAN countries scored below 50, with Singapore 84, standing out as the only country well above the global average. What can we learn from Singapore about its success, about your success, or failures in combating corruption? You have 4 minutes.
Well, the question is very complicated because, first of all, while I'm very proud of my country, Singapore, I do not want anyone to assume that this is sort of natural or a success. It's a constant battle. I mean, it's really an effort that must be made by the whole society, by government, over many years, and it's never ending. We've just had a case where a dear friend of mine, I still call him my friend, but he was a minister and he's been found guilty of corruption. The fact that we are punishing him is a good sign, but the fact we had a case shows us nobody, least of all Singapore, is perfect. Having said that, let me say very quickly, in the 2 minutes I have left, and I still want to be a millionaire, I would say that we came into the anti-corruption battle as a political message. The previous government to the People's Action Party was weak and also corrupt. So the PAP historically wear all white, literally is a sign we are clean. I'm not a PAP member, by the way. The second factor is that when we started to attract foreign direct investment, the world was turning away FDI. But we had to control it in the sense that all investors will do what they can to maximize the profit. We have to set certain clear rules. I'm not anti-foreigner, but whoever invests, we must be very clear about using rule of law to discipline them and to create benefit for our people. And we did this at a time where, as I said, China, India, Vietnam, all the big countries were closed. So we were able to exact that discipline from them. And so while we had the influx of job creation, investment, this did not become a source of corruption. I think those are perhaps oversimple lessons. And of course, there are other institutions we have. I'm quite proud of them. They continue to monitor the country, but they are particular to a very small country. We do not have a Transparency International chapter. We do not have investigative journalism. When I see what some of the journalists in our region, the life-threatening cases they go through to get their job done, we don't have this. So I cannot claim that anything that we have experienced is of the benchmark or the universal, just take this and copy it and you will succeed. It's a unique problem and unique circumstances. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much, Simon. It's short, but I think very comprehensive. There are factors that I think we, especially Indonesia, has to learn a lot from Singapore. Now, the second question goes to Nurul Iza Anwar and Danang Widoyoko. So you share the same questions. I like asking this, knowing that you are very successful politicians. Nurul, it is not rare to see cases where laws are politicized and corruption cases become currencies for political bargaining and conspiracy. We see this in Indonesia and elsewhere across Southeast Asia. In your opinion, how can we prevent such a phenomenon from becoming a more rampant?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam hormat. Terima kasih Bapak Tantawi. I think it's really good to describe forums. Maybe more should be like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Because for me that hits at the heart of our topic today. This quest for success has come at a very heavy price. Of course, you see it in Pita's case. Simon also mentioned it. But I think the term I'd like to use for us to understand what's actually at play when you talk about whether negotiations, leveraging on political cases, is the fact that we don't measure moral bankruptcy enough. If we did, we'd probably be ignoring the global north because they're the most morally bankrupt compared to many countries in the global south, even in ASEAN. So I think looking from that perspective, once you lose that moral compass, then anything goes. So moving to the second point, the challenge when you talk about the specter of corruption is the fact that there are enablers of corruption. I would say the forces of corruption is many. When I was at the Parliamentary Accounts Committee in my country, what do? We look at expenditures made by the executive, and it's very hard post-corruption deed. Once it takes place, it takes forever just to uncover it. And I wanted to mention, even in the case of former Prime Minister Najib Razak, yes, he is in prison, and it's a testament to the rule of law in Malaysia, but you need to realize that the forces of corruption has made him one of the more popular figures amongst certain pockets of the community. Not you, yeah, Pak Din, not you, Pak Najib, but Najib Razak from Malaysia, yeah. Jadi we want to be popular for the right reasons, yeah. The point is, when this happens, I think we can't avoid the fact when you want change to be lasting, when you want to make sure society, community, nations take seriously this sort of war or this fight against corruption, that you look at the enablers, the forces, and the fact that these forces can lie very much in the institutional memory of civil servants. Sometimes institutional memory is good. Sometimes it adds up and creates cartels. Malaysia, we have 4 prime ministers over a short period of time. I've met many senior civil servants, yeah, Sri Shamsul Iskandar, my colleague from Malaysia, who's still there. Prime ministers come in and go, but we're still here managing what needs to be managed. So I think I have to say this because once we look at it, don't just keep your eyes on the politician. Keep your eyes on the culture, keep your eyes on the enablers, and make sure the last bit in my 2-minute answer is the fact that there are ways moving forward. That's why I believe the framework that we should use, and I'm borrowing from Professor Morse in 1995, the 3 concentric circles. I'll talk more about it. The first, you must make sure change is politically feasible. Unfortunately, politicians are human beings. They want to be loved. They want to be winning elections time and again. They want a second term. And second, it has to be technically feasible, because you don't want a bankrupt idea that sounds good to destroy the nation. And number 3, back to our institutional memory, it has to be organizationally implementable. Because if the civil servants don't believe in it, bye-bye, and out you go. Thank you, Bapak.
Thank you. Sorry, your time is up. I like hearing you. I'm interested when you mention corruption has something to do with culture. It reminds me of a book written by Samuel Huntington some 40 years back. He clearly says that corruption has something to do with culture of a country. Okay, we go deeper about that, but I would like to ask the same question to Danang, that represent a country that has no corruptions before independence.
Thank you, Mas Tantowi. Yes, yes. Actually, the question is related to what happened in Indonesia, and I have a deep concern and also disappointed with combating corruption here, because it focused on law enforcement only, and law enforcement, you know, sentencing someone in corruption case is not the same with controlling corruption. It's different method, different strategy, and different goal. And what happened here is how the law enforcement using the law to, for me, it's like politicization of law enforcement. So that's why targeting people who are the opposition of the current government, and then using the anti-corruption law. And second, there is a changing of the political landscape. You know, in anti-corruption literature study, there is an important and influential theory, they call it state capture corruption. How the big corporation, rich people, and then occupy the state, and then control the state to produce public policy that favorable to their businesses. But at the moment, not state capture corruption, but people say like business capture, because law enforcement is used to criminalize the business and then take over the business for the, of course, for the other elites, and then it's happened through the law enforcement. And how to prevent this? I think the first is accountability of law enforcement. And then secondly, it's our never-ended struggle to uphold rule of law. Otherwise, it can be slipped into rule by law. So the question is very, very relevant to us in Indonesia at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danang. Now the next question goes to Pita Limja Runrat, the celebrity of the event, so to say. I can understand that. You know, many people would like to have a picture with you before you become the next Prime Minister. Oh, I'm sorry to say that, okay. All right, Pita, the question is, from an insider's political point of view, what is it like to find compromise and make progress toward good governance and to end the cycle of corruption and bribery?
I think it starts with understanding what corruption is and what the equation of corruption. I remember when we were formulating policies towards the election, obviously corruption is a big thing in Thailand. And pretty much corruption is discretion plus monopoly minus accountability. Simple as that. It's discretion plus monopoly minus accountability. And discretion comes from what? It comes from cumbersome regulations. That's why you have so many permits. That's why you have to get to the public service in many countries to ask for the discretion. So the higher the discretion, the higher the probability of corruption. Monopoly is when you don't have any transparency. They control the information. You don't have the information as a civil society. So you have to make sure that laws allow that kind of transparency in terms of data so that the monopoly goes down. And then the last one is accountability. You want to make sure that people who are corrupted are being caught and people who speak out are being protected. So if you understand, the levers or the contributors of corruption, then you can use technology, use law, use technology in order to tackle it one tweak at a time. So that's how you, take away corruption and bribery. If you have 10,000 laws and 10,000 permits, you need to do some regulatory guillotine to reduce it to half because none of them is very outdated, for example. And the way you do that is not just when politicians get into power, it's not just when you have the competent government, but it comes before you assume power. It starts with election integrity, for example. So civil society, NGO that I really like in Thailand, and I want to give you an example, is voting tabulation. I think that goes to every country in the sense that how can you ensure that the way you get into power is transparent, is free, is fair. So there's many digital activism on voting tabulation from up in Chiang Mai down to Yala province in Thailand. So I think that's how you take care of, before getting into power, you have voting tabulation, you make sure the election is fair. But once you are inside that kind of power, you totally understand what the equation of corruption is, how do you reduce discretion, how do you reduce monopoly of information, and how do you increase accountability within the society. I think that's my takeaway as an insider.
Thank you very much, Peter. Wow. A big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Being ASEAN people, I'm so proud, to have politicians like you people. So proud. Especially being Indonesian. I dream that Indonesia will have politicians of that quality like you three. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin ya. Ini gua ngomongin diri gua sendiri nih. Boleh dong bermimpi ya. Yeah. Right now, actually one question, but it can be answered either by Simon or Mas Danang ya. Throughout the lesson we've learned from history, what are the most effective ways civil society can move beyond being a watchdog to contribute more concretely? What new methods, digital, grassroots, or creative, are emerging to uncover governance gaps, encourage transparency, and drive meaningful reform? Probably we start from Simon.
Well, I'm not sure I should be answering this question because civil society, as defined by some democracies, isn't that large in Singapore. I mean, oftentimes the anti-corruption effort is led by the government rather than outside the government. So my sense of having studied the region as a whole is that frankly, civil society has not made a huge impact. And we have to ask ourselves whether they have the right coalition. I think Kunpita's point about some of them being simply de-bureaucratization, getting the rules as simple as possible, those efficiency things have not really been on the agenda for most civil society. It's been more case-by-case efforts or legal enforcement. So I think building this broader coalition that can tie in efficiency with transparency, with anti-corruption enforcement, this would be one of the key drivers. And then this is the most controversial part, that at some point, I think civil society will have to pick the right political actors to back. It was a question of disbelief to say the whole political class is corrupt, and sometimes they are. But if you don't relatively sort out the gray from the black, you're not going to be effective outside all the time.
Thank you, Danang. You have 2 minutes to add some more answers if you want.
Yes, of course, it is very, very important question about the role of civil society. And also my own experience. I have spent maybe 19 years as the activist of the Indonesia Corruption Watch. It is like a watchdog NGO, advocacy group, but now I am with the Transparency International, providing consultancy and then changing role. Now my role is, the challenge is how to build collective action, because social change need contribution from many groups. So that's why another important role of the civil society is how to facilitate every group to take part into an effort to change the situation. That's very important. And then secondly, we also can use new media, like currently my organization, Transparency International, working with Tempo. With Tempo magazine, we measure the compliance of the private sector in terms of ESG, and we use technology so that we cover almost entire public companies in Indonesia. So the first is collective action. Secondly, how to use technology to provide a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Danang, for completing the answer. Now, the next question can be answered either by Nurul or Pita. It's up to your own agreement. Yeah. You have 4 minutes. With high and growing public cynicism, how should the government rebuild trust in institutions? And what does effective collaboration between civil society and government look like in strengthening governance?
So thank you so much. We agreed that I will go first. So we negotiated successfully. That's how political negotiations take place.
Then you have to divide 2 minutes
yes.
each. Okay.
So the first thing is, if you look at the global Ipsos survey, which tracks how much trust people have in politicians versus influencers, no prizes for guessing right. Politicians have the lowest percentage of trust among citizenry, especially after the pandemic, be it here, Malaysia, or even London, elsewhere, right? So what do? I think the 2 examples I want to cite today, the first is the fact that in the same week where there was so much protest and focus on the plight of gig economy workers. So Malaysia, we've had a gig economy bill being discussed in Parliament throughout different governments. But I think what the Minister of Human Resource did was basically to galvanize not just gig worker unions, to have joint pickets in the front of the Parliament and Town Hall to ensure that they act as effective co-lobbyists. And finally, alhamdulillah, last month we have approved in the Malaysian Parliament the gig worker bill. And it's important, addresses 3 things. First, status, dependent contractors, so you're protected. Number 2, stronger negotiation powers. And number 3, at least a minimum compensation per hour. It's very important because people talk about FDI. As Professor Simon mentioned, not all FDI is good. And if you don't have socioeconomic stability, you can't make full use of development through that FDI. And number 3, I wanted to also add on another example. As you know, 34 Malaysians are right now on the way in Gaza, intercepted, arrested. That's part of the global Sumut Flotilla movement worldwide. And among the 500 kidnapped, the 34 was actually supported by the Malaysian government. It was a CSO, it was an NGO-initiated activity of movement to deliver humanitarian aid, but the government of Malaysia stepped up and basically pledged support. And I think this is important because sometimes not all ideas come from the government, clearly. So you do need to depend on the third sector, on civil society, to make sure the best solutions are unearthed and supported.
Thank you. Pita?
I agree with her.
I like when you say, I don't have to give more answers.
But I think the question is about trust. And what boils down to trust, the elements of it, again, is about consistency and transparency. I mean, my worst political enemy, even if they disagree with me, but I think they will agree that I'm consistent with my message. I'm very transparent in the way I think, in the way I talk. I had my plan, my first 100-day agenda on becoming a government. I had a one-year agenda. I have a two-term agenda. So it's very transparent to build trust from the people when they are trying to give me the mandate to run. But that's only the internal part of trust, the intrinsic part of trust. Obviously, politicians, you have to be consistent and you have to be transparent at the minimum. However, the external factor that is rising, and it's very concerning, is on the misinformation and disinformation and fake news and information operation that is going all around in every region. So I think that's what keeps me awake at night, in the sense that how do we know what's true, you know? Almost living in a post-truth era. What are the things that each country, each government, or ASEAN as a whole can think about how we combat fake news? What are the things that we can do? Is it algorithm transparency? You know, is it thinking about how to radically or quickly respond to propagandas and things like that that's trying to divide us? So both intrinsic and extrinsic.
Wow. You know what, hearing how you respond the questions from me, I feel like hearing the response from the next leaders from Malaysia and Thailand, yeah, in the very near future. Is Malaysia ready for female leader? No, you don't. Nurul, you don't have to answer. It's not in the list. It's not in the list. Yeah, sorry. Okay, the last question is open-ended question, so to say. So it's all up to you, okay, among your agreement, whoever can answer these questions. It could be based on age. Then it should be Simon who's answering these questions. Or the gender.
Before I die, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, the question is, what strategies help civil society actors sustain their work in environments where civic space may be shrinking? Use 50-50 or ask the audience?
I think one of the rock stars should answer.
I think the shrinking civic space is happening globally. But how do you push back? You might be an NGO that advocates for labor rights, indigenous rights, or environmental rights, but you don't advocate for yourself. I think you have to start redefining what the role of NGO in democracy is. To me, very basic, as a politician that I had experience, the ABC of NGOs. A is to advocate. B is to bridge. C is continuity. I was an MP. I'm no longer the MP, but the people who advocate for indigenous rights, land rights, human rights, gender rights are still working. So it's continuing. So you're bridging the parliament and you're advocating for it. But at the same time, you have to understand that civil society is under attack in the same manner. You know, A is accountability. Because you are appointed, you're not elected, people start questioning your legitimacy. B is bias of donor. So if you're not neutral, then that's when people starting to ask you questions about bias of your civil work. And C is definitely anywhere in the world, compliance. The state will try to strategically giving you lawsuits so that you cannot move anymore. And they will also try to strangle your financials. So you have to be more efficient, you have to be more lean, you have to think about technology and how to push back against this shrinking civic space by adapting yourself and advocating in yourself that I have the right to exist in the society.
Thank you very much,
Can
Peter.
I just add on shortly?
1 minute.
Just solidarity. The point is, right now, I think we understand the attacks have come from superpowers as well, who are morally bankrupt and who are targeting support base for other civil societies worldwide. And I think this trickles down, and that's why I feel that having joined our hands in solidarity is very important, more than ever, compared to previous years. Thank you.
Thank you, Nurul. That's all question from me. Now, I would like to give the opportunity to our two discussants to make questions or to comment what was said by our speakers. We invite the two discussants to go near the microphones. Introduce your name, and you can make comment or directly to the question to whoever you choose from the four speakers on the stage.
So good afternoon. This is Heng from Cambodia. I don't think I have a question because all of my questions prepared have been asked by you.
Thank me. Thank you.
So this is the last question that already answered half of it, and I just want to ask it again and would like the panelists to actually redefine it. And the question is that how can a government or the regional actor like ASEAN institutionalize CSO's role so that we will not see them as a adversary, but a partner to democratic development and accountability. So you get my question? Yeah, thank you. So any panelists would like to contribute, so the floor is yours. Thank you.
What's your name again?
Heng.
From?
Cambodia.
From Cambodia. What is your profession?
I am a program coordinator at Cambodian Institute for Democracy.
Thank you very much. Yeah. All right, the speakers.
I just come from the ASEAN Think Tank Summit. We spent a lot of time looking at ASEAN as an institution. Let me give you my suggestion. First, ASEAN has a policy of non-interference. And frankly, corruption, good governance, is one of the core national issues. I would say it's going to be very difficult to persuade ASEAN as a group to look at anti-corruption measures in a very deep way. What I think is useful and easier to do is related to what Kutpita talked about, efficiencies and deregulation. Minimizing all the trade, customs, and other barriers for open entry. Because oftentimes when goods transit and there are too many rules, is exactly when small level corruption really permeates. Now, of course, some rules are good. Not all rules need to go out the door. But behind this is a lot of border corruption. Similarly, entry of foreign companies. I mentioned FDI. I think I'm not naive. I don't think FDI is always a good. But I'd like to say it can be harnessed. It can create jobs. And I think that, again, if we are too close to foreign direct investment, it's only the more suspicious foreign investment that will find a way in. So I think, again, a lot of deregulation or efforts to bring ASEAN as an economic community can be allied to the effort to create more rational, clearer, and transparent governance.
Thank you, Simon. Now, I invite the second discussant. Please introduce your name and the profession and your intervention. Your time is 2 minutes. Thank you. It's already gone 1 minute.
Technical problem. Yeah. Thank you for shedding light on this fight against corruption, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to highlight a few points and pose some questions for further discussion. Like, for example, how can we ensure that government structures are adapted to evolving needs of our citizens?
Can you speak?
How can we ensure
That's good. That sounds
that
better.
government structures are adapted to the evolving needs of our citizens? I am Alicia L. Manundog from the Philippines. I'm a university professor.
What's your name and where you're
Alicia L. from Mindanao, Philippines.
from? From the Philippines.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
My question is, how can we ensure that governance are adaptable to the evolving needs of our citizens, or the corruption, or the fight against corruption are adaptable to the evolving needs of our citizens?
I think Indonesia should answer this.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's exactly what happens to us, right?
I think the good, for me, the best answer is to have Pita spend more time in Indonesia, talk with us, because he has gave us a successful example how to translate, grievances, your aspiration from the street movement into political movement and then winning the election. That the pressure to government, that the government must hear, the government must adapt, the government must respond to the need of the people, especially the young people. And that Pita is a good example of that.
Come on, Pita.
The question is on adaptability, correct?
Yes, 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 sir.
For us, civil society and Democrats, from my experience, you have to be fixed on the ideology, but flexible in execution.
Flexibility.
Fix on the target, fix on the objective, on the reason why your organization exists or why I run for public office. That's fixed, non-negotiable. Consistent, transparent, trustworthy. But when it comes to execution or operation, be willing to be flexible. So I think that's what adaptability means. Otherwise, if you are for one thing, but because you are being pressured by all around you and you just change it to a different organization, then that's not really adaptability. That's inaccountability. So I think that's the sense of adaptability.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pita. Now we have the last discussion, Mr. Tan Sri Lee.
Thank you. I'd like to just ask a question about to the panelists about the preventive corruption method. Besides, I think education is very important in the school and civil society, how to see when the project go wrong. I always feel when there's a big project go wrong, very long time, there's something go wrong. So public have to be education to this. But with the AI age is coming now, with the blockchain technology, maybe we like to listen to the panelists. Can the AI and the blockchain technology to really bring to better governance and prevent corruption? And I think, especially I believe our ASEAN community, as long as we can really put our effort to really combat the corruption, I think ASEAN will have better future. Thank you.
Oh. Very good question. Where are you from, Tan Sri Lee? Malaysia. Tan. We have the same family name, Tan Sri Lee, Tan Towi. We have the same Tan. Thank you. I like your question. I like your question very much. Okay, I challenge all the speakers to, you have 4 minutes, 3 minutes to respond to the question.
The answer is yes and no. I mean, artificial intelligence, machine learning, predictive algorithms need quality data. So if the government does not provide that kind of data or even have a corrupted data, the cloud of all the information of all the procurement is fragmented. To have AI, it doesn't help. So you have to have that kind of single cloud policy, the kind of data that allows the machine to work. So finally, you can finally have red flags on procurements or programs that are high in probability to corrupt. So it's not automatic. Just because you invest millions on AI and corruption will go away. That's not the case. On the contrary, a lot of transfer of wealth also comes from cryptocurrency as well. You know, the traceability, the ability to track, and those things are something that is also of caution. So it's not a set in stone kind of answer that if you have blockchain and AI into your system, transparency will happen, traceability will happen. It depends on the actor and it depends on the input, garbage in, garbage out. So that's really the trick that you have to monitor when your leader said, okay, we're going to use AI to monitor corruption. You really have to, like, you know, have your 2 cents ready.
Nurul?
I think just to add to that, there is this degree of rejection, of distrust, not just against authority, but also the existing banking system. We know that in many countries, the banking system is being used to target or secure information on activists. So therefore, you have this over-reliance towards the non-traditional financial transactions, right? Whether it's Bitcoin or whether it's, you know, crypto. And of course, how then do you get regulation that addresses the needs? Because you don't want people to be victimized, but by the same token, over-regulation means the governments have complete control over, you know, over the money received by CSOs, over who gets what. And I think this is the clear weakness of not just the fiat system, but in a post-pandemic world. And we have to start grappling, because most of the most unethical companies are tech companies. And you see this, of course, displayed in real time. So just the last bit is, yes, remember as well, AI, they mimic our biases, they mimic the wrongful actions that human beings set the example for. So factoring all these things, even in the utilization, really matters, and we need to really detail out what kind of world or how do we galvanize control over you know, financial structure, utilizing AI, but within limits that addresses key rights and making sure they're protected no matter what.
Thank you, Nurul. Ladies and gentlemen, we have roughly 10 minutes left before we end this beautiful discussion. And I would like to be fair to the audience. I'm going to give a chance to two people from the floor to give a brief, very brief questions, okay? Let's do it in 1 minute so that we have more time for the speakers to respond to your question. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Silakan Mbak, diambil yang di tengah itu. Right. Okay, and one from this side. One from this side, please. Thank you. Probably the one in front. Yes, okay. Oke, tolong pertanyaannya. Ini ada berapa yang nanya ini?
Banyak.
Nggak cukup waktunya. Ini aja janjian. Coba bikin. Ya, pendek aja pertanyaannya. Ya, kalau bisa 1 minute. Ya. Oke, 2 dari itu ada 4 ya. Oke, mungkin 2 aja. Ya. 2 aja, 2 dari sini, jadi 4. Adil kan ya? 2 sana, 2 sini. Jangan marah loh sama gue. Ya, ya. Silakan. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Saya Handayani dari I'm Handayani from woman organization name is Aisyah. part of Muhammadiyah. Okay, as Mr. Simon Tay said that civil society doesn't play a significant role for controlling corruption in Singapore. And I read that that you have that digital platform, e-government, it is very good. And also you have PCA, the Prevention of Corruption Act, which is, this is prevention. Not only the law, but prevention law, because we need curative and prevention. This is very good. That's why I address to Pak Danang, please, if we can learn from the government of Singapore about the e-government and PCA, and also related that my question about that Indonesia is more complex than other countries, I think, because we have huge natural resources, and our corruption about national resources also huge. That's why please need help.
Okay, I think
input or suggestion from speakers. How about Indonesia to fight with corruption in many levels, including the...
Thank you very much. I think it's well understood. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Please, one person, one question. Yeah, make it very short. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dimas from the University of Indonesia. I have a question. When we talk about a clean and competent government, it is a holistic perspective where it involves institutions like the military and police. When we speak about clean government, we mostly talk about bureaucracies. But I want to ask, how could civil society, in the midst of this power imbalance, can ensure a clean and competent institution that is quote-unquote more powerful than them, people in camo shirts and even in the police and military, how can we ensure they're also clean to ensure a competent government and fight corruption? Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name again?
Dimas.
Dimas from?
The University of Indonesia.
I think. Good. Very good question. I think you should be a speaker next session, yeah?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one more? Masya?
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues and residents. My name is Muhammad Arif from Jakarta, Indonesia. I am student of Development Economics at Trilogi University, South Jakarta. The title highlights the vital role of civil society plays in ensuring competent governance and fighting corruption. Civil society, from NGOs to independent media and citizen groups, function as social watchdogs, accountability mechanism, and agent of public pressure. The current example, the Corruption Eradication Commission atau KPK, is pushing for transparency in the management of the 2026 hedge funds amounting to IDR 17 at 20 trillion.
Yeah, what's the question?
Okay. I will ask, a civil society is ideally meant to oversee public fund management, such as the multi-trillion hedge fund. How can they function effectively when information access is limited? Political pressures are strong and activist risk retention.
Yeah, what is the question, Pak? What is the question?
Itu pertanyaannya, Mas. Saya ulangi lagi.
Pertanyaannya apa tadi? Can you repeat the question?
I want to ask, at work civil society is ideally meant to oversee public fund management, such as the multi-trillion hedge fund. How can they function effectively when information access is limited? Political pressures are strong and activist risk retention. Are there legal and institutional mechanisms that can truly guarantee that citizen voice won't be swayed?
Yeah. Thank you. What's your name again? Nama siapa?
Arif.
Arif, ya, oke. Okay, this is the last. Thank you very much, Mas Arif. Yes.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Anastasia, and I'm from Budi Luhur University. And here's the question. Many people with limited access to information or low political awareness do not realize that their poverty is also a result of a corrupt system. And for instance, some of the system often say, no matter who leads us, our lives will remain the same. Since it seems almost impossible to change the system from within, My question is, how can civil societies effectively raise awareness among these groups? Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, speakers, we have 4 questions from the floor. I think most of the questions are asking about the functions or the rules of civil society in helping the government in killing or combating the corruptions. Pretty much so, yeah. Silakan. Mas Danang atau Simon? Ya, Danang, silakan.
Yes, I think my question is, my answer is that we have to struggle for that. It's not a given. You know, the competent government, you know, government with or clean government is not given. It's the outcome of the struggle of the civil society. So that's why, like Dimas, you have to struggle because we have to struggle to be, you know, implementation of the meritocracy in the government, in bureaucracy. Otherwise, yes, we will have problem of collusion. So we have to learn from Pita again how to pressure the government to make it a competent bureaucracy. Thank you.
Simon, the question from one of the
Thank you. I think first, coalition building is critical. Civil society, in its true sense, can of course make an impact in the hard cases. But there are questions of, as I mentioned earlier, rules, efficiency, trade, investment, where there can be an alliance. One example is what Nurila said about the gig economy. Many governments are concerned, and nobody should treat the technical companies as being angels. So they should be convinced, can be convinced, to be on the side of the citizen to help create safe jobs, good jobs. And I think that's the broader question that Tan Sri Lee mentioned. With all the technology coming in, how our governments are looking for answers, for guidance of how to harness the technology for certain good outcomes. So besides the truly deep anti-corruption effort, the good governance effort needs to try to harness that attention by governments. They're asking for answers. And I think the civil society, the think tanks, should try to bring those answers in to create hope, aspiration, which I said earlier, and trust that certain reforms can be done. It may not be the hardest cases of corruption, but they will affect a wide gamut of people, especially the young, who are seeking for good jobs in a new economy.
I think I want to start first with choosing your heroes carefully. First, the name Samuel Huntington, my humble view, should be replaced with Leela Dubey, who's an anthropologist from India, because she looks specifically on the inherent strengths and weaknesses of South Asian versus Southeast Asian culture. Similarly, in the field of semiconductor, I think one of the top economists is Kyon Lee, a South Korean economist that looks at the might and success across countries like Japan, South Korea, China, and Taiwan. So we must be clear in terms of choosing benchmarks, right? Because at the end of the day, it's going to be Indonesia, the CSOs here, the stakeholders here, who will dictate what kind of change you want to see. And the last 2 points I want to address in correlation to that, we are all dealing with the dangers of zealots, of extreme populism. The fact that someone like Charlie Kirk, has captured the vast imagination of almost all young Americans. So for CSOs to be relevant, for politicians to be relevant, you kind of have to adopt the latest tools of technology to make sure that your voice, your succession planning, and your plans, whether it's 100 days, whether it's the first year, is on point and addresses the implementation portion. So it's not just technically feasible, it's politically acceptable and, of course, organizationally implementable. So good luck, Indonesia and Southeast Asia.
Thank you, Nurul.
So do I have the last words?
I guess you do.
Your closing as well.
If that's the case, then I'll use that responsibility to change the rhythm a little bit and give you guys some words of encouragement. I mean, times are really hard, but you have to understand that leadership is a constant struggle to make change happen. If you're not struggling, there's no need for leadership. So that's why, you know, you have to really look forward, follow your heart, but take your brain with you. Because it's not going to be a short, swift change. I mean, anything, whether it's politics or civil society, it's a long game. Yeah, so you have to really strategize, know your cadence, and then strike when you're strongest, and then when the competitor is weakest. So take your time and enjoy the ride. All the best to you.
Thank you very much, all the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite everyone here to make a big round of applause for all the speakers. Once again, I'm so privileged and honored to moderate these sessions, one of which because I feel like coming back to the Parliament, being with them again, and I'm so jealous. I'm really longing for my time back then, you know, and I'm so proud being ASEAN to have such a great politicians like the speakers here. So thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen, to Pita, to Nurul, Simon, and Mas Danang, and now back to our MC.
Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Bapak Tantowi Yahya for moderating and leading such a wonderful and insightful discussion. And now we'd like to invite to all panelists, of course, moderator, to take a position up on stage to receive a token of appreciation. Therefore, we kindly invite onto the stage Bapak Dino Patijalal to please present a token of appreciation and, of course, a thoughtful gift from FPCI to our moderator and, of course, our panelists for session A2, Good Governance, how civil societies can help ensure clean and competent government and fight corruption. Yes? Please remain on stage. For next, we'd like to present a token of appreciation, a gift for our documentation team to please stay in place because we'll take another photo opportunity with a special gift from FPCI as a sign of our gratitude for sharing the stage and, of course, the insights and valuable knowledge and, of course, the discussion this afternoon. Once again, we thank Pita Limja Runrat, Nurul Iza Anwar, Simon Tay, and Danang Widoyoko for sharing your thoughts, and of course to Bapak Tantowi Yahya for leading the moderated session. Nah, pada tim dokumentasi dan juga rekan-rekan media, kami mohon untuk tetap bisa berada di tempat karena kita akan kembali berfoto bersama. We are to take another picture. Yes, you may hold the jacket and show the FPCI logo, or you can wear it. Either way. Okay, everyone ready with the FPCI jackets? Smile for the camera. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause once again for our moderator, our panelists, and of course, thank you, Bapak Dino Patijalal, for presenting and handing over the token of appreciation for all of our speakers. Once again, thank you. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, with this we have concluded our session A2. And I'd like to also remind you that we will still have more discussions to come, and our next session here in the Golden Ballroom, session A3, is closing the gender gap in Southeast Asia. And we will have another break, and we'll continue our session A3 at 5 p.m. Once again, we thank you for your attendance, and we'd like to remind you kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang menggunakan alat interpretasi untuk bisa dikembalikan kepada panitia atau meja tempat alat interpretasi berada. Terima kasih.
I'm Aziza, Secretary of HICMI, Womanpreneur, and member of ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council. The ASEAN for the People Conference is not just another meeting, it's a call to action. Over 2 days, people from across Southeast Asia will come together to share ideas, build trust, and spark collaboration that can make a real difference in our region. I believe this matters because our challenges from economic inequality to environmental crisis do not stop at national borders. We need solutions that are regional, people-centered, and rooted in the realities of our communities. This is our chance to speak up, listen deeply, and commit to building an ASEAN that works for everyone. Let's use this moment to turn ideas into action and action into lasting change. Be part of this journey with us. Sampai ketemu.
everyone, my name is Osari. I'm the Program Manager at Corporate Indonesia. I'm delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because people must be at the heart of ASEAN. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Kami adalah Blue Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan platform media yang lengkap. Kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Blue Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Blue Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, Rahayu, and goodness greetings. My name is Hindro, and I serve as one of the daily management members of the Indonesian Conference on Religion and Peace, ICRP. I am deeply honored to express my wholehearted support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This conference is more than a meeting. It is a commitment to peace, justice, and solidarity across Southeast Asia. We live in a world shaken by conflicts, from the war in Ukraine to the unfolding tragedy in the Middle East between Iran and Israel. These wars have brought untold suffering, instability, and division. And while these conflicts rage far from our shores, we cannot be complacent. The flames must never spread to Asia, especially to ASEAN. Peace in our region is not guaranteed. It must be nurtured. It must be defended, and it begins with us, the people. At ICRP, we believe that religion should never be a weapon of war. but a wellspring of compassion. Diversity should never divide us, but strengthen us. This is why people must be at the heart of ASEAN. Only through grassroots participations across borders collaboration and unwavering dialogue can we shield our region from the storms of global conflicts and build a future of peace for generations to come. Let this conference be a resounding declaration. Southeast Asia will not be a battleground. We choose dialogue over divisions. We choose peace over war. We choose humanity over hatred. Thank you. Salam Perdamaian, House of Peace, ICRP. Wassalamualaikum, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Astungkara, Rahayu, Salam Kebajikan.
Hi, my name is Roxy and I am the Executive Director of the Indonesian Institute for Education Reform. We're very delighted to be a part of the upcoming ASEAN for the People's Conference, which will take place in Jakarta. We believe that this is a very important event, which marks a moment in the history of the ASEAN community, in which the very goal and essence of an organization, a multilateral institution built for, by, and from the people, actually embodies that values through empowering civil society organizations that will connect and find ways for us to collaborate and realize a better ASEAN for those it aims to serve. We look forward to meeting every one of you at the event. Terima kasih.
Temani waktu di sore hari, tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini, hanya di Metro TV.
Hi, good afternoon, good day everyone, wherever you are. My name is Irdina Sorfina and I am the legal intern at Initiate.my. I just want to say that I am truly delighted to express my support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference AFPC. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will bring together civil society groups from across Southeast Asia, creating a vital space for dialogue, solidarity and collaboration. I also believe that this is important because people must be at the heart of ASEAN. Decisions and policies should reflect the voices, struggle and aspirations of the communities that we represent. And then there's also cross-border collaboration, which is also essential in addressing the shared challenges that we face. from climate change and inequality to human rights and democracy. I look forward to seeing the powerful conversations and connections that will emerge from AFPC. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
and Director of Insan Mandiri, an Indonesian NGO that focus on empowering remote communities in Indonesia. And I'm so delighted to support ASEAN for People Conference. I believe and I support the event because this is a meaningful, not only event, but it's a place, it's a platform where all the amazing people with one mission to empower ASEAN communities gather in one place. So yeah, this is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect all civil society organizations and any other stakeholders. I believe also this is very important because people must be the heart of ASEAN. We belong to the community, so we should all together work for the community. ASEAN needs more grassroots communities and all of us work together for the community. So yeah, let's meet at the event and please do support the event. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Kalau nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget kalau nggak nambah. Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget. Apaan? Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Baca tirto.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Hello everyone, my name is Muhammad Rangga Atmaja and I am the President of Indonesian Student Association for International Studies 2025. I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference or AFPC Forum initiated by Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe that this is very important because ISAFIS also has always stood for the belief that the future of our region lies in the hands of its people, especially among its youth, who can bridge borders through dialogue, build trust through cooperation, and turn shared challenges into shared opportunities for a more united and inclusive Asia. This spirit of mutual understanding among nations is at the heart of our organization's also. From people to people exchanges, collaborative policy discussion, proving that the lasting regional progress begins with stronger connections between its citizens. Thank you dan terima kasih.
My name is Felipe de Jesus. I am the Executive Director of Juventude Inovativo Timor-Leste. I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference, which will take place in Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because people must be at the heart of ASEAN, and cross-border collaboration is a key to solving our shared challenges. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Cảnh. I am a lecturer at Lakhong University. I am delighted to express my support and share human project for the Asian People Conference in Jakarta.
And I believe this is important because ASEAN is facing many shared challenges that no country can solve alone. And I believe that this can build trust and unity among members, which is the foundations for sustainable growth.
We hope to see everyone from ASEAN at the upcoming event.
See you all soon.
Hi everyone, my name is Jay Alves da Costa. I'm Executive Director of NGO Lutamutuk in East Timor. I'm really appreciated with the ASEAN for the People Conference. This is my first time to participate the brilliant event which will participate in by many civil society representatives from Southeast Asia. This is meaningful and important initiative that will connect from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because through this conference, I will gain a lot of experience from fellow participants from various delegations. Through this conference, we can discuss important things for a harmonious, peaceful, and the progress of the prosperous ASEAN community's life. Civil society from all ASEAN members must be united to support each other in order to maintain the continuity of peace and prosperity among ASEAN members. No ASEAN members community should be left behind. Together we change, together we unity. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Esti Febriani. I am the Executive Director of Lentera Kesehatan Nusantara Foundation in Indonesia. I'm so pleased to express my support to the ASEAN People Conference that will take place on 6 and 7 September 2025 in Jakarta. This is the meaningful and important event for the civil society across the country in Southeast Asia because there is the similarities issues among the countries, and we need to learn to share our knowledge and explore the possibility for collaboration to solving our shared challenges. So, be involved and enjoy the conference. Terima kasih.
Hello, I'm Aziza, Secretary of HIPMI, Womanpreneur, and member of ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council. The ASEAN for the People Conference is not just another meeting, it's a call to action. Over 2 days, people from across Southeast Asia will come together to share ideas, build trust, and spark collaboration that can make a real difference in our region. I believe this matters because our challenges from economic inequality to environmental crisis do not stop at national borders. We need solutions that are regional, people-centered, and rooted in the realities of our communities. This is our chance to speak up, listen deeply, and commit to building an ASEAN that works for everyone. Let's use this moment to turn ideas into action and action into lasting change. Be part of this journey with us. Sampai ketemu.
everyone, my name is Lestari. I'm the Program Manager at Hope Worldwide Indonesia. I'm delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because people must be at the heart of ASEAN. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Kami adalah Blue Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia. Dengan platform media yang lengkap, kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Media yang berintegrasi dalam Blue Universe diantaranya adalah PTV, berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak dengan eksklusivitasnya seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Blue Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, Rahayu, and goodness greetings. My name is Hindro, and I serve as one of the daily management members of the Indonesian Conference on Religion and Peace, ICRP. I am deeply honored to express my wholehearted support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference. This conference is more than a meeting. It is a commitment to peace, justice, and solidarity across Southeast Asia. We live in a world shaken by conflicts, from the war in Ukraine to the unfolding tragedy in the Middle East between Iran and Israel. These wars have brought untold suffering, instability, and division. And while these conflicts rage far from our shores, we cannot be complacent. The flames must never spread to Asia, especially to ASEAN. Peace in our region is not guaranteed. It must be nurtured. It must be defended, and it begins with us, the people. At ICRP, we believe that religion should never be a weapon of war, but a wellspring of compassion. Diversity should never divide us, but strengthen us. This is why people must be at the heart of ASEAN. Only through grassroots participations, across borders collaboration, and unwavering dialogue can we shield our region from the storms of global conflicts and build a future of peace for generations to come. Let this conference be a resounding declaration. Southeast Asia will not be a battleground. We choose dialogue over divisions. We choose peace over war. We choose humanity over hatred. Thank you. Salam Perdamaian, House of Peace, ICRP. Wassalamualaikum, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Astungkara, Rahayu, Salam Kebajikan.
My name is Roxy and I am the Executive Director of the Indonesian Institute for Education Reform. We're very delighted to be a part of the upcoming ASEAN for the People's Conference, which will take place in Jakarta. We believe that this is a very important event, which marks a moment in the history of the ASEAN community, in which the very goal and essence of an organization, a multilateral institution built for, by, and from the people, actually embodies that values through empowering civil society organizations that will connect and find ways for us to collaborate and realize a better ASEAN for those it aims to serve. We look forward to meeting every one of you at the event. Terima kasih.
Temani waktu di sore hari. Tentunya dengan informasi-informasi terbaik dari beragam peristiwa yang terjadi silih berganti. Mengisi ulang pemahamanmu ke titik terbaik. Hadirkan fakta terkini secara lengkap dari berbagai aspek. Terkurasi, akurat, dan mendalam. Untuk Anda, kami hadirkan pilihan terbaik. Metro hari ini, hanya di Metro TV.
Hi, good afternoon, good day everyone, wherever you are. My name is Irdina Sorfina and I am the legal intern at Initiate.my. I just want to say that I am truly delighted to express my support for the ASEAN for the People's Conference AFPC. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will bring together civil society groups from across Southeast Asia, creating a vital space for dialogue, solidarity and collaboration. I also believe that this is important because people must be at the heart of ASEAN. Decisions and policies should reflect the voices, struggle and aspirations of the communities that we represent. And then there's also cross-border collaboration, which is also essential in addressing the shared challenges that we face, from climate change and inequality to human rights and democracy. I look forward to seeing the powerful conversations and connections that will emerge from AFPC. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
and Director of Insan Mandiri, an Indonesian NGO that focus on empowering remote communities in Indonesia. And I'm so delighted to support ASEAN for People Conference. I believe and I support the event because this is a meaningful, not only event, but it's a place, it's a platform where all the amazing people with one mission to empower ASEAN communities gather in one place. So yeah, this is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect all civil society organizations and any other stakeholders. I believe also this is very important because people must be the heart of ASEAN. We belong to the community, so we should all together work for the community. ASEAN needs more grassroots communities, and all of us work together for the community. So yeah, let's sit at the event and please do support the event. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Kalau nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget kalau nggak nambah. Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Apaan?
Nasi Padang, wah itu sih nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Baca tirta.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Hello everyone, my name is Muhammad Rangga Atmaja and I am the President of Indonesian Student Association for International Studies 2025. I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference or AFPC Forum initiated by Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe that this is very important because ISAFIS also has always stood for the belief that the future of our region lies in the hands of its people, especially among its youth, who can bridge borders through dialogue, build trust through cooperation, and turn shared challenges into shared opportunities for a more united and inclusive Asia. This spirit of mutual understanding among nations is at the heart of our organization's also. From people to people exchanges, collaborative policy discussion, proving that the lasting regional progress begins with stronger connections between its citizens. Thank you dan terima kasih.
My name is Felipe de Jesus. I am the Executive Director of Juventude Innovativo Timor-Leste. I am delighted to support the ASEAN for the People's Conference, which will take place in Jakarta. This is a meaningful and important initiative that will connect civil society groups from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because people must be at the heart of ASEAN. And cross-border collaboration is the key to solving our shared challenges. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Cảnh. I am a lecturer at Lakhong University. I am delighted to express my support and share humanity project for the Asian People Conference in Jakarta.
And I believe this is important because ASEAN is facing many shared challenges that no country can solve alone. And I believe that this can build trust and unity among members, which is the foundations for sustainable growth.
We hope to see everyone from ASEAN at the upcoming event.
See you all soon.
Hi everyone, my name is José Alves da Costa. I'm Executive Director of NGO Luta Mutuk in Istimo. I'm really appreciated with the ASEAN for the People Conference. This is my first time to participate the brilliant event which will participate in by many civil society representatives from Southeast Asia. This is meaningful and important initiative that will connect from across Southeast Asia. I believe this is important because through this conference, I will gain a lot of experience from fellow participants from various delegations. Through this conference, we can discuss important things for a harmonious, peaceful, and the progress of the prosperous ASEAN community's life. Civil society from all ASEAN members must be unity to support each other in order to maintain the continuity of peace and prosperity among ASEAN members. No ASEAN members community shall be left behind. Together we change, together we unity. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Esti Febriani. I am the Executive Director of Lentera Kesehatan Nusantara Foundation in Indonesia. I'm so pleased to express my support to the ASEAN People Conference that will take place on 6 and 7 September 2025 in Jakarta. This is the meaningful and important event for the civil society across the country in Southeast Asia because there is the similarities issues among the countries, and we need to learn to share our knowledge and explore the possibility for collaboration to solving our shared challenges. So, be involved and enjoy the conference. Terima kasih.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, can I have a big round of applause as we begin our session A3 this afternoon. And for those of you who have just entered the ballroom, we kindly invite you to please do take a seat and feel free to fill in the center and front row seats first. Because now we are to begin our A3 session, closing the gender gap in Southeast Asia. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our moderator onto the stage to lead our discussion, Amy Utomo, FPCI Women in Foreign Policy Fellow, Regional Swipe Safe Officer of Child Fund Australia, to take the stage. Please give a round of applause.
Selamat sore semuanya. Good afternoon, everyone. I heard that this is one of the most registered sessions, so I hope that, the spirits will also show. Okay, selamat sore, good afternoon, everyone. Once again, welcome to the ASEAN for the People's Conference 2025. This session is titled Closing the Gender Gap in Southeast Asia. My name is Amy Utomo, and I'm honored to be your moderator for today. I currently work for Child Fund Australia on online safety programs for children and young people across Asia Pacific, and I'm also the proud fellow of FPCI Women in Foreign Policy. That's why gender is a topic that's very close to my heart, and I'm excited for this session today and to learn from the distinguished speakers. Okay, before we begin, just a quick show of hands. How many of you feel like your country has made a lot of progress in gender equality? Can we have a show of hands? Do you feel like your country has made a lot of progress in gender equality? Well, I see some yes, I see some hands. It shows that this session is indeed very important to make sure that we can make a real progress towards closing the gender gap. Okay. Before I call upon the distinguished speakers, I'd like to give some introduction of the theme first. So gender equality remains one of the most important topic in our time. And for example, according to the ASEAN Gender Outlook 2024, about 20% of young women are neither employed nor in school, compared to 14% of young men. So that is quite a gap. And then women also spend twice as much time than men on unpaid care work. So this shows that there are gaps, there are existing disparities, and today we're going to talk about those gaps and how to provide practical solutions to solve the problem. We are very, very grateful to have such a distinguished panel, and we are also going to explore the challenges and the solutions. Now, it is my great pleasure to invite all the panelists. Please give them a warm round of applause as they make their way to the stage. First, Ms. Yani Wahid, the Director of Wahid Foundation, Indonesia. Welcome, Ibu Yani. Nggak apa-apa, Bu, silakan. Next, we will invite to the stage Ms. Nurul Iza Anwar, the Executive Chairperson of Polity Malaysia. Welcome, Ibu. Next, we will call upon Ms. Maria Aurora Bus Jotina Garcia, Founding Chairperson and President of Philippine Women's Economic Network. Thank you. Welcome, Ibu. And last but not least, we'll call upon Mr. Apichai Sumpinda, the former Executive Director of ASEAN Foundation. We have a lot of interesting insights. I've heard, amazing things about all of our speakers, and we might have time for discussions today. Welcome, Bapak. So I'm very, very excited for this session. Welcome panelists once again for this Closing the Gender Gap in Southeast Asia session. So, without further ado, our discussion will begin with a round of general questions. And I will call upon, in the order of the introduction, each of you will have 4 minutes. So, to all panelists, on the current and future progress on gender equality, ASEAN, as we know, has long championed gender equality. Do you think in your country, where have you observed progress in reducing gender equality? And looking to the future, how might digitalization and new technologies impact these inequalities? Ms. Yani Wahid, may I invite you to start?
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, I'm just going to straight to the answer, I suppose. Well, we're seeing some progress when it comes to gender equality in particular in Indonesia, I think, because that's the question probably asked me to focus more on Indonesia. We're seeing expanding access for education for girls. We're seeing increasing women's participation in businesses, especially in small and medium-sized enterprises. In fact, in Indonesia, 60% of SMEs are actually managed by women. And they are the real driver of growth and economy in Indonesia. We're also seeing improving legal frameworks when it comes to protection of women against violence and discrimination. We're seeing also more women in political and also in grassroots influence, grassroots leadership. We're seeing all of that. And we used to see many, great representations of women in political and high political office. In fact, in the previous administrations, we're seeing more than 30% of seats that were allocated in the cabinet were allocated for women, and some of them are key strategic positions, for example, finance ministry, foreign affairs ministry, etc. So it's rather unfortunate that at this point, there is a lacking of representation in high office. We hope that the situation could be improved. But overall, we're seeing more progress when it comes to gender equality. And when it comes to technology, how will that contribute to more equality, to level the playing field for men and women in Indonesia? Technology can be a double-edged sword. So in one hand, it allows access for women to engage in all kinds of activities, from education, online education, to more businesses, and being content creators is a big thing in Indonesia. You really could gain tractions as well as financial gain from that if you're successful. But on the other hand, we're seeing still lack in digital literacy, which could backfire also. So this needs to be addressed. Digital literacy, more access for women, for improved way of dealing with technology, and making sure that women are not victims of deepfakes, of like AI used as a way, as a criminal activities. We're seeing women being victims of that, especially older women that are not digital natives. We're seeing cases of that. So, but when it comes to younger populations, younger members of the populations, younger girls, younger females, actually technology is a big breakthrough that could really better their lives in Indonesia. So I think I will have to close because the sign already said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Yeni, for that insight. Yes, indeed, it reminds me of my own work as well on the online safety and how, even in real life, we still haven't solved the the gender inequality, and then you add digital aspect to that, it kind of, as you said, become like a double-sided weapon, yeah? Now, move on to Ms. Iza.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam hormat, terima kasih Ibu Amy as our moderator, and of course Ibu Yeni and our esteemed panelists, sisters and brother in support of this agenda. I think I want to start with the good news first. There's some good news. We talk about in Malaysia, and I'd like to commend the fact that all of us, alhamdulillah, we managed to escape the pandemic. We know of the horrible socio-economic, not just impact, but gaps that were clearly highlighted then. At the height of the pandemic, myself, together with a team and an economist who's an expert on poverty studies, studied the homes of the bottom 40% of households, and we realized one of the worst off are mothers who are heads of households by themselves, single mothers. So you can see even the effects of the pandemic in a low-income household is uneven. It's a lot harder for the mother, the woman, to shoulder the double burden. You're the caregiver, you're the emotional support giver, you're everything. And on top of getting a job, you need to take care of your kids. And even through kids, number 1 is doing better than number 5 because during the pandemic, schools were shut. So digital, unequal access to digital literacy also matters. So for me, coming to today, we can't forget what the pandemic taught us, right? So still, you have so much interest in Malaysia. Right now, less than 15% are members of parliament in the Dewan Rakyat. 61% are enrolled in higher education. Right? So these are good, encouraging numbers. Female labor participation is 55.8%, and under economy Madani of the current government, they want to increase it further because they know hiring women, making sure they're part of the labor force, does very well for the economy. So what are the challenges? Unfortunately, self-reflection matters. We got to be asking us the tough questions. One, more than 3 million women, they cite the burden of homework, right? Not homework as in school, but just having to take care of the household. 76%, mostly women are in the unpaid care work sector. And I think what's most scary is the fact that the zealots or the populism that has taken control over politics, not just here, but generally worldwide, there's a trend. It comes with a sense or taste or a leaf out of the misogyny playbook. So there's a global poll that showcases younger women and younger men are moving opposite one another. Whether South Korea, whether Scandinavian countries, whether China, America, younger men, more right-wing in nature. They feel that their jobs, their opportunities to study, they're not academically inclined. They feel that you're taking this away in the name of women's rights. And the women are pursuing PhD, are tertiary inclined, and of course more open-minded, more center-left. So I think recognizing the divide that's taking place, making sure that the solutions, whether it's through technical education, to ensure social mobility and career mobility, dignity has to be the heart of it. You have to make sure everybody understands empowering women is a whole of society agenda. It's not just women versus men. We're doing this together. And this is where we're going to discuss more to decide on the solutions, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Isa. Indeed, please give big hands of applause. Indeed, empowering women is not only, women's work, it's whole of society work. And regarding care work, I think Ms. Boots will also explore later, right, in your questions. But I'd love to know first about your context in the Philippines.
It's scary to see the time here run in front of me. But anyway, I'll try to be as brief as possible. Firstly, I think, speaking about the Philippines, I think we come from a very unique position. We're in the Gender Equality Index gap. We're actually at 77.8%. We're third in Asia Pacific after Australia and New Zealand, and actually even number 1 in ASEAN. So that puts us in a, shall we say, a good position, so to speak. And if you recall, we've had 2 female presidents. Okay? So we've had women participation in both the economic and the political spheres. Maybe not to the point that we have parity, but at least we have had a lot of, even today, number of women, qualified women to be sitting in these positions. But then again, as in all the countries, there's still a lot of work to be done. And precisely why we're here today. That's why we're here, still talking about it, because we haven't really addressed the gender gap. In addition, I'd also like to mention that we're probably one of the few countries where we have a Magna Carta of women, which is a piece of legislation which was passed several years ago, which is aligned with CEDAW on addressing discrimination against women. So again, we have the legislation in place, but again, always the challenge is in implementation. And insofar as gender equality in the region is concerned, I'd also like to make the comment that in 2017, when the Philippines was the chair of ASEAN, on its 50th anniversary, if I recall, and as well the host of ASEAN then, the ASEAN leaders adopted the agenda for mainstreaming gender in the ASEAN economic community. So that was a big step insofar, I think, as the region is concerned. And we did have a very significant role in crafting that action agenda. Following that, the organization that I represent, the Philippine Women's Economic Network, actually embarked on a policy brief on behalf of the ASEAN Women Entrepreneurs Network, which is represented by 10 women's organizations in all the member states. We also came out with a policy brief on how to operationalize the action agenda, which eventually, among others, led to the formation of a gender mainstreaming framework and the formation of a gender mainstreaming committee, which cuts across all the 3 ASEAN pillars to indicate that gender is a cross-cutting theme. It is not only, it shouldn't be talked about only in the social-cultural pillar, but it has economic and political implications as well. And that said, 2017, we're now 2025, 8 years forward, where are we? I think that's a question that we need to answer. And we have that ASEAN mechanism, which we haven't utilized and optimized to actually make sure that gender is not just discussed in the gender ministry, but actually embedded in all the sectoral plans that are crafted by different sectoral bodies in ASEAN. So perhaps I'm obedient. It says time's up, so I'll just comment later on.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boots. A round of applause for Ms. Boots. Yeah, indeed, it's not only whole of society, but also a cross-cutting thing, right? It's not like just one division responsible for it, but everyone should be. I'd like to close this first round to hear from Mr. Apichai, but also to continue to the second round. So adding to the question about the general question, I'd also love to know about your thoughts about the leadership in ASEAN. Since, since Ms. Booth also mentioned about ASEAN and its important role, like, since ASEAN Secretariat has not had any female Secretary General, yeah, unfortunately, it's 2025, right? But yeah, I'd love to know from your perspective, being very familiar with ASEAN, like, why do you think this challenge persists to have like a female Secretary General?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I feel a little bit nervous sitting among an all panel, almost women. I'm not a gender expert. I have to set that caveat. But I'll try to do my best, and I guess I'm the only one representing mainland Southeast Asia, right? So anyway, I guess for Thailand, I mean, it's like most other countries, sometimes a mixed bag, yeah? I mean, it has some very progressive laws. It has its Gender Equality Act of 2015, which put it all in one, no discrimination and so forth. It also has protection of victims of domestic violence, yeah, in 2007. It also has some anti-trafficking and protection, even for migrant workers. It has a 20-year national strategy. and also participate in international, UN, ASEAN, and all that relating to gender and so forth. Yeah, and also most recently, I think some of you may have heard that they have a equality, marriage equality, legislation, and also especially on LGBTQI issues. I think that Thailand has certainly, at least on the front runner on that one. But of course, the downside is that a lot of these legal things are good, but often the enforcement is the one that is lacking. No point having very nice things on paper and not be able to do anything much other than that. And I guess that is probably one of the main shortcomings. But I think the government is trying to do its best. Although in Parliament, I must say that the statistics is only less than 20% female. Again, that's another shortfall that needs to be addressed. Okay, so in that sense, like anything else, it's a sort of a mixed, situation. Okay, so I can go on to the leadership. Okay, but I guess maybe I was asked to be on this panel because I have my experience with ASEAN altogether 11 years, all right? First 7 years was in the ASEAN Secretariat, and then another 3.5 in the ASEAN Foundation. So I do have some sort of institutional memory and history about this. Okay, ASEAN is now 58th anniversary. They just had it about recently in August. But the ASEAN Secretariat was only just established 9 years after ASEAN was established, okay? So the first 9 years, there was no secretariat at all. But of course, at that time, maybe the need was not great, right? I was still, getting itself started and so forth. But when it did get started with the secretariat in 1976, so next year will be 50th anniversary of the establishment secretariat. Unfortunately, I must admit that all the 15 secretary generals so far are all men, okay? And I represent that group. But I have to, the facts say so, okay? I'm just putting as much as possible the evidence that we can look at, okay? This is not a critique of their service, by the way, but an observation of a profound and unbroken pattern, all right? All men. And then, in just slightly over 2 years' time from now, in 2028, the term, or the beginning of 2028, the current Secretary General, Dr. Khao Kim Hun from Cambodia, whom you heard in this morning, will conclude his term. And according to the principle of ASEAN, a rotation, then it goes by country name. From Cambodia, next in line, Indonesia. How many Indonesians in this room? Raise your hand. Almost half, something like that. Okay, so that's a good sign. So in a way, it falls on the shoulder of the government of Indonesia, but I think what I'm trying to say is that the whole country should also get excited about who the next section be. Or for that matter, all of ASEAN countries should feel the ownership and have a say and trying to do something that is whatever is in the best interest of ASEAN, okay? Be it gender, be it environment, be whatever, okay? So gender is one of the important criteria. And the last time that Indonesia held the ASEAN Secretary post was back in 1993, over 33 decades ago. At that time, ASEAN was still small and still trying to establish itself. But now it's getting a lot of attention, in terms of geopolitical, in terms of digital, in terms of climate change, in terms of crime and public pandemic and so forth, right? We have gone through that. But interestingly, in the ASEAN Charter, which was agreed by all 10 member countries in 2028, it actually says among the due considerations for the qualifications of the Secretary General, whoever that might be, integrity, capability, professional experience, and gender equality. Gender equality is stipulated in the Charter under the SecGen's sort of qualification. But so far, unfortunately, score is 0, all right? So Now, the big question now is, for the next incoming section from someone from Indonesia, whether it's male or female, would there be a change? And should there be a change? And I guess I'm trying to say is that besides, we should certainly put gender on the as one of the due priority considerations, if all other things be equal. Yeah? I'm not for gender or for male or women, but I'm for the interest of ASEAN, and I think we need to have a balance, and at least the charter says so, and therefore we should put that also on the agenda of ASEAN actually from now on, because you want to make sure that that happens in the future, 2 years from now, then we have to start the ball rolling now, okay? Civil society, academic, government, private sector, you and me should all collectively try to support this noble effort, if you agree with it, that is, okay? And therefore, I have other things I can suggest later on, but maybe enough for now. Let's wait for Q&A, and then I can answer some specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Apichai. It was really, a great lesson on how ASEAN, your institutional memory was amazing, and also to know that we actually have an opportunity as Indonesians here to, promote this noble effort on having more women in the leadership. Next, for the specific question to Ms. Yani Wahid. So, on the role of culture and women's autonomy. As you know, in ASEAN countries, due to culture, gender roles and social expectations around marriage, family, and career still, persist. How do you navigate around these persistent gender expectations and roles, especially since you see there are a lot of students here? What kind of suggestions would you give to them?
Okay. So there is this still existing belief, traditionally, that women's role in Indonesian society is in the area of dapur, sumur, and kasur, which is the kitchen, the well, and the bedroom, right? So we're still seeing division of labor when it comes in, especially in the domestic settings, in which women are expected to take care of the domestic obligations. And the double burden that Nurul Iza mentioned earlier. Women are still being burdened with this, but at the same time, women wanting to assert their own identities outside of the home as well. So we're seeing these push and pull issues now. So in the religious and the cultural context, the culturally women can be quite limited. But on the other hand, there are many aspects in the society that can be liberating as well. For example, in Indonesia, we've seen, in our traditions and history, we've got women leaders, women fighters, freedom fighters, etc. So it's rich in our culture. It's there in our folklore narratives, for example. This is something that we should empower more, that we should spread more, these messages. And we're also seeing now that women can make real impacts. And actually, women in Southeast Asia enjoys a far better position when it comes to our position in society compared to our sisters in South Asia, for example. And that is due to the fact that most of the Southeast Asian nations are agricultural society. So when you have to plant rice planting is a delicate skill. Cannot be done by, can be done by men, but women are more suitable to do that. So this led to historically actually women enjoying very good positions. Economically, women counts. So these traditions should continue, even though now there's a shifting in the way we we carry on with our economic activities. No more dependent upon agricultural outputs. It's very limited now. But the same spirit should be applied here. Women should be facilitated. Women should be given more rooms to express themselves, because the data suggests that when women are empowered, when girls are being given access to education, then 4% of GDP will increase. When women are being facilitated and put in strategic decision making in corporate sectors, for example, then the profit of the companies increase by 30%. So the numbers actually is very strong to suggest that women empowerment will empower the whole community. So what, I want to give an example of what we do at my foundation, the White Foundation. We've got a program, it's called Peace Village Initiative, in which we employ 4 pillars to create resilience in the society, in the communities. The first pillar is economic empowerment. The second pillar is women empowerment. The third pillar is training on tolerance and diversity. And the fourth pillar is about environmental issues. So training our, especially women beneficiaries to become, green warriors. This had created a big impact in the way they think. So there's a shift in their mentality. So, okay, time's up. So I have to give it back to you.
Sorry, my mic, okay. Thank you very much, Buya. Please give rounds of applause. Yeah, I think I see some, common lines here that, it's all connected. Why we don't have a lot of female leaders, it's also because, these cultures are actually pushing women to sumur, dapur, dan kasur, well, kitchen, and just the bed. But as you said, culture is also a double-sided weapon that we can actually use to help us. And I think your answer segues nicely to Ms. Iza, the question about education and workforce participation. I would love to know, how do you think can this issue be addressed to make sure that the gap in the workforce participation wouldn't be, a gap?
So I want to say the first sentence that frames our thinking or the answer is, culture isn't religion. And I say this because if you look at the cultural practices or as to why and how we are the way we are, I mentioned earlier in the previous panel, anthropologist Leela Dubé's work. She's Indian and she did pioneering research illuminating how kinship structures, right? Patrilineal, usually homegrown in South Asia. Bilateral or matrilineal, more Southeast Asia. In Malaysia, Negeri Sembilan, all the properties will be handed over to the daughters, not the sons, right? So all these cultural, antecedents, historic practices, of course, create different and enables women differently everywhere or anywhere. And this is important to understand it because I feel it affects how marriages take place, how residential post-marriages take place, even in terms of female mobility after studies. Now, on the religious front, I felt really sad that I just discovered this brilliant publication by Sheikh Akram Nadwi from South Asian. He's Indian and he lives and resides in England. He published the book on female hadith Muslim narrators, Muhaddisat. It was published in the 1990s, and he was so annoyed that in England, the discourse was Islam does not promote women, right? In the radio stations that he used to listen to. So he says, I'm going to go on this 15-year journey to find out what were the women doing during Islamic history. And believe it or not, he found no less, and counting, 10,000 women in the 14th centuries of Islam who were narrating hadiths and teaching men and women at the mosques. But of course, when you talk about the history of colonization, how we, throughout history, these are the real truths that we're not exposed to. I mean, before I contested in elections, I hope it's okay, Amy, I actually asked my local ustaz. I just gave birth to my firstborn, and I was so in love with this concept of motherhood. I've never loved another being more than I love myself, right? And you have a baby, after giving birth without epidural, you know, that's it, right? Yeah. But he said to me, the ones that are closest to God are the ones that benefit more in humanity. They didn't say men, but men and women. And therein lies the fact that if you want to adopt or ensure changes are meaningful and lasting, you kind of have to have a more empathetic viewpoint. You have to celebrate that these are our cultures, right? We have different cultures, identities, backgrounds. Not to look at them as with hostility, but really kind of utilize the different stakeholders in ensuring that these changes are implemented. So the local ustazas, and I think Ibu Dwi Rubianti from Indonesia, she shared these findings. And I think, like it or not, if we do this and we have a very effective kind of circular relationship with everyone in society, it's not just the politicians. Goodness, many people don't trust politicians anymore, right? But you want teachers, you want to make sure the media, journalists, leaders who are influencers understand this need to move society along. And whatever evidence you need to make to convince them, that's on you. Homework can't be ignored. And the next bit, of course, when you talk about the advent of social media, is the fact that we don't spend enough time to understand that these biases have to be fought against. And I worry if we don't do our homework, it's a race against time to make sure these changes last beyond our lifetimes. Thank you.
I think now it works. Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Iza, for that very, very inspiring insights. I think, yes, that's a lot of homework to actually highlight not only history, but also her story, right? What the past had actually hidden from us about the amazing work those that have come before us have done. And I think that segues really nicely as well to what I'd like to ask to Ms. Boots about care work and feminized work. Like, do you think that this is still the case as well in your country, Ms. Boots, about how care work impacts to gendered pay gap? That, like, what do you think you've seen the best practices to solve those challenges? Ms. Boots, time is yours.
I guess everybody understands what care work means. It's really the time we women usually spend on caring for others. Okay? Sometimes during the pandemic days, women not only had to work from home, but actually work for the home, if you all agree. Having said that, in the Philippines alone, it was estimated about 20% of our GDP actually is represented by unpaid care work. That said, can you imagine, I could say that the impact on the economy is bad because we're giving up 20% of what could otherwise have been contributed to the GDP. Why? Because women suffer from two, penalties. Child penalty, that we are the bearers of children, but we also have to be the carers of children. And secondly, we also suffer from motherhood penalty, that by default, we are to take care of the home and everything else in the house. So in our work in the private sector, we've actually also seen good practices of some of the companies that we work with in the Philippine Business Coalition for Women Empowerment, which we have organized in the Philippines. So we have companies that have intentionally advanced the participation of men in the caring of a newborn child beyond what the law provides. Okay, even up to the point of 100 days, which is a big achievement as far as Asia is concerned. In fact, Japan has just recently promulgated, which is also a nice surprise, to giving men longer paternity leaves.
So we've had flexible work arrangements which will enable women to continue contributing to the economy and still being able to take care of their children, whether it's remote work, co-sharing of responsibilities, etc. Now let's talk about ASEAN. It's probably maybe you may not be aware that we've actually declared, we have the declaration on strengthening the care economy and fostering resilience towards the post-2025 ASEAN community, which really gives unpaid care work a priority and acknowledging that the work of women is valuable and should be recognized and compensated. So question is, have we adopted it? Are we actually implementing it? Have each of the member states of ASEAN done something about it? If not, isn't it time that we do and really recognize that unpaid care work is important, that there is value to it, okay? Second, I think we must have more women in the discussion of policies and decisions in respect to not only about care work, but gender in general. And I would like to suggest that there should also be more collaboration among the different member states to ensure that this is not just a piece of paper that we all agreed to sign to, but in fact something that we are all committed to accept and implement and do concrete steps towards making sure that our economy, this community, does not suffer from the fact that women have to be paid, or rather have to spend their time on work which is not compensated for, versus being compensated for more productive and economically empowering activities.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boots. Please give a round of applause for our panelists. So this is a very, very exciting session. I'm sure like 1 hour is not enough, but I'd like to call upon the discussants. Please speak, line up on the mic there, please. All the 4 discussants. Yeah, you can stand up and line up in the order of Demi Gadis, the Association for Development of Women and Legal Education, Access Vietnam, and last but not least, Alola Foundation. Each of you will have 2 minutes to respond. Please mention your name and your organization, and also please, if you want to direct clearly to one specific panelist, please do so. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Shafina from Demi Gadis. So my question has kind of been answered by Puan Nurul Izzah a bit earlier, but I want to expand it a little bit. So earlier on in the panel, you guys kind of shared that, we haven't even solved the issue of basic gender inequality yet. But now we see new problems shifting from like technological advancements making women victims of deepfakes and etc. So while we can always put mechanisms in place, either in legislation, government, to kind of prevent these things, I feel like the bigger problem here seems to lie in what enables these things to happen in the first place, that enables people to think they can do these things in the first place. So I think in the case of Southeast Asia, speaking from personal experience, I think one of the things there is social norms, and sometimes maybe even the weaponization or misinterpretation, misuse of religion and cultural narratives to enable these harmful behaviors or reinforce this gender biases in Southeast Asia. So my question here is, what is the most significant first step that we can take to tackle this really deep-rooted issue? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Miss Alay Selvina from the Bigadis. Next, we'll have Mr. Francis Makatulat from Access Vietnam.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to talk about technology. They say technology back in the early 2000s would be the great equalizer, especially for women, because it will allow them to work from home and learn from home. And assist was one of the beneficiaries of a Google grant, and we use it for a project called Digibayanihan, which really tried to empower communities to take advantage of technology. But it was also there where we saw the digital divide, the disparity in the access to the internet between men and women. The UN Women just came out with the report, I think last week. It showed great progress in equalizing the access to technology. I think for developed countries, it's at parity, 93 and 94%. And globally, on average, it's 65% for women and 70% for men. And that has been attributed to a lot of progress being made, particularly for health because of digital services, education because of distance learning, and work because of their ability to now work from home. But technology, as you said, Ibiani, is a double-edged sword. Every time a disruptive technology comes along, it tends to put women again at a bigger disadvantage. Now the disruptor is AI, or generative artificial intelligence. So women are in a very vulnerable position because 28%, according to the UN Women Report, of women are in jobs that may be displaced because of AI. Now, in the same way that in the early 2000s, we said, let's use the internet to equalize the labor for women, is there a way where we can use AI now to enable women to rise in terms of the level of jobs that they have, or specifically for women to help empower them to get better jobs?
Thank you, Mr. Francis. That really relates to my work as well in Telford, Australia, about the online safety and about how the technology. Perhaps we could wrap up first and then. Sorry?
Nurul has to go, so she probably has to.
Yes, surely, Miss Iza. Do you have time for 2 minutes just to? Oh, okay then. Since Miss Iza will have to go soon, I think then we will allow Miss Iza to respond. And have the closing remarks first. We have 2 more. Do you have time for that? Okay, then from Alola, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon all. Boa tarde from Timor-Leste. My name is Maria Gutierrez from Alola Foundation. It's great to hear from the panelists the success stories, good results from how the countries of the ASEANs working in improving the gender equality in the Southeast Asia. If we look back at the latest Global Gender Gap reports, it shows the same as you mentioned today, as a panelist mentioned, that there is the gender gaps remain persistent, where the same things in economic participation, we still see women remain underrepresented in formal employment and continue to earn significantly less than men. And also political leadership. For experience in our country, in Timor-Leste, currently women lead the parliament. And almost 40% women sit at the parliament, which is a good result in gender equality at the political participation and women in decision making. But even though this is still being as one of the key gaps that Asian countries faces till now. The other gaps is access to health and education, where structural barriers continue to limit women's access to essential services. So if we look back at these gaps, the persistent gaps, it's not just a gap or number or statistical, but it's about call to actions. So to strengthen our action as a Southeast Asian country, what can we do? I think there are a few questions that I would like to raise here. The first one is, what does a gender-responsive Asian policy framework truly look like? And the second one, how do we ensure pay equity, not just in formal sector, but in the formal economies where so many women work? And how do we center women's leadership in climate action, digital transformation, and peace building? And the last one, what does collective regional action look like in preventing and responding to gender-based violence in Southeast Asia? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maria Gutierrez. Last but not least, from Laos, Mr. Latana Potpalusit.
Hello. Thank you so much for the panelists for your insight. So today I would love to talk about gender diversity. So oftentimes in our regional discussions, like about gender equality, we always use the term women and men, so as the standard framing, but gender is not binary, and our policy and declarations should reflect that reality. So when our action plans or declarations on gender equality are translated into national languages, inclusive terms like gender diverse or non-binary identity are often lost or replaced with traditional gender categories. And this creates a gap between regional visions of the equality and life experience of people with divergent gender identities on the ground. So inclusion starts with language. So the word we choose to identify and also use in our official document shape who feel seen, protected, and represented. So my question is, how can ASEAN meet at the middle ground and with the respect for religions, and yet still ensure that regional gender equality frameworks and then national translations adopt inclusive non-binary language so that gender equality truly means equality for all genders, not only for women and men. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since we are running out of time and Ms. Nurul Izzah has to go very soon, yes, we'll have the closing remarks. So Ms. Izzah, please respond anything you would like. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll tackle the first two questions in terms of, I'm trying to remember, oh yes, the issue of weaponization. I think it's quite interesting that you mentioned the weaponization of culture and religion as forms of control. And you see this in places of conflict where women's bodies are also weaponized, whether it's in Gaza, whether it's in Ukraine, all the places where wars are taking place. We can't run away from this. And I think one of the ways to suggest moving forward, first we have to put ethics at the forefront of governance. And this means whether it's dealing with AI or the latest technological advancements, no matter how great an economy or how developed it is, but if you don't, or if you are morally bankrupt, clearly you are going to create problems for not just the world, but also your own community and your own people. And you see this in how unequal households are in so-called developed nations, right? So from socioeconomic stability, but also understanding where we are, as well as our history, it's extremely crucial because it's a long-term process. You will not be able to change status quo or what permeates in social media when the algorithm is already controlled by existing powers. And I think that's why in the work that we do in polity, we have to have financial literacy, mental health literacy, as well as anti-scam training. Southeast Asia, unfortunately, a lot of our people have been victims of scammers. And the more technology explodes in our faces, in our screens, more people are liable to such and becoming victims. So I think this awareness leads to exposure, and this will include education in schools, but also re-education. Re-educating the politicians, re-educating media, and re-educating civil service. Now, the next bit is, for me, the last point. I hope that we understand the crucial importance to build networks. I mean, we're here, there's so many CSOs. I'm told Pak Dino actually grouped so many civil society organizations. It's the biggest in Asia. And I think more should be done. I wanted to give a shout out to the Hidden ASEAN Civil Society Conference taking place in Kuala Lumpur. I think this is what we want, because at the end of the day, if you include more people in the conversation, the better outcome you can get. So I think we should keep the commitment inside for everything that we do. How do we make sure, whether there's a national action plan or women, the existing regional networks, how do we make sure that the grassroots feel that it impacts them? It's not just a plan that really looks superbly great on PowerPoints and paper, but one that will change the lives of the average person in ASEAN. Inshallah, Timor-Leste next. And the more the merrier, the richer and better we are. Thank you very much. Mohon maaf, I have to go. And,
Thank you very much.
My panelists will take it and supercharge it to the next level, inshallah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ms. Iza. Please join me to give a round of applause for Ms. Nurul Iza Anwar. Okay, now we will have a closing soon. There are a lot of points there. I'm sure that we could take another hour just to focus on those questions because it's all very interesting. But I'd like to invite all speakers, all panelists to give your closing remarks. You're free to respond to the remarks, but also to have your own reflection. Ms. Yeni?
Okay, I'll try to wrap everything up, right? So now we're coming to an era and history in which gender fluidity is there. You know, gender identities are, sorry, not gender fluidity, gender identities are very fluid, like our friend asked before. And, you know, we're seeing now, you know, men in heels and men are better at makeup than women, and we're seeing women being very muscular. So the traditional roles in the society that we knew of before, that we know of, is becoming more and more blurred. The line is more blurred, right? So really it doesn't make sense that we still talk about all these gender, discrimination based on gender identities. But having said that, as much as I sympathize to whoever feeling, like being discriminated against, especially when you feel that you identify as a non-binary person, unfortunately in the ASEAN context, there is still that societal norms, there is still that religious norms that you have to deal with. There will always be that dynamics, there will always be the dialogues. But I am of the belief that we need to have that dialogue. We don't want to have, a number of our people in the society feeling not being represented. Everyone deserves to be happy. Everyone deserves to be heard. And when it comes to, again, so when it comes to, gender equality, we have to remember, because I think only have 5 minutes for the three of us, so I'm just going to wrap up. So basically, we need to have, and this is the question number one before about the weaponization of religious context and all that. We need more representation of women especially in political settings, social settings, in societal settings, because with representations, then you can push on more agendas. We also need to create better narratives. Narratives, sometimes, in fact, using religious texts as well. Because, especially in Islamic teachings, I believe that there are many narratives in Islam that teaches about equality, that teaches about justice, that teaches about compassion. These narratives need to come out. And to do that, you need champions. The champions should be men and women, not just women. Because when women are happy, when women are empowered, the impact is for the whole society. So I would like to close by, this is this saying that happy wife is a happy life, right? So when women are empowered, the whole society will be happy as well.
Thank you very much, Ibu Yeni.
Keep that in mind.
Thank you very much. Now we'll have Ms. Boots. Please kindly.
Opportunity to answer.
Can we
one or
give
two
1
questions?
minute? Yeah.
And then say a closing as
1
well?
minute for each of you. Is it okay, committee?
Well, firstly, on the question on AI, I think I'm of the opinion that AI cannot replace humans. So therefore, we should use AI as a tool rather than as a co-pilot, human beings remaining as pilots. Okay. I'd also like to say that on the matter of binary gender identities, in the Philippines, in one of the projects that I'm overseeing, well, we started off just defining gender as men and women, over the course of our work, we've actually had to address the fact that our member companies in that coalition were asking us, how do we deal with LGBTQIA+, and even disability inclusion, so that we've become, we've treated this subject matter broadly to make it really more diverse, equitable, and inclusive. So I think mindsets will also need to adjust depending on the environment that we're operating on. Of course, understandably, in ASEAN, each of us have our cultural and social norms, but I think that's a reality that we all need to consider. So my last point is 2 points, rather. First, I think, beyond just looking at KPIs and indicators, I think what we all should be doing here is to addressing the barriers which continue to limit our ability to be more diverse, equitable, and inclusive. Second point that I'd like to make is that because I believe that the gender agenda or the empowerment agenda should be one of the things that this Congress should prioritize. After all, we are the bearers and the carers of the peoples and the citizens of the ASEAN Economic Community.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boots. And last but not least, Mr. Apichai.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it's a fact that the world is roughly half-half, half female, half male, yeah, by and large. So is ASEAN, But so logically, you want to take the full potential, the talent, or whatever that is before you, right? If ASEAN has 700 million people, then 350 million, that's not a small number. And therefore, if you marginalize them, then obviously it's not going to be optimum, right? Maximum. So why not try to embrace, try to integrate or whatever, okay? And I think, Indonesia has, we're talking about gender, yeah? I know two very well-known your heroines in terms of female emancipation and on education. Of course, you have Raden Ajeng Kartini, right? About 100 or so years ago. And then slightly later, Haja Rangkayo Rasuna Said, right? So these can be your role models. Rajeng Kartini, to my surprise, she lived a very short life. She's died already when she was 25. But why was she remembered? Because there is passion, there's perseverance, there's grit, what I would call, yeah? Grit? Grit is like real passion, perseverance. But then there's also grace, yeah? So these two may need to also balance, come together. You don't want to just have one or the other. So if you want to have a slogan, I can even give you a slogan for gender equality in ASEAN. Gender, grit, grace. 3 Gs. Okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Apichai, with the 3 Gs, yeah? Gender, grit, and?
Gender, grit, and grace.
Grace. Gender, grit, and grace. And please join me in giving a big hand to our panelists. Just to quick wrap up, I know we're out of time, but I just want to say thank you once again for the panelists. I know we have a lot of homework, but from we've heard, the challenges are real, even with the AI and the new technologies, but the progress and the people that we've seen here, the audience, their energy here are real. So I think it's, showing a good proof of optimism. Since it's Saturday night, they could have chosen to be anywhere, not here, but they actually chose to be here, right? Learning about how to close the gender gap in Southeast Asia. Please give yourself a round of applause. Thank you very much. This has been your moderator, Amy, and I'll hand it back to MC.
Thank you very much, and give a round of applause once again to Amy Utomo as moderator for this session. And once again, we thank all the panelists, and we kindly ask for you to please take a position first on stage, because we would like to present a token of appreciation as a sign of gratitude for the wonderful discussion that we just had. on closing the gender gap in Southeast Asia. And yes, this is a very special gift from FPCI, so we hope that all panelists can take a little memory from this discussion this afternoon. And we kindly request for you to please remain on stage for next. We will be taking a photo opportunity, our photo session together. Once again, give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And please, can you take another moment on stage, for we will join in for a photo opportunity. Yes, you may hold the jacket, you may wear the jacket whatever way is comfortable. Yes, you can come closer. Okay, documentation team, please smile to the camera. Once again, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much. Give a round of applause once again to our moderator, of course, our panelists. Thank you, Ms. Yeni Wahid, and of course, before Ms. Nurul Iza Anwar, Ms. Boots, and Mr. Apichai for all the insights and, of course, the discussion. And thank you, Amy Utomo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we, of course, as mentioned before, it is a pleasure that each and every one of you is here on this Saturday night, choosing to be here and taking part in this discussion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we concluded session A3 this evening, we also have concluded the first day of all sessions in the Golden Ballroom. We thank you to all the speakers, moderators, and of course participants for today's insightful discussion, of course, all the session. And we kindly invite you once again to join us for tomorrow for our second day and final day of AFPC. And we begin our program at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow on Sunday. And I'd like to also inform you that we will be having remarks from President Jose Ramos Horta of Timor-Leste, Foreign Minister Sihasak of Thailand, and of course a special comedy session or stand-up comedy with Panji Pragiwaksono. So do not miss out on the fun and of course the insights that we will be having tomorrow on our second day. We wish you a wonderful evening and see you tomorrow at ASEAN for the People's Conference Day 2.